The Arlington County Board is in session. Welcome to the November 14 regular meeting of the Arlington County Board. And colleagues, as we have been doing since this pandemic started, and this was, I think, if we first did this in April, we need to adopt a resolution finding that we need to conduct this meeting virtually and electronically. So I think we're all familiar with the resolution. It's the same one we keep adopting, and it starts out, whereas on March 12, 2020, the governor of Virginia declared a state of emergency in Virginia in response to the spread of the coronavirus. And then there are a lot of whereases that say that it's important for us to be safe and to we're allowed to conduct these meetings electronically. And then we say, now therefore be it resolved that the County Board of Arlington, Virginia hereby finds the nature of the declared emergency makes it both impractical and unsafe for the board to assemble in a single location for, in this case, our November 14th meeting, and further resolve that we find that we need to adopt these meetings, and therefore we are going to adopt this on the 14th day of November 2020, and I would like to move adoption of this resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye. All right, we have adopted the resolution again. We'll see how many of these we need to continue to do. I think it's going to be a while. So for everybody else attending, welcome again to our November 14 meeting. And as I said, we are, for the safety of everybody, we are continuing to conduct these meetings electronically. And we are starting off, as we usually do, with our public comment on non-agenda items. And this is a time for people to, bring issues to our attention that are not on this agenda or an upcoming agenda. And of course, we have a regular work that we need to do and a regular agenda we need to cover. So we do ask that people abide by the longstanding rule that we will only hear from one person on a topic for 2 minutes during the public comment period. So if there are others of you that have somebody spoken about something you want to speak about, please let the assistant clerk know, and we will be happy to read the names of those who are here in support of a particular item, but we ask you to not speak after someone already has. Also, as those who've done this before, and I think we're all getting used to this a little bit, please keep your phones and devices on mute until you're called, so that prevents a lot of background noise. And the moderator, by the way, can mute you, but cannot unmute you. So if you're calling in by phone, you press, I think it's *6 to unmute. If you're using a computer and a browser and app, you just click on that microphone button on the toolbar to make sure that you are unmuted so we can hear you. We can't see you. I know you can see us if you're watching on television. We can't see you, but we can hear you, and we look forward to hearing from folks. Please listen to the tone to indicate that your speaking time has expired, which will sound after 2 minutes, and then please finish up quickly if you have not finished. After speaking, you can exit the call, please, but if you want to continue to participate in the meeting by watching, you can certainly do that via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 or Verizon Fios 39 and 40. Also, I believe we have a Spanish interpreter here on the line. If there's anyone during public comment who would like help with Spanish interpretation, if the interpreter is here, would she please introduce herself in English and en español, por favor?
Good morning, this is Charlene Varela. I'm your Spanish interpreter. Buenos días, Charlene Varela, intérprete en español. Estoy aquí para ayudarles.
Gracias. All right, thank you so much. And with that, I believe we are ready, Madam Clerk, to call the first two speakers. Madam Clerk, I can't hear you if you're saying anything.
I am sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
Okay. Our first speaker is Joe Torres, although I don't see Joe Torres in our room, but I will just call just in case I'm missing something. Joe Torres.
And as we do, we will go through just so people know if you don't manage to get on or something, we will circle back because we know sometimes it's hard for people. So that's fine.
Okay. Chris Schoons. Same, okay. We will move on to Audrey Clement.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Clement.
Okay. Welcome members of the board and County Manager. I'm Audrey Clement, a Westover resident. I want to thank Libby for her re-election to the county board. Another campaign season is over, and with it the annual ritual of removing candidate yard signs from the medians. According to county ordinance, candidates have 24 hours to remove political signs from polling locations on election day. Yet my signs were removed from the following locations shortly after the polls closed on November the 3rd. Resurrection Lutheran Church, St. Agnes Parish Hall, Central Library Auditorium, AUSA Building, the Bartlett, Linden Resources Center, Drew Recreation Center. Candidates have 1 week following Election Day to remove signs from the medians, yet 2/3 of my signs had been stripped from the medians by Friday, November the 6th. I suspect the Arlington County Democratic Committee, ACDC, since their signs were gone where my signs had been removed and Republican signs were still in place. ACDC garnered 2 headlines in Arl Now over complaints about systematic removal of their signs before the election. After the election, both Arl Now and the Washington Post reported an uncorroborated story about an ACDC volunteer who was allegedly wounded after pulling up a sign taped with razor blades. This story was later picked up by Newsweek. Whenever I confront county officials with evidence of systematic sign tampering, I am told to get over it. Yet ACDC grabs national headlines over similar allegations. It's obvious that the First Amendment right of free speech does not apply equally to non-Democrat candidates. When sign tampering happens to Democrats, they get publicity. When it happens to others, they get a yawn. Okay, but just remember, when the rights of one person are abridged, the rights of all are in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Okay, our next speaker is Eric Ackerman, followed by Julio Basurto.
Good morning, and thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm speaking on behalf of the Arlington Tree Action Group. We are concerned that the county is too ready to cut down trees on county land. And so to try to mitigate that tendency to cut down mature trees, we would like to propose a tagging procedure for trees. This is described in a letter that I submitted. I'm not going to read the letter, but basically we think it would be very appropriate, very consistent with transparent government and democratic procedures to put a tag on trees that are designated for removal, to do it for some 30 days before the date when the tree is supposed to be removed, and indicate the rationale, if there is any, for removal. And it would give citizens an opportunity to weigh in and maybe resist the notion to destroy these trees, which are beneficial to all citizens. So, and we would note that this is very similar to the tagging procedure we do for zone changes already. So we'd just be extending that kind of treatment to trees. Again, we think this is fundamentally democratic, and that's all I have to say on it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman.
Our next speaker is Julio Basurto, followed by Jim Harris. Okay, I believe.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I was having trouble with audio.
It's okay.
My name is Elder Julio Basurto. I'm an elder at Solid Rock Seventh-day Adventist Church, a citizen of Arlington since 1987, father of 3 in the Arlington Public School System, and tenant leader at South Arlington Serrano Apartments. I'm here to thank the county board for the recent action at Serrano Apartments owned by AH. For those who didn't know, we have had issues in Serrano for residents sharing stories on tenant bullying, in black mold in air conditioners, mice running across beds where children lay sleeping. One woman even sharing she's no longer able to keep food in cabinets or stove due to rodent infestation. To get to this point, we have had 5 meetings with AHC officials, met with 4 county board members, and got county inspectors to inspect our units. We've met with Voice, Bugata, and others to raise more awareness. And then we did our own inspections of over 200 units. With all this, it still took 13 months to get to this level of decisive action. We know it doesn't have to be this way. It shouldn't take over a year and outside help for tenants to get health and safety issues addressed. His announcement was a great first step. And I applaud both the county board and AHC for taking those steps. But we need to ensure that stop here and this does not repeat itself elsewhere. I am looking forward to continuing to work with county, AHC, and landlord or require over a year of organizing to get tenant issues addressed in the future. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing your responses.
Thank you, Mr. Basurto. And I should have said earlier that we will go, once everyone has spoken, we will go back through and address the comments that people have made. We appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Hurst, followed by Stephanie Burns. Mr. Hurst, you need to press *6 if you're on your phone. Okay, we will come back to Mr. Hurst. Oh, there you are.
Yes, there he is. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm speaking about is Arlington County's transportation agenda is anti-transportation. Trails inside and outside Arlington are too dangerous for pedestrians now, and soon sidewalks will also be unsafe. Streets and sidewalks are continually repurposed for recreation. Both walking on the sidewalk and driving a motor vehicle will be difficult and hazardous in only a few years. Think of a time when there will be a traffic light or crosswalk every 100 feet, streams of pedestrians and personal mobility vehicles crowd the streets and sidewalks, and only drivers of four-wheel motor vehicles and motorcycles obey traffic signals and stop signs and stop for pedestrians and crosswalks. Electric personal mobility vehicles are getting heavier and faster. The new and used motor vehicle sector is thriving in Arlington, and more vehicles of all kinds, more vehicle trips, and more pedestrians will crowd suburban streets, even without missing middle infill. Personal mobility vehicles are not taxed, registered, show no identification. Riders are not tested or licensed. Helmets and reflective clothing not required. Liability insurance not required. Streets are continually narrowed and pavement markings installed for bicyclists that last about 5 years. Our climate is not conducive to riding bicycles at least 4 months a year. The majority of adult Arlington residents won't ride and don't like bicycles. The only places I and others see ACPD on Arlington streets and roads is stopping motor vehicles for speeding on lightly traveled arterials during non-rush hours. That is what we will experience in the near future because of Arlington government's addiction to growth for the sake of growth and consequent fire aim ready so-called transportation planning. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Burns, followed by Mary Glass.
Okay, good morning, members of the county board and county staff. My name is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go
My
ahead.
name is Stephanie Burns, and I live in the Arlington neighborhood. Last month's county board meeting, I commented that construction had not yet started on Jenny Dean Park, despite the county website saying that light construction would begin in the first quarter of 2020. In response to my public comment, the county indicated that we would begin to see construction-related activities by the end of October. but I mean, it's now the middle of November and I just don't see anything happening. Could the county provide an update on what is causing the delay, and could we get an updated timeline for when construction will begin and when it will be completed? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the manager for a report when we come back around. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mary Glass.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I know that Arlington has a really impressive GIS system, but there are important gaps in the data for natural resources and stormwater planning. Using 2016 data, a limited tree canopy study only was done for $11,000. But still, there's no complete detailed mapping of all our natural resources. We are, however, spending $400,000 for consultants to work on the Forestry and Natural Resources Master Plan. We need similar resources committed to a comprehensive mapping of all the natural resources. And why is this important? We need to base our master planning activities on a detailed understanding of the resources that currently exist, as well as the future impacts of the policies that are under consideration, including stormwater planning that wants to use green space. But equally important, we need to provide an immediate tool to the county staff for the setting priorities for the work they're already doing on planting, maintenance, and many other things. Next slide, please. There are other tools out there. Outside consultants can provide some very detailed, very complex, multi-layer computerized image analysis and land cover classification using multiple sources. And then that can be inputted to the current GIS system and overlaid with existing street maps, parcels, and other things. Next slide, please. Less expensive, but still very advanced from what we have, is something called the iTree landscape. And this is basically free, quantifies the benefits of the tree cover, as well as providing environmental conditions, scenarios based on tree cover, and could be used to help plan for stormwater. Next slide, please. Many other goals can be integrated into this information as well. We can look at things like heat island effects and ozone impacts and see where planting trees could help with other plans in the county. Please fund a comprehensive GIS now. We need it to optimize our dwindling natural resources in Arlington for our own physical and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glass.
Our next speaker is Jiyoung Wells-Dang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Zhang Wells-Dang. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you concerning transparency and trust building in community consultation processes for construction projects. I live with my family on 12 Road North, next to the American Legion site being redeveloped by APA. We support the goal of increasing affordable housing in Arlington and have reached agreement with the developers on some of the impact from this large construction project. However, we were misled about plans to relocate utilities. APA informed us and other neighbors that our utility would be undergrounded, while in fact they worked with county staff to approve a change in the site plan, placing a new utility pole directly in front of our house. The board was informed of this development in a letter sent on October 1st, signed by the Boston Virginia Square Civic Association and all of my neighbors on 12 Road North. In the county response on October 14, we were told that the process of engineering plan review and site inspection does not include a public engagement component, even though the changes made in this process directly impact us. For instance, instead of the original language of no new utility poles, developers and county staff added the word net to justify adding new pole in front of my house. The county should not allow developers to mislead the public about their plans, then claim that changes to this plan do not require consultation. Please ensure that developers act in good faith to share information in a timely way with the community, and neighbors are not harmed by changes that we are not informed about. In particular, I ask the county to cancel its approval of the utility plan to APA site that was done without proper public consultation and restore our trust in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Madam Chair, that is our final speaker.
Okay, should we see if Mr. Torres is here or Mr. Shawns?
I don't see that they have joined our meeting room.
All right, fine, thank you. Then we'll go back to go through our speakers and our first speaker was Ms. Audrey Clement, and I want to also thank Audrey for running, which she often does, and I think it's very important to our form of government to have active campaigns, and it's not easy to run. I thank her for doing that. Ms. Clement was concerned about yard signs. This is a perennial issue. I do know that the local party sent out a lot of messages to their volunteers asking them specifically to not remove your signs, Ms. Clement. So I'm not sure what happened with the ones that got taken. Sometimes people and volunteers get overly enthusiastic, but we certainly can check. I think we have done that in the past. I don't know if anyone has anything they want to add or any more knowledge about cleaning up yard signs after the election. Seeing none, I'll get to our next speaker was Eric Ackerman from the Arlington Tree Action Group. Thank you so much, Mr. Ackerman, for coming. I think your idea of tagging trees for, 30 days. Keep hearing something. People would mute themselves, please, if they're not on right now. So the idea, Mr. Ackerman, I thought actually had real merit, and I was going to ask our manager perhaps to comment on that if he would like to. I believe we do tag trees now for removal, but probably not as thoroughly as ATAG would like us to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We got a copy of Mr. Ackerman's suggestion. I think he wrote in yesterday. And it's an interesting suggestion. We've asked DPR, the Parks and Recreation Forestry team, to go back and review it and report back. And so also wanted to remind people that we just launched this past week our Forestry and Natural Resources Master Plan update. And ideas like Mr. Ackerman's will be included as part of that conversation. I did want to note, because I don't think he said so explicitly, but people should feel confident in, as I do, in the expertise of our forestry staff, and that we only will mark and remove trees that, on the basis of our professional expertise, we think do not have a chance for survival. So I understand people may not completely believe that. There's been a bit of a devaluing of expertise recently. But having said that, I still think his suggestion has merit, and we'll include that as part of our work on the plan, and also report back earlier than that if it's something we can institute before that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. I actually agree, too, that I think our professionals are quite good, and we're not taking down trees unnecessarily, but I think this is maybe a really good communications tool, so we'll check into it, because I think people do like to know what's happening. Mr. Karantonis, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I actually see a lot of merit in Mr. Ackerman's suggestion. It is not, I have had it in my own neighborhood and many neighboring neighborhoods that trees have been either all of a sudden disappeared. Sometimes the county wasn't even responsible for that. There are many more action agents here, like, for example, the utility companies, etc. I wonder whether we could have something in the Arlington app that would, tag these actions and, give advance notice. Sometimes civic associations want to know. It's not, I have absolutely no question about, no doubt about the quality of our arborists here. I have almost always very positive impressions from their work. I just think that it's a good thing to give advance notice. Trees are a high valued asset, and it's a good thing to convey what is going on with our tree forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. All right. And then next we had Mr. Julio Basurto coming in to talk about the Serrano, and we appreciate him coming in. This has been an issue that the board has been following and working on closely for some time now. And as he remarked, this has really been going on far too long. And I will ask Mr. DeFranti, who's been really our point person on this, to talk about a little bit more about where we are right now. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we all have indeed been focused on this, and it is a very important issue. First, thank you to Mr. Basurto for coming and for working for months, and I agree, longer than it should have been, to try to address some of these conditions in the Serrano. Thank you as well. There are other residents who have really worked to make sure that their voices are heard, and the conditions that Mr. Basurto mentioned need to change, and need to change quickly. And so we are taking a very important step. The property manager at that location is being changed, and that is a step that I think can help address communication, which has been a problem, but also some of the underlying key conditions that Mr. Basurto mentioned. The convectors, which are the HVAC items, HVAC units in each apartment need to be cleaned. And this week we were able to secure through our housing division that issue was identified by AHC in a letter that they sent to us yesterday. So that is key. There's also issues that Mr. Basurto mentioned with respect to mice that we just have to address, and it is important to do so quickly. This is not the last step. This is a critical, good interim step, and can make a difference. But we have to do more, and there's really nothing that has been more important that we have been seeking to work on over the last few months. A big thank you to our staff. There's a necessity for continued work from our staff and also AHC to address these challenges. But I'll end where I began, with a thank you to Mr. Basurto and an underscoring of how important it is that we address and provide safe, healthy shelter in these apartments at this really difficult time with COVID. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranti. Ms. Crystal.
Well, first, Mr. DeFranti really has led us in this regard. It's involved a lot of different agencies of county government, as well as working with residents directly and communicating our concerns to AHC. And Mr. DeFranti has been an extraordinary leader in that. I wanted to thank Mr. Basurto, as well as Janet Valenzuela. I know Saul Reyes, who's of Bugata, has been involved. And, there are a lot of community members in this building who have felt concern about coming forward, and your leadership has ensured that their concerns have been surfaced. And so a sincere thank you for that. I don't want to belabor anything beyond what Mr. DeFranti has shared. I just wanted to say, I think ultimately, Mr. Basurto asked us what we're going to do to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I think that perhaps the most important piece that's happened here is the insistence, really led by county staff, that there be a change in management at this property. I think that is the most important step, rather than tackling each of these terrible quality of life threats. I don't mean to minimize them, but rather than taking them individually, I think that step of change in management is a necessary holistic step to ensure that these problems don't pile up again. I can tell you that I'll be taking a closer eye at the properties built and managed by AHC throughout the county as well. But I hope, and I not only hope, but I know we will verify that for residents of the Serrano, for Arlingtonians in those apartments, that this change in management effectuates a very different look at the challenges you've experienced living in your building. So thank you again for coming in today.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey, I think I saw your hand up. I'm not sure I see it now.
It's there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
And likewise, thanks to all of the parties involved, principally the residents of the Serrano, who have had to endure living conditions that are substandard for far too long, things that I've had the opportunity to speak with people firsthand and to witness directly as well. And, moving forward, as we all desire to make sure future residents at the Serrano, or as Ms. Crystal mentioned, anywhere else, in the county, don't have to endure this for so long. I'm interested in surfacing what might be some changes that we can make in the contractual arrangement with those with which we partner on affordable housing to ensure that we have the ability to conduct random inspections so that we can get to the heart of some of these issues a little bit more quickly. One of the learnings that I've taken away from this, the notion of sort of individual complaints can tend to be suppressed, and it's not until you've got really broad systemic advocacy around broad issues that it even comes to public notice. And by the time it gets to staff and the board, people have just been living under these conditions for far too long. And we've got to figure out a way to surface these things more quickly so that we can get the kind of action that we're seeing now. Changes in management company, a commitment from AHC to provide substantial capital dollars to deal with not just pest extermination, but doing the structural changes to make sure things, don't just go away in a month or so, that they do all of the things that they should have been doing a while ago. But it's only been because we've had to go through so many iterative steps to get there. So we can figure out how to condense that. That's what I'm interested in.
Thank you. All right. See no more hands. I will thank you again. I will thank again Mr. Basurto for coming, for my colleagues, particularly Mr. DiFranti, for really bird dogging this and really following it closely. And I'd like to suggest, Mr. Manager, if we might, once this gets, I think it's finally we're getting a handle on it and taking care of it, I would love an after action report, just kind of a blow by blow about what happened, what didn't and why, and the lessons that we've learned from it, as I think we all would like to make sure that this doesn't happen again this way. And there probably are some good lessons learned that, and it might be good to have a report out once we kind of really have a handle on what's going on, what we need to do. Thank you. Head nods work. Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that brings me to Mr. Hurras, who came to speak, as he often does, about concerns about safety from transportation, individual mobility vehicles, I think what we often call scooters, and of course there are other things as well, and the effects of growth. I will just say that's one of the reasons we adopted Vision Zero, and we are working hard to grow in a way that works well for our community. And it's not necessarily easy, but I think with the adoption of Vision Zero and a lot of the planning that we've done, I actually think we're doing fairly well, and invite colleagues to make any comments if they would like. All right.
I'll just note, Madam Chair, that I think a vision of Arlington County, or a version of Arlington County, where pedestrians are streaming out and in fact using our spaces comfortably and safely, is one that I would in fact welcome rather than shun.
Yeah, no, I think we all would. And I think actually the pandemic has gotten more people out walking around, and really we are making some adaptations, continuing to do that. So thank you. That brings us to Stephanie Burns from Shirlington. And this will be, Mr. Manager, back to you, because I do remember her coming to speak last time, and we think we're getting started on the Jenny Dean Park. Are you able to give us an update?
I am, Madam Chair. Work actually has started on the site. So we have, in the past 3 weeks, we've had our crews from MCN out doing survey work, including placing markers and doing some small work in various parts of the site. I think what Ms. Burns has commented on before, she hasn't seen construction fencing. So that's something that's going to go up. I have here on my list within this coming week. We will start with construction fencing so that some of the on-site equipment can get there. And it's probably going to take 2 weeks until site fences are completely up. But site work has started. We are still on schedule for completion in the third quarter of calendar 21. So nothing has changed on the timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And Ms. Burns, I found over the years sometimes you have to look a little closely to see that things are starting. It takes a while. Sometimes things start fairly slowly, and then suddenly you see what's going. But they have to do a fair amount of planning and marking before they actually get started with the construction. You can see. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. That brings me to Mary Glass. concerned about the fact that we're going into our forestry and natural resources update on the master plan, perhaps without good knowledge of the resources that we have, and urging us to hire a consultant that can do GIS mapping of our natural resources. I believe we do some of that already, but I don't have an in-depth knowledge, I will admit. I don't know if Mr. Schwartz or some of my colleagues may have a better knowledge of what we're doing than I do. If anyone would like to speak to that. Mr. Schwartz.
My knowledge is really not much in depth about what I know a lot about the work we do on GIS. I don't know about this specific suggestion, so I will take Ms. Glass's suggestion back to Parks and we'll take a look at it. I certainly am hoping, and I know that Mary's not shy about this, that she's already shared it with our Parks staff so that they've probably already begun work on it, and then we'll be able to make sure the suggestions seem perfectly reasonable, that we're able to work it into our plans. So that's the step we'll take.
That sounds great. Thank you, Ms. Glass, and thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And that brings us now to Ms. Wells-Dang, who came with talking about the American Legion site and the construction there. We have heard from some others concerned about the fact that we're not requiring undergrounding of utilities and electric lines, I believe, just adjacent to the site. I don't know if Mr. McIsaac is here to talk a little bit about it. I don't see him, or if anyone else is able to address that. I know we have sent back some letters, and I know we do try to make sure that our projects are good to the neighbors. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I mean, I do not have specific knowledge on it, but Ben Aiken is on the line. Ombudsman, he may have some material.
Great. Mr. Aiken.
Thank you, Mark. I do have some information. I'm not sure it will come as helpful for Ms. Wells-Dang or for her neighbors. I know we've heard last month, I believe, from Ms. Sharon Valencia about the same issue. Right. This does come up. There are other site plans where similar conditions exist, where essentially the metes and bounds of the site plan do not extend to the satisfaction, perhaps, of the neighbors who would like to see additional community benefits yielded from these developments, including undergrounding utilities, streetscape improvements, and other things that are simply not able to be accommodated through the site plan process. And I think that that's the situation that we have here. We undertook, the zoning administrator undertook a review of the site plan conditions for this particular site. The approvals made by the county board in the site plan and the utility configuration that Dominion Energy and the developer presented to county staff is compliant with the site plan conditions. And so I don't think I'm in a position right now to say that we could satisfy Ms. Wells-Dang's request to reconfigure these utilities at this juncture in the construction process. Happy to answer other questions obviously popping up.
Yeah, there may be some others. Thank you, Mr. Aiken. Mr. Karantonis, I believe your hand was up first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Aiken, for clarifying that. Do I understand it correctly? This is specifically the most offending part here is where the undergrounding area stops and then the utilities just emerge back, and this is where typically, we see additional poles and a lot of hardware in the air, right?
Correct. So a little bit of confusion, I think, around why a certain part of the neighborhood outside the site was undergrounded versus, I believe it's 12th Road. So the conditions of the site plan were specific to transmission of electricity for the site. Now, the poles along 12th Road only service the residents on 12th Road. They do not service the site itself. So a little bit of a technicality distinction there to be drawn between poles that are actually outside the site, but which service the site, and those poles and those utilities are being undergrounded. And I apologize, I don't have the geography in front of me, so I don't know where those poles are. There's several, but then the poles that are in fact geographically even more proximate to the site are not being undergrounded. So from a perception standpoint, you can see how the confusion would arise from the community. Well, why are these poles being undergrounded versus the one in front of my house? In fact, and to Ms. Wells-Dang's points, a pole that's actually slightly in a different location next to her property, being moved in front of her property to accommodate some engineering that needed to be done around the location of those utilities. It's just a compounding of issues that I know has been frustrating for the residents there.
I mean, my comment to that is that I believe it merits attention to see, this is a minor, but not really a minor engineering issue that aesthetically and from a point of view of quality of life and, the appropriateness, it is important to highlight that. Maybe in future site plans we have to, where we have undergrounding and then, resurfacing of utilities, maybe we need to pay better attention to that or flag it better in order to get this done. It happens way too often. I mean, I've been hearing about this in other places. It's quite a repeating complaint, or it's a sudden negative surprise for some neighbors. So maybe we can strengthen a little bit our process when we discuss this kind of site plans. We definitely want the undergrounding of utilities. Unfortunately, it goes, with the pace of development. And at the fringes of each of these projects, we get to have these kind of problems. So we have to be more attentive in how to mitigate the impact.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate Mr. Aiken's, explanation and work on this thus far. I think we were thinking about this from an engineering standpoint and wondering what could have been done to have fixed the condition that that has been presented as, the final sort of utilities plan. I think this is also an engagement issue. And, we tend to think about public engagement and look at what's required and do what's required. And while certainly that's a minimum expectation, I think we have to figure out how to put a little bit more of the art into it and to recognize that if someone has an existing condition with no utility pole in front of their house and then redevelopment is going to bring one to their house, they need to know about that. And part of what is driving this angst is not only is this not something that they were able to weigh in on and maybe seek an alternative solution, but they just weren't even notified. And that's something that's not acceptable. We've got to figure out how to fix that, because as everyone has said, redevelopment comes with it many promises and many benefits, all of which are true. But when you have real impacts that sort of change your, the way you live in Arlington County, at the very least, we owe it to people to inform them of that, even if an eventual solution is not possible for practicality reasons or letter of the law. So look forward to continuing to work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thank you to Ms. Wells-Dang for bringing this and clearly articulating the concern and doing so really, with a helpful sort of sense to it. I appreciate Mr. Aiken's, your comments, very helpful. Will just want to learn, the transmission distinction is very clear. Thank you. And then, but where the existing pole might be near Mr. Wells-Dang's house and where the new pole that might be relocated, I just want to follow up and make sure I understand that. And I think it's worth at least understanding what we've done there. And then that's my first point. I'll just want to follow up briefly on that. And then the review of the process that Mr. Dorsey mentioned, I wholeheartedly agree with respect to Ms. Wells-Dang's concern about feeling not fully informed or misled on this. So thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, your hand's still up, but I think that's from before, I think. Interrupt me if it's not. All right. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. That brings us to the conclusion here. I heartily endorse Mr. Dorsey's, and I think my colleagues' recommendation that we figure out a way to enhance the communication. And indeed, having something be a surprise, you're not even prepared for it, and it's a nasty surprise, just, doesn't feel good at all. And we need to, even if we have to put a poll where, somebody would rather not have it, they at least need to be able to know about it ahead of time and discuss it a little bit, and not just wake up one morning and find a poll going up in the middle of their front yard. So thank you very much all. All right, I think that brings us to our consent items. So could I have a motion to approve the consent items? Need to check first, Madam Clerk, have any items been pulled from consent?
No, Madam Chair, we have no items pulled from consent.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, move approval of the consent agenda in its entirety.
Thank you so much. And it's been seconded by Mr. Dorsey. Thank you all. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
And Ms. Garvey says aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. And then, as we always do, I will make just a few remarks on some of the consent items, because consent doesn't mean that these aren't important items, but it does mean that they're not particularly controversial, so that we just kind of vote on them all together. But I always like to highlight a few of the sort of notable things that we've approved here with our approval of the consent agenda. The first one, as most months, I begin always looking at childcare and what we've done there. And this is, an outgrowth of the childcare initiative that Ms. Crystal started when she was chair. And I'm just always pleased to show that initiative continues to yield results, with new childcare centers opening and older ones expanding. And today we renewed use permits for 5 childcare centers: Bright Horizons, National Gateway, Funshine Preschool, Maggie's House, A for Apple, Charmaine's Daycare, and Little Star Home Daycare. And these are all to increase their capacity and help serve more children. So and renew their permit to continue doing so. So we're just really pleased to have those folks with us. I know childcare is having a hard time in a lot of communities. I believe our childcare community, our smaller businesses are continuing to operate and doing all right during the pandemic. They're absolutely crucial. So we're very pleased that we can continue to support them. So next, we also took a vote to help enhance internet access for our Arlington Public School students. Of course, that is absolutely crucial during the pandemic, and we're all, I think everybody's aware of the divide that we've got, where some students and some families have good access to internet and some do not. And that really, I think we all really agree that internet ought to be as much as possible like a utility. But we've got a ways to go before we get there. So what we did today was to approve an agreement with Arlington Public Schools to provide broadband services through Connect Arlington, and that is the county's closed secure fiber optic network that we've had in place for a few years now. And that will extend the APS network, internet network access for more students. And it's really crucial. I want to point out, this is just one of a number of ways that we in the county are pursuing different kinds of options to try to ensure that APS students have adequate broadband services. And with this agreement, we will be enhancing the network access to locations that are already being served and extend it to locations that have not yet been served where it is needed, such as around Arlington Mill and Randolph Elementary School. One more thing, said using the county IP network, we are going to offset the costs of using alternate carriers and set up a long-term supportable, sustainable model. And this particular project will be a $1.26 million project paid through state and federal CARES Act funding, which we are very grateful to have. Also, we have approved a new park, a new playground, Roslyn Highlands Park. This was a $1.46 million contract with the Donahoe Companies Incorporated to build a new playground for Roslyn Heights Park at 1615 18th Street North, and it's another piece of the Western Roslyn area plan, and this will be on the site of the Queens Court Residence Apartments, and that's being built now by the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, and it will be a great amenity not only for the families living in the affordable units of Queens Court, but also for all of Roslyn and our county. It's always great to have more of these great playgrounds for our children. The design was developed through extensive public engagement, and there'll be 2 play areas, one equipped for preschool children, for the little ones, and another equipped for the grade school students and children. So they'll have different kinds of playgrounds for different kinds of needs for students. They'll have seating, native plantings, special planters to manage stormwater, and funding for this project comes from a combination of a contribution from the developer and voter-approved bonds. And then finally, we're approaching the holidays, and it's a tough year, but some traditions are continuing, and we're working to see that that happens. And one of our more popular traditions is the South Arlington Lions Club Christmas tree lot. And today we, as we have in the past, we authorized the club to use part of the public right-of-way at the intersection of Columbia Pike and South 4 Mile Run for their lot this year. The Lions Club will offer Christmas trees, wreaths, and ornaments for sale. And I think this just helps bring holiday cheer, much needed holiday cheer, to our county and raises funds for the many civic efforts of the Lions Club. So those are just a number of the items that we have just adopted. And I think if I see Mr. DeFerranti would like to comment. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really briefly, I want to thank you for highlighting item 1 on the digital divide. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Hopefully we can mute, but just thank you to the manager and to Mr. Belcher, the director of our Department of Technology Services, as well as all who have worked on providing additional broadband. You know, along the Pike in the Randolph School area or just north of Arlington Mill, there's probably an elementary school student who may not have the access that we have through this meeting itself, and providing that access so that that young Arlingtonian who doesn't vote, but they sure matter. And so providing that access is a real important priority, and a big thank you to the manager for identifying strategically the need to work in this area, as well as APS and our staff who have made this a big priority and helped us serve Arlington residents better. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo the same thanks to County Manager, but also reassure everybody that we keep working on this. This is by far not done. We haven't reached everybody, and we see every day as this pandemic is evolving, and we are actually facing even tougher times right now, how important it is that all this, the broadband access really works, and it's reliable and it's available to everybody. This strengthens, I believe, also at state level right now, this strengthens this priority. I believe that all policy decision makers are descending on this problem, and I'm looking forward to making even more progress and finding the best solution to serve everybody as soon as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, I think many of us have been saying for years that access to broadband ought to be a public utility like water and electricity. You really, in the 21st century, everyone needs to have access to broadband. And it's been interesting. I think some people assume because we're in Arlington, everybody's got access. Well, no, not even here. And one of the, there are some bright linings to the dark cloud that is this pandemic. And one of them, I think, is the attention that's being given to this issue and a real push to try to increase access. And we will continue to do everything that we can. So we took a little step today. Before I get into our regular agenda items, I'd just like to invite our manager to talk just a little bit about the governor's new executive order. This came yesterday afternoon. It took everybody by surprise in many ways. I was on a call with the governor on Monday, where he was asked about other measures he might take concerning the virus, and really at that point sort of indicated he wasn't planning on doing anything differently. And then several days later, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we found out that restaurants and bars cannot serve alcohol after 10 o'clock. They must close by midnight. This produces, I think, to tackle the virus is a good thing, and we need to be serious about it. Everybody needs to be wearing masks, but it does create quite a burden on our businesses that we're trying to help. So, Mr. Schwartz, I know you have not even had 24 hours, but if you would want to talk a little bit about where you and your team are heading on trying to support our businesses while we also work and live safely here in Arlington. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And we were caught unawares of the announcement, but the kinds of things we're doing, in addition to those that we've done already, we're going to be posting, and I hopeful sometime today, one place where people can go and just get a list of all the restaurants in the county, given that all restaurants will now have to close at midnight and not be able to open again till 5 a.m. I think it's important everybody see a list of those restaurants. And we also have a list of those where we have pickup and drop off areas. I'm going to encourage everybody starting tonight to make much more use of that pickup and drop off function. And I think that's proven to be a lifeline to many of our restaurants. We also currently have on our website a list of all the TOSA locations. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, those are the places where we have outdoor dining. The outdoor dining is still going to go fine, continue along. We also have some tented locations. We're going to update that on the site. And I really just encourage people to look out and make sure that they're getting the kind of, giving the kind of support they can. Now, this is a tiny, tiny, tiny little footnote for those people on Columbia Pike who are neighbors of the Purple Ethiopian. That too is a restaurant, and that also will be closing at midnight and not be able to open before 5 a.m. So welcome any questions on that. I know Mr. McIsaac has been studying the executive order, much like a Talmudic scholar would, and maybe he has more details if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. All right. Colleagues, I don't see any hands right now. I think, as we said, we were all taken by surprise. I think it is important that we're serious about this virus, but we do want to help support our businesses. Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, I just don't think I have any new ground to break beyond what the manager has said. But we know from our own conversations about handling the virus in our community with the owners and employees of our small businesses in the hospitality industry that this is going to be catastrophic for them. And so I just joined with the manager in urging those of us who have consumer power in Arlington to support them. And I look forward to working with our Arlington Economic Development team and small business team in particular to find ways at a policy level and programmatic level that we can support them as well.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Along the lines of Ms. Crystal's comments, first and foremost, it is very important that everybody understands right now, everybody in Arlington understands that keeping up with the basic hygiene and be very disciplined about that is really critical for us as a community to tame the challenge of this pandemic here locally and regionally as well. We have been surprised by the governor's executive order. It's more an expression of how this was rolled out, but actually we're not surprised because we have been seeing the numbers peaking. We have been seeing the pressure coming. It is very critical right now, and I understand that we don't have right now an answer of how we will be supporting those people who will see their jobs being threatened, who may lose their job. 1 out of 3 small businesses in Arlington right now, according to the latest survey by the Arlington Economic Development, thinks about closing, about folding. This is really a very tough situation, and it will take coordinated community action, but also concentrated government action to mitigate that and to find good solutions. Unfortunately, the governor's order doesn't contain any answers for what we do to shore up the businesses that will be impacted by that. So we need to focus on this.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one thing I wanted to just note for all of us as we absorb and process the governor's order is to not lose sight that there was also an extension of the mask mandate for indoor public settings, which now will include children over the age of 5. It used to be children 10 and older. Still could have been some work to, I think, have made a more effective statewide mask mandate, but it is a step in the right direction. And, more of a concern that I just want to surface for the manager and our public health staff. One of the circumstances that we saw now, with occupancy requirements very clear and very strict, and the good work of our restaurant initiative, we were able to monitor compliance inside of restaurant facilities. Now, with the shifting of alcohol sales inside, but you could certainly still take alcohol from the restaurant somewhere else, I wonder if we're going to see a proliferation of non-restaurant gatherings where people are drinking alcohol and not necessarily, following social distancing and masking guidelines because they're taking place in private properties. So I'm just somewhat concerned that we might be setting up opportunities for there to be community spread going on in places where we don't have eyes and we don't have really any regulatory authority. So I think in a community like Arlington, that's certainly a strong possibility. So it's something that I want us to just be aware of, that this might be a case where the governor's actions could inhibit our ability to, regulate and control spread of the virus in a very particular way.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And I really appreciate I think the message that and I think we're reading about how it's smaller gatherings of friends and families where people are kind of relaxed and not worrying. That's the way the virus is spreading right now. And as we enter into Thanksgiving and the holiday season, that continues to be a worry. And I think we really can't repeat that message enough. Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick notes. I don't want to be too dour, but I do think, yesterday nationally we lost 1,355 people. That is a big picture number to COVID. We lost that many people, which is, this is a serious time that we haven't seen in a couple of months in terms of this pandemic. And so I want to underscore so people know that big picture. In Arlington, our test positivity rate has been 5.6% of the last couple of days, and that is up from under 5% is the key threshold. So we are doing better, but we are in an environment where there's a lot of challenge. So those points are the seriousness of the pandemic at this moment, in my view. I also do really appreciate the list of restaurants because it is time for us to sort of re-engage social media and as much as all of our community can. If you have consumer resources, our servers, restaurants are really suffering. And so ordering takeout more often is a good idea in my view, even though we've been doing that a lot for the last 8 months. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Yeah, indeed, I think this is a time to really re-energize. There's a vaccine on the horizon, fingers crossed. And we want to make sure when we get to that, when the vaccine takes hold and things come back, we haven't lost a whole lot of our small businesses in our community here. So hopefully it's just a few more months of really difficult times, and we need to do everything we can to get everybody through that. So we will recover better, faster and better if we can do that. Okay. I think that brings us to our regular hearing items, I believe. And Ms. Jacobs, could you call the first item, please?
Yes, items 34A through D for Crystal Gateway at 101 South 12th Street. A is an ordinance to rezone the property from CO 1.5 to CO Crystal City, a resolution relating to the Crystal City Block Plan, Block B, and a site plan amendment 229 to modify the square footage of the site area and other modifications, and site plan number 456 to permit the construction of an office building and retail space.
Thank you. Yes, we have a lot of multi-parts on the items before us today. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item 34, we're going to hear a presentation from Courtney Badger from CPHD, and she will be assisted as necessary by Rob Gibson from the Department of Environmental Services and Walter Gonzalez from Parks and Recreation. So over to you, Ms. Badger.
Good morning, board members. I'm going to share my screen here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Whoops, we can hear you just fine. And
perfect.
Yeah. There we go. We can even see that we can see it. You're good.
Perfect. Okay, good morning, board members. I'm Courtney Badger with the Planning Division, and I'll be presenting on the Crystal Gateway Site Plan Project, also known as 101 12th Street. So this item includes 4 requests. It includes a rezoning to CO Crystal City, a Crystal City block plan for Block B, a site plan amendment to the existing site plan on the block, and then a new final site plan for a 9-story office building. Before diving into each item, I want to give you a brief orientation to where the site is located. It's in the northeast gateway section of Crystal City, so it's east of Richmond Highway where it runs parallel to Long Bridge Drive, and it's north of Crystal Drive and where it terminates and becomes 12th Street South. Also to note, Long Bridge Park is north of the site, and there's a pedestrian esplanade that travels south and just east of the site and connects with Crystal Drive. The existing site plan is outlined here in white, and the proposed new site plan area is in red. So by way of background about the site, the existing site plan 229 was approved by the county board in 1985 for an 8-story office building with 4 levels of underground parking. And this is the building that's on the western portion of the block today. It's the 201 12th Street office building. When the Crystal City Sector Plan was adopted in 2010, the plan identified several sites across Crystal City as new development sites. And as shown on the image on the right, the eastern portion of the block, which is the area for the new site plan, is identified as one of those new development sites. And then lastly, by way of background, this project is one of the 3 site plan projects that was a part of the Crystal City PDSP that was approved in March earlier this year. And that phase development site plan set the density and the mechanisms to achieve that density for 3 site plan projects across Crystal City. And this is the second of those site plans to come before you. The first one was 1900 Crystal Drive. So this site has a general land use plan designation of low office apartment hotel. It's currently zoned to CO 1.5, and the applicant is requesting to rezone the site area for the new site plan to CO Crystal City. And this is consistent with the general land use plan and with the Crystal City sector plan. Additionally, the applicant is requesting to amend the existing site plan to modify the site area to incorporate a little sliver of 1,600 square feet into the site area and then remove approximately 46,000 square feet to be used for the new site plan. And with the modification of this site area, the request would also retain the existing density within the site plan at above an F1.5 FAR. And then lastly, this amendment would allow for 173 of the existing parking spaces within that underground parking garage of the 201 office building to be used to support the new site plan. So and that brings me to new site plan 456, and this would allow for the construction of the new 9-story office building that would have ground floor retail uses and 1 level of underground parking. And that 1 level of underground parking would contain 68 parking spaces. You can see 2 renderings of the proposed building on the right here. The top image is the eastern facade from Crystal Drive, and then the bottom image is the kind of western and south facade viewed from 12th Street. With this site plan, the applicant is requesting some modifications to the zoning ordinance. The first modification is to the use mix requirement. There's a requirement that 40% of this block be residential or hotel use. With the construction of the office building, they're not meeting that target goal. And staff is supportive of modifying this because while this specific block is exceeding the targeted amount of office use, the overall goal of the sector plan to create a more even balance between residential and office uses is being met across Crystal City as a whole. Additionally, the uses surrounding the site to the north and south are primarily residential. There's the Crystal City Loft Apartments on the north and the Crystal Gateway condominiums to the south. And staff believes that this development of office will not materially impact the character of the neighborhood based on this use mix. The second bullet of modifications, I've kind of grouped the parking modifications together. The applicant is seeking a modification to allow for a reduced parking ratio, an increased number of compact parking spaces, and then also to allow for that off-site parking that I mentioned on the last slide. And staff is supportive of the parking modifications as they support the sector plan goal of reducing excess parking. And then the last modification is for density exclusions of utility, mechanical, and air shaft uses, which is typical with site plan projects. So this site is required to submit a Crystal City block plan for review, and the block plan that was submitted by the applicant is largely in conformance with the sector plan guidance. On the left, you can see the sector plan concept view of the block, and on the right is the block plan that was proposed by the applicant. There are two main goals that the sector plan identifies for this block that I'm going to go through on the next slides. The first is open space, and the second goal is regarding the transportation network improvements. Starting with open space, the sector plan calls for 2 open spaces on Block B. Open space number 1 is in the southwest corner, and that is North Gateway Plaza. The sector plan envisions this space to be about 14,000 square feet, containing a path, benches, and other park features. Open space number 2 is on the eastern portion of the site, and it is targeted to be 54,500 square feet in size. And this is the land that JBG is conveying to the county as a part of the community benefit for this site plan. So going back to that open space number 1, the block plan that was submitted by the applicant is showing this open space number 1 to be provided with the future redevelopment of this western portion of the block. So when this building A is redeveloped, they will be providing open space number 1. In the interim, the applicant has agreed to make improvements to the northwest corner. That's outlined in orange on the right image here. And those interim improvements are intended to kind of fulfill the spirit and intent of the sector plan until the open space number 1 is fully realized. So the intent would be to make that area more usable as a passive recreation area. So the second goal that the sector plan identifies for this block is to the street network. The sector plan calls for a connection between 10th Street, which is to the north of the site, and 12th Street to the south. And you can see on the left here is the image from the sector plan of the street network. And you can see this yellow dotted line is that proposed new street. And on the right is the image taking that street network and overlaying it on the applicant's plan. The street that the applicant is providing is in the same location and generally the same form to what's called for in the sector plan. The construction of this new road allows for increased circulation on the block, improved emergency response for the properties north of the site, and it allows for the removal of the cul-de-sac at the north of the property. And just to touch on this last point, with the addition of this new roadway, this cul-de-sac is no longer needed to support fire or emergency vehicle turnarounds. So the applicant will be removing a large portion of the impervious surface that's there and replacing it with landscaping, similar to what's shown in this concept drawing here. In addition to the standard site plan benefits that are in that first bullet on the screen here, this project is providing 3 categories of community benefits. And these community benefits are based on the achievement of sector plan goals and also benefits that are established in the Crystal City Phase Development Site Plan. So first, for open space, the applicant will be conveying 54,500 square feet for Gateway Park, along with $300,000 for the park planning process. Additionally, they'll be making those interim improvements to that passive open space on the northwest corner of the block. Second, for infrastructure improvements, the applicant is going to construct and dedicate an easement for that new South Ball Street connection that dissects the block. And third, for sustainable design, JBG committed in the PDSP to commit to a LEED Silver certification. They've since increased their commitment to a LEED Gold commitment. They will also be providing a 15% energy efficiency above ASHRAE standards, as well as including an on-site solar array on the top of the building and green roofs, and additionally bird-friendly glass along the eastern facade where it's that glass curtain facade. So this project was the first of the projects to go through the new virtual SPRC process. So we had 2 community engagement sessions and 1 virtual SPRC meeting. In addition to the SPRC process, the project went to the Parks and Rec Commission and the Transportation Commission. The Transportation Commission voted to approve the project with 2 motions. One, to update the plans to include the Crystal City Bicycle Network planning effort. And the second, a motion to update the design of the new road to include elements that would promote the use as a local street and reduce cut-through traffic. And then finally, this project went to the Planning Commission. The Commission unanimously supported the approval of all the items. They had 3 additional motions that were made, and I'm going to run through those quickly here. So the first motion was to endorse the Transportation Commission's recommendation to design the South Wall Street connection to minimize the cut-through traffic. The second motion was to recommend to the county board that they direct staff to continue working with the applicant to find additional opportunities to bring the project in line with the community energy plan. And I do want to note here that our green building staff has been involved in the process of the site plan from the beginning, and we, our staff, are encouraged by the additional commitments that JBG has made through the process of increasing their LEED certification level above what they had committed to in the PDSP and committing to additional measures like the on-site solar, the green roofs, the bird-friendly glass, and the 15% energy efficiency. And then the last motion that the Planning Commission moved, it was to direct staff to work with the applicant to further refine the architectural feature to better achieve the goals of the sector plan. And this motion, staff doesn't support. During the Planning Commission discussion, there were some members that liked the architectural feature, felt like it was in compliance with the sector plan, and others that felt like it wasn't bold enough. And staff believes that the architectural feature that's being proposed meets the sector plan guidance and is in line with the sector plan goals. So therefore, we don't support this motion. So in closing, staff recommends approval of the site plan project and the associated items, the rezoning to CO Crystal City, the Crystal City block plan, approval of the site plan amendment, and the new final site plan. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. So I think now we will go to our applicant.
Right. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Members of the board, thank you. My name is Robert Vaughn. I'm with the development group of JBG Smith and very much appreciate the time to hear about the application for 101 12th Street. As staff indicated, 101 12th Street is located at the northern end of Crystal City, adjacent to the intersection between 12th Street and Crystal Drive, as well as the Esplanade to Longbridge Park. The site area is generally highlighted in blue here and was indicated in the sector plan as a future redevelopment site. The aerial here shows the boundary of the site roughly outlined in yellow. And this photograph shows the site currently improved as a passive green space. In terms of the development program, we are seeking to rezone the site to CO Crystal City with a height of 110 feet consistent with sector plan guidance. The program consists of just over 234,000 square feet of office, and over 5,000 square feet of ground floor retail through 2 spaces located along 12th Street. The total parking is 1 space per 1,000 square feet, totaling 241 spaces. But between both the spaces we will build in 101 12th Street and the existing spaces we will utilize in 201 12th Street, and we have 51 long-term bike parking spaces. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ashton Allen with Studios Architecture to talk about the design of the application.
Good morning, members of the county. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I'm Ashton Allen, principal at Studios Architecture, and I'm really excited to share the architectural design for 101 12th Street. Next, please. Our concept is to really embrace Longbridge Park. Next. As we imagined how we could plan a building on this site, we started with an efficient and flexible layout. Next. Then we pushed the building in at the corners to better preserve some of our neighbors' views. Next. And finally, we opened up the Longbridge Park facade to maximize views from inside the building. Next. Here's a rendering from 10th Street looking east. The majority of the building is a blue facade tower, which sits over a stone base as it steps down with the site. You can also see South Ball Street to the right. That's connecting from 10 to 12th Street. Next. In this view, imagine you've walked east along the new lush trail that we'll talk about later between our site and the existing direct pathway next to the Crystal Lofts to the edge of Longbridge Park. As you look back, you see the architecture stepping down with the site and the fitness center at the lower right, which connects directly to the park. This view also shows the dynamic massing of the east-facing architectural facade feature, opening up to the park with these 2 vertical architectural expressions that step down with the park. And at the top of the one that's on the right, the one to the north, is a landscaped roof terrace that you can see peeking out over the edge. It's also showing the transition from the metal facade we'll talk about soon to the glass that opens up and reflects the park. Next. Now we've moved to the opposite corner of the building at the top of South Ball Street, looking down 12th to the east. You can see how the building bends to allow the neighbors' views and provide a more dynamic street frontage where it steps up to 2 stories. Next. Going back to the corner of 12th Street and Crystal Drive, you can see again the architectural feature with the glass corner that turns to the park frontage up along Crystal Drive. There's also a dramatic glass cantilever that becomes the beacon and focal point along the Crystal approach. And the image on the right, we think, gives a real sense of the presence of the corner and its relationship to the other important features of this part of the site, which are the park itself and the monument corridor beyond, where you can catch glimpses of the Washington Monument. Next. But that glass corner, as it connects back to that more solid blue facade, which really ties back to the site's history of Alexander's Island. Alexander's Island, before being transformed into the Crystal City and the airport that we see today, was actually continually changing with the tides as water flowed in and out. This history really inspired the building's color and material, and they express water and daily transformation. Next. I'd like to tell you a little bit more about this colored stainless steel material. That natural coloration not only means that we're avoiding using a lot of chemical paint, but it's also a natural finish that has a lot of variation in character. It's also 100% recyclable, low reflection, and it won't fade over time. The images at the right show some built examples of that color tone and varying character in different light. And I'd like to introduce my colleague, Alan Beal, also with Studios, to tell you a little bit more about how we're going to use this material.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. As Ashton said, one of the key features of this blue material is its sort of natural aspects of how it reflects light and how the color changes. You can see the middle image, how you see a little bit of purple, a little bit of blue. If it's a sunny day, it's very blue. If it's a cloudy day, it's a little darker. If there's direct sunlight, it's more white. So it's not a painted material. It's not a flat material. It's a material that's alive and will be very innovative. Next slide. And this just goes into a little more detail about how we're able to sort of play up the aspects of the material. One of the things we're doing with the materials, we're folding the panel to reflect the light even more. And to play that up even further, the windows get larger as you go up the building, which changes the angle of the panel, creating more variation, more activity, making the building more alive. Next slide. This slide talks about how the building meets the ground and how it sort of relates to the landscape and how it relates to the streetscape. The image in the upper left-hand corner is the base as it meets the park, which is a blue stone material, coarse in its nature, kind of natural in its nature. In the lower left-hand corner is the limestone material, which engages the streetscape, more refined, more polished. Next slide. This is a slide sort of envisioning a potential cafe space that overlooks the park to the east, showing how it can potentially sort of enhance the park, enhance activity. You could imagine this would be a great place to be in the morning or in the afternoon, providing shade with the overhang of the architectural feature. Next slide. And this is a view, I guess if you're coming towards National Airport, looking across Roach's Run towards the skyline of Crystal City. A couple of things about this view. You can see the mass steps down towards the lower buildings to the north, number one. Not only does the building shorter, but the mass itself within the building steps down. In addition, you can see the contrast of the color palette. There's a blue coloration, which is really intended to contrast with the precast, which is predominant in Crystal City. Next slide. And this is a building section. I guess to the right would be 12th Street, to the left would be 10th Street. And you would enter on the left side of the basement through the garage. So you can see the garage in that image. And you can also see the fitness center on the left-hand side, which overlooks and engages the pedestrian way to the north. To the right side is a one-story retail space, as well as the lobby beyond. And then office above that, and then a office amenity overlooking the park. And to the north towards Washington, D.C. Next slide. This is the typical office floor plate. As Ashton explained, the building sort of kinks as it gets closer to its neighbors to open up views. Key here is maintaining flexibility for an office tenant. So it's an open perimeter, very few columns, and a lot of glass. Just, in order to maximize daylight and flexibility for office tenants. Next slide. So this slide right here is a very important one. Obviously, this is a site plan. This talks about how the building meets the ground and how the landscape engages the building in the public. To the south to the bottom of the page is 12th Street. In the upper left-hand corner would be 10th Street, and then the street going north-south is the new South Ball Street. You can see in this image the reconfigured cul-de-sac, which is now a T intersection that accesses the garage from that point. You can see to the north a wooden pathway which makes your way from 10th Street to Longbridge Park, providing passive seating and also engaging the existing pathway to the north that serves a residential building. And then to the south, you can see improved streetscape, a building that is close to the street that engages the street and provides potential for cafe seating and just general activity. Next slide. And this is the existing condition of that particular view, which a lot of you are probably familiar with. It's an existing sort of passive park. One of the things that's not apparent on this view is that there is an elevation change in this park, roughly 13 feet. And it's relatively steep, and it's not really passable for the most part without sort of walking down the hill or just going around the block, which is a several-minute detour. So, we believe that this is improves the pedestrian connection and the connectivity through the site. Next slide. This is the basement plan showing the garage entrance to the left-hand side, 68 cars, one story. But the key part here is the fitness center, which opens up to the pedestrian strip to the north, and the yoga space, which has a deck, which opens up to the park, as well as a secondary pedestrian entrance for the folks that are parking in the adjacent building. Next slide. This is the ground level view, sort of showing what the parts of the building are that relate to the landscape. As you can see, anchoring on 12th Street are two retail spaces, sort of marking the corners, providing maximum sort of visibility for a retailer. And in the middle, there's two potential lobby spaces, a main tenant lobby and then a prime tenant lobby, sort of one way to address COVID-19 that we've seen, in addition to some office space on this level, which could be a conference center with a private terrace looking out over to that north pedestrian connection. Next slide. And I'll turn it over to back to Robert.
Thank you, Alan. As previously mentioned, the strategy with regard to parking for this project was to utilize existing excess spaces in the 201 12th Street building, which JBG Smith also owns. So we will be constructing 68 spaces in one level as part of the new application, and through site plan conditions, we'll document the reservation of the 173 spaces required to meet the 1 space per 1,000 square feet for tenants of 101 12th Street to park in the 201 12th Street project. One of the evolutions through the SPRC process was the replacement of the cul-de-sac, primarily driven from staff in order to help reduce the area of impervious paving and open up opportunities for additional greening and planting. And in the upper right-hand corner, you can see an image for how the cul-de-sac can be removed, the boardwalk can be expanded, and additional plantings and bioretention can be incorporated. This view is standing in front of Crystal Lofts, looking south towards 12th Street. You can see New South Ball Street coming down with new sidewalks and streetscape. And here are some additional renderings showing New South Ball Street and the elevation change that Alan mentioned, coming down and exposing the single level of below grade that we have planned. As mentioned in the staff report, the 101 12th Street project was included in the Crystal City Phase Development Site Plan, or PDSP, that was approved by the County Board back in March. That outlined a holistic set of community benefits and consideration for the required bonus density across all 3 projects. In addition to open space, transportation, affordable housing, space for a community facility, the sustainability commitment as part of that PDSP was a minimum of LEED Silver. And through the SPRC process, not only was there evolution with regards to the design of South Ball Street, but we also worked closely with staff and the SPRC in order to increase our commitments on sustainability to LEED Gold, a 15% energy reduction versus current ASHRAE code, expanded green roof areas, enhanced on-site stormwater management, and bird-friendly glass along the eastern facade. Gateway Park, or Park Space 5, is shown in this image, is part of a holistic open space framework that we have been engaging with the community to help, think about, program, and configure both public and private open spaces throughout the Crystal City area to ensure a diverse set of offerings. Gateway Park was identified in the sector plan, Park Space 2 in this image, and we have agreed as part of the site plan conditions to dedicate this in fee to the county in 2 parcels which sit on either side of the Esplanade coming down and connecting into Crystal Drive, which the county already owns. As staff mentioned, Park Space 1, or North Gateway Plaza, was identified in the sector plan to be provided with future site plans on the block. However, in consideration that there is not specific timing for when those future site plans might be provided, we have agreed to install interim improvements in this existing green space to help improve the functionality and programming for the public. The north landscape strip between our proposed building and the existing Crystal Lofts was another area of advancement through the SPRC process, working with staff to try and enhance the functionality of the existing sidewalk that runs along the south side of the Lofts building and turns up towards Long Bridge Park. We have included expanded areas of boardwalk, seating, as well as significant bioretention in this area. And we think this is an exciting opportunity in connection to the future Gateway Park. The existing condition of that space is shown in the upper image. The originally submitted 4.1 plan is shown in the middle, and the updated plan shown in the bottom, where you can start to see the expanded areas of boardwalk, planting, and bioretention. And these series of renderings provide a view for what that space might look and feel like, with the various connection points into the existing sidewalk, as well as the significant plantings that the space can accommodate. And one of the areas that we have looked at for this area is how to incorporate significant bioretention through significant plantings. With regard to streetscape, there was a view on this project to try and incorporate as much green as possible around the perimeter. So along 12th Street, we have included expanded areas for plantings that can also serve as bioretention. You can see in the rendering on the right how the building is landing and engaging with the new streetscape. And in the bottom images, you can see the original application that was more, somewhat consistent with the image from the sector plan of New South Ball Street connecting in with the existing cul-de-sac, and where we ended up, based on conversations with staff as well as the adjacent property owners, to reduce the area of impervious paving and expand areas for greening and planting. As previously discussed, the original commitment was LEED Silver, and through the SPRC process, we increased that commitment to a LEED Gold certification. We also agreed to a 15% energy reduction over ASHRAE code, and this was primarily achieved through the introduction and installation of a photovoltaic array on the upper roof. With regard to green areas, through the SPRC process, we significantly expanded the green areas, not only along the upper roof, but also on the various roofs and terraces as you fall down the building. And you can see from the original application, which satisfied Arlington County requirements, how that has been expanded along with the photovoltaic array. And this expanded green roofs not only helps to address heat island effect, but also helps in our stormwater capture for the project. And stormwater capture was an issue that came up early on in the project in discussions not only with our property managers for the buildings that we own within the area, but also in discussions with condo owners in the area. And we wanted to try and take a relatively aggressive approach to stormwater as part of this project. So we have incorporated bioretention opportunities essentially around every side of the perimeter of the project, and we are exceeding Virginia runoff requirements as well as Arlington County requirements, and I hope that we will be able to better control stormwater and help alleviate periodic flooding that has been occurring with increased frequency given significant rain events. And this slide shows the bioretention opportunities, not only in that north landscape strip, which we discussed previously, but also along 12th Street and along the eastern frontage of the building as you get towards the future Gateway Park. With regard to bird glass, early on in the SPRC process, there was a concern raised about bird strikes given the orientation and adjacency to the bird sanctuary in Roach's Run. And we have agreed through site plan conditions to install bird-friendly glass along the entirety of the eastern facade. And that concludes our presentation for this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaughn and your team. I think that brings us to our commissions. And Madam Clerk, I believe we have 3 commissioners with us. Devanshi Patel from Planning, John Bloom from E2C2, and Bill Ross from Parks and Rec. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, great. Why don't we start with the Planning Commission then, if that's all right? Ms. Patel, are you set to go?
Thank you, Chair Garvey, and happy Diwali to everyone.
Yeah, happy Diwali.
The Planning Commission did hear this matter on November 4th, and as Ms. Badger indicated, there was overall support for the project, in addition to the 3 additional motions that were supported by the Planning Commission members. And I don't want to go over the points that have already been so wonderfully raised and identified by Ms. Badger, but the primary issues for Planning Commission in the discussion focused on the architectural feature and concerns, as Ms. Badger indicated, as to whether the architectural feature comported with the plan. As Ms. Badger noted again, there wasn't exactly consensus on this issue. Some planning commissioners did believe that the feature was appropriate. Others, and specifically with regard to sightlines for DC and for the park generally, others didn't believe that it was bold enough or that the inversion of it did not satisfy the requirements and was not true to the intent and purpose of the plan. The other area of discussion really was the Ball Street connection itself. There were 2 speakers on the 4th, and they provided very forceful opposition to the current design of the connection. Their concerns specifically were regarding pedestrian and bicycle safety, and for that reason, the Planning Commission had supported or endorsed the Transportation Commission's request for the County Board to examine the design features of that particular connection to determine whether there were opportunities to minimize cut-through traffic and to increase pedestrian and bicycle safety in those areas. So those were the primary issues that the Planning Commission was focused on. Of course, there were some other discussions around the use of bird safety, the glass, and wishing that it was on the entire building versus just on certain parts of the building. But the focus of the conversation primarily was on that. And I welcome any questions if there are any.
Thank you. That's very helpful. There may be some questions. Wonderful to see your little one in the background.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Mr. Bloom, why don't we go to you now with E2C2, if that's all right.
Sure. Good morning. And I'm here today to prove that E2C2 doesn't just show up when we're unhappy. In fact, and especially given the low requirements in the PDSP, we're very happy with the overall greenhouse gas and the energy footprint of this project and with the other environmental aspects. I won't restate all of them. The applicant has already gone through it. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, yes, no, absolutely fine. You're doing well.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I won't restate all the aspects. The applicant's done a good job of presenting those. I'll mention, I'll highlight one area where we're especially happy and a couple of concerns. I'd also like to endorse the Planning Commission's request for continued work on higher levels of energy efficiency, which are absolutely necessary to reach our CEP goals. The other area I'd like to highlight that we're especially happy with is that the building is virtually all electric. That means, in essence, just for those who aren't familiar with it, that there's almost no on-site combustion of fossil fuels in the building. And when a building is electrified, the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the building will go down every year automatically as our grid improves. And when Arlington achieves its goal of 100% renewable electricity, the building will be operationally carbon neutral. So electrification is a very important strategy for us. This building is almost completely all electric. The two concerns we have, one is I mentioned almost completely electric. They are allowing gas on the first floor for retail tenants. And I think it's light retail in one spot and a coffee shop in another. We think they can find tenants, and we hope they can find tenants that don't require gas for those purposes. It shouldn't be too hard to work that out. If they do use gas on the first floor, we'd like to see them ensure that the building is electric ready. That means it's designed with the wiring in place for future tenants to go electric with ease. The second area of concern is EV parking, electric vehicle parking, which is going to be an issue all over Crystal City and Arlington. And the ratio of EV parking spots in this building really isn't that bad, but there isn't much parking in this building. As I think they may have mentioned, most of the parking for this building is going to be in the building next door. So this issue gets a little, it's unusual. It's an unusual situation and a little complicated. I'll just say that EV parking is going to be an ongoing struggle. We're going to see much higher levels of EV adoption in Arlington within this decade. And this is going to be a particular concern in large multifamily residential buildings. And so we'll be working on that on future site plans quite regularly. And that's it for my comments. We look forward to working with JBG on completing this project and on all of their future work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. All right, I think that brings us to Mr. Ross with Parks and Rec. Bill?
Good morning. I assume you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. We had sent a letter. Yeah, thanks. Good. We had sent a letter with general positive impression of the proposed project and the building, and I just wanted to emphasize a couple of things. First, it's always worth noting, or it's worth a reminder, that even though the Crystal City sector plan provided for development on this site, it has remained a park-like parcel, with walkways and I think mowed lawn and many trees for quite a few years, providing those benefits or services to the community. This is a loss, but we do appreciate the steps taken by the applicant and staff to provide countervailing open space opportunities throughout and around the site. The applicant's been really responsive to feedback resulting from the public engagement process, and the modifications for the original design did lead to improvements in the pedestrian access, the streetscape enhancements, and the north landscape design, notably. And also is noted by several, the upgrades to the lead aspects and the expansion of the proposed vegetative roof, which we approve for our usual biophilic reasons. We do appreciate the commitment to bird-friendly glass on the side of the building, notably facing the river. It's an important, with the Roach's Run waterfowl sanctuary only yards away from there. We'd actually would have preferred additional bird-friendly accommodation on at least that side facing that area. Given that the building facade is glass and not merely glass windows with an opaque surface for the most part. And finally, we just think it's important to emphasize the importance of this site and the building's role as a gateway to and from Crystal City and Longbridge Park. It's an important transitional locus between the built space, recreational space, and natural space. And we could have had, I know that Planning Commission elsewhere could have had continued debates on the merits of the building design right at the gateway. But its location does create both an opportunity and obligation to the community that we have a small open area between the structure and the public pathway that is be designed as a really natural looking area. And possible ideas looking forward could include use of natural topography and water features. And with the small area that's next to the building, as well as the large area across the pathway that's been given to Arlington County for use as a public park, there are lots of possibilities. And we've got the $300,000 being committed for initial park design. And with that, the commission looks forward to participating in that future engagement process with Park and Rec Department and the community to create a really natural gateway park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we'll take them now.
Our first speaker is Darren Buck, followed by Carol Fuller.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for having me, and I especially want to thank Courtney Badger and Tenley Peterson for doing such a great job on blazing a trail on this first online SPRC. I think everybody could agree who was a part of the process that this exceeded everybody's expectations. I'm calling in today to support the Transportation Commission's recommendations to do a driveway apron and raised crosswalk to try and send a visual signal that this local street isn't a cut through, and to incorporate similar language as he did for 1900 Crystal to incorporate changes in public space that you're about to approve pending the outcome of DES's Crystal City Bike Plan, so we can get better bike facilities with this new development in the way that other developments in places like Roslyn and Courthouse get. I wish our chair was here to represent those recommendations. But I want to speak up for the sidewalk adjoining this space. Right now, it's a 10-foot wide trail that leads to the Esplanade. It's wide enough for walkers, joggers, kids biking to the Esplanade to watch trains going by. This development proposes to narrow the sidewalk to 8 feet for about half the frontage without explanation. With a new building fronting right out to the crosswalk, its usability as a trail is objectively going to be worsened. My neighbor, Pan Van Hine, raised this issue in SPRC, as did I. We discussed in Transportation Commission as well. DES asserts that because it meets the sector plan minimum, it's fine. I disagree. This is the link to a regional trail. Lots of people are going to be using it. They'll be traveling at different speeds. There's going to be more activity. There's space to do it easily. Even more people are going to use this 12th Street link to the parks if and when JBG Smith and VDOT succeed in bringing Route 1 down to grade at the other two intersections. More disappointing, though, is we're getting a narrower sidewalk for no good reason. And I think it's because walking and biking just isn't treated as a high priority in site plan reviews. I wish we could see similar passion and expertise brought to bear for walking and biking facilities that we see in this plan used to defend and justify a local street that isn't really a local street, that no one really wants, but is being counted as a benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck.
Our next speaker is Carol Fuller.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, and congratulations to Libby Garvey on your reelection.
Thank you.
I'm speaking today on behalf of immediate neighbors who live near the proposed Ball Street extension. We do not have any major problems with most of the site plan proposal. JBG Smith has been very responsive to community feedback and improved a number of issues. Our concerns are instead with the county process. I am raising community concerns that have not been fully addressed by county staff on the Ball Street. First, please understand that the community has never wanted this extension as a community benefit. It was put into the Crystal City sector plan by county staff on the principle of breaking up superblocks. The community actually has no problem with this superblock. We fought this concept in the PDSC meeting, in the community engagement process, in the SCRC, and the Planning Commission. It is not a community benefit, but that issue has not been addressed well in any of those meetings. There are many other community benefits that we would prefer. Second, we continue to believe that commuters will use this extension in the future as a cut-through the residential neighborhood to I-395. We do not object to a loading dock for JBG Smith, nor do we object to an emergency access road. But above all, we are concerned about safety and do not believe this has been adequately addressed. The master transportation plan that staff cite may not show problems right now, but we have no doubt that traffic and crashes will increase when the new boundary channel and aquatic center constructions are completed and the Ball Street extension installed. This proposed road would be built directly across from the residential and business garage exits on 12th Street that serve 2 condominiums, a federal agency, and businesses. That exit is the only one available for their building. Exiting there during rush hour is already difficult and often dangerous. With increasing frequency, large moving delivery trucks park on both sides of this exit, forcing drivers to practically be in the middle of the road and blind to oncoming traffic from both directions. Limited visibility makes pedestrian and biking traffic hazardous. This proposed extension will make it worse. County staff say they have looked at this issue, but they do not live where we residents do, and they do not see the problems that we see every day. Finally, the staff report does not recommend a shared street or a pedestrian priority street for reasons we do not understand, and which do not consider our safety concerns. Staff report admits the street is a candidate to become a shared street or a pedestrian priority street, but cites a principle that adjacent land uses don't warrant prohibiting or otherwise restricting vehicle access to emphasize pedestrian or bicycle access or use the right-of-way as a public space. Are community concerns for safety not important enough to waive a principle? Second, the staff report says that the street is relatively steep, and this steepness does not make this segment of street a good candidate for a shared street or pedestrian priority street. Frankly, that very steepness seems to argue against a full street anyway. We welcome the recommendation of the Transportation Commission, endorsed by the Planning Commission, for staff to be directed to design the new South Ball Street in such a way that it minimizes its attractiveness as a cut-through route, such as, by example, through a driveway-style apron at the intersection of South 12th Street. We also support what Darren Buck has just talked about with keeping the sidewalks at 10 feet rather than 8. But we do not see the Transportation Commission's recommendation as enough. Please understand that the community does not see this proposed extension road as a community benefit, but rather as a community danger. We ask the County Board to recommend a shared street or pedestrian priority street, allowing for access for emergency vehicles and JBG loading dock vehicles. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Fuller. All right. Madam Clerk, that's all our speakers?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Colleagues, the conversation is now with the board. It seems to me we have 3 main areas. I welcome anyone to come up with, to add to this list for kind of questions and concerns we've heard. One is on just the architectural design itself, few concerns about that. A little bit about the bird-friendly glass, and then quite a bit about the new South Bell Street and its nature, and will it have a lot of cut-through traffic? Are there any other particular issues colleagues think we ought to address?
No.
You can come up with more later if you do. That's fine. All right. How does it sound, colleagues, to go ahead and start with a motion? Is that all right? And then get into discussion, or would you prefer to start with discussion?
Flexible, happy to do a motion, Madam Chair.
All right. Mr. DeFrancis, why don't you go ahead and make a motion, and then I'll ask you to speak to it a bit, and obviously we can come back to you as well. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. On item 34, I move that the County Board approve the manager's recommendations in the November 10th, 2012 board report for items 34A through D relating to Crystal Gateway at 101 South 12th Street, including the recommendations in the November 13th, 2020 supplemental board report to do the following. 1, adopt the ordinance to rezone the property from CO 1.5 to CO Crystal City. 2, adopt the resolution relating to the Crystal City Block Plan, Block B. 3, adopt the ordinance to amend site plan number 229 to modify the square footage of the site area and to approve other modifications. And 4, adopt the ordinance to amend site plan number 456 to permit the construction of an office building and retail space.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. All right. Mr. DeFranchi, would you like to speak to your motion a bit to get us started? Or ask any questions, whichever you'd prefer.
Sure. So 3 pieces that led me to make the motion for discussion, and then 1 question. First, the ASHRAE standard and the solar array and that step up from 12% to 15% is I think a good element of this project, consistent with our community energy plan and our values. Second, the park contribution. I think Mr. Ross's point is helpful, that we always, the current passive park is a benefit, but we actually don't, the county does not needs the additional 54,000 square feet, and Gateway Park becoming a park permanently is a key piece of this and a key benefit. And then the broader housing concern is the last. The PDSP's housing benefit is an important one that is consistent with one of our biggest challenges. The question really is on the shared street, and I just would like to hear staff's thoughts with respect to the concerns that Ms. Fuller raised about a cut-through street to start us out.
That would be great. Who would like to address that? I think Mr. Gibson is here with us. Perhaps that's he. I'm not sure.
Good morning, board members. This is Robert Gibson from DES Development Services. Throughout this project, we've really looked at how to ensure that this new street connection is supporting the public and supporting the community in a safe manner, in a manner that meets our Vision Zero goals. We've heard a number of concerns from the community and analyzed and spent time looking at each and every one of those. As a result of that, we looked at shared street possibilities. We looked at all the street design associated with this, including how it would engage with the entrances across the street. And we feel that the design presented here is a safe design for motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. It separates pedestrian and vehicle traffic in this area, providing generous sidewalks and tree-lined streets. And then it really changes the cul-de-sac at the end, and that's a critical focal point for the residential community to the north there. So it keeps traffic away from that portion of the site that would be going into the northern portions of Crystal City. And so we really looked at everything that was brought forward by the community and the commissions, but we did not think that this was a good candidate for a shared street. One of the reasons for that is that the uses that we're seeing here aren't the type of uses that bring people into the street element. The loading dock and neighborhood circulation, along with the grade. We really understood and wanted pedestrian activities focused at the Gateway Park and the Esplanade, as opposed to a new focal point here. And so I'd be happy to answer any additional specific questions.
Great, thank you. I'm sure there'll be other questions on this. I guess I just...
I would have a follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead.
So there is a future land use there. So there is between, on 10th and South Ball Street, we have right now, a storage facility and a fitness studio, et cetera. I can easily see how the upgrade, the site as a whole will see future development, both residential and commercial. So should this be of concern when we think about the type of, of traffic we want to accommodate on the South Ball Street?
So the area is largely developed, and those uses certainly could change in the future. likely to residential if we look at the way the North Track Lofts was developed. But we feel that the transportation network will support the project as proposed, along with any future changes in the area, and it will help diffuse traffic throughout the area.
Okay. But there is no strong argument against a pedestrian priority street or a mixed street, right?
Well, there is, in the sense that we do want to use street typologies appropriately. We don't want to put cars in vehicle spaces. I mean, people into vehicle spaces when we may not see those people there very often. So if you're a motorist and you are using that to get to the garage back there or to get to any of the buildings back there, there's not a lot of pedestrian traffic. And so when a pedestrian's in the middle of the street, that's unexpected and not a recommended course of action. So we do select our streets and our street typology and the design for the uses and activities that we think will occur. And this is not a location that we think that a shared street best supports the community.
Okay.
I follow up on that, Madam Chair.
Fiscal?
Yeah, thank you so much.
I saw your hand. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Gibson, I really appreciate that. Can I just start by following up on something you just said? You talked about diffusing traffic throughout the area, and I'm wondering if that is potentially another way of saying what we've heard some concerns about, which is that this could attract traffic as a cut through. Do you all see it that way, or if you see it differently, can you tell me why?
So we see expanding our grid network as providing choices for people to get to the places they need to go. This street particularly really will help support that community north of 12th Street. And so where today all motorists would have to go through the intersection of Long Bridge Drive and 12th, people coming from the south on Crystal Drive, for instance, will be able to use this to get to their primary destination. That is a diffusing of traffic across our network, but it is not cut through traffic. It's primarily supporting the uses in the area. And so that diffusing that traffic will also help reduce cut-through options because there's less congestion at critical intersections. So people don't have to divert from the routes that they would normally want to take.
Okay, I think that's helpful to me. The other thing that really is very much top of mind here is the Crystal City bike facility that Mr. Gibson, I'm going to ask you to speak to where that is. I think perhaps unfortunately for you, but fortunately for us, every time we have another Crystal City redevelopment project, it's an opportunity to ask after it. But one of the things I think we've been really challenged by with our bike facilities, hopefully it can be obviated through protected bike facilities, but if not, is the parking in a bike lane problem. And so I know we're trying to think more intentionally, and Mr. Gibson, you've done a lot of this, when we think about site planning, how we can design those sites, such as the traffic, which we know has become a feature of urban life, which is to say, pick up and drop off for TNCs, right? Ride sharing, pick up and drop off of Uber Eats and delivery and other models, that traffic has somewhere to go. So it's not just a impossible matter of enforcing to try to keep them out of bike lanes or ped facilities. Can you talk to us a little bit, A, about how the Crystal City bike facility planning is coming together, and B, sort of how that could interface with or sort of arrive on this site, right? Obviously, we know there's sort of the curve as Crystal Drive becomes 12th Street, which is about where this project sits. Is it a motivation in trying to design this street for cars that we can get those cars off of what we hope could future be a bike and ped facility on 12th Street?
So as the county board directed with the approval of 1900 Crystal Drive, staff has advanced development of a comprehensive network of protected and enhance bike facilities in Crystal City. We are in the very late stages of ensuring that we've included all of our internal stakeholders in reviewing that and making sure that all of the many sort of trade-offs that we have to consider are considered internally before bringing that out to the board and the public for a first round of public discussion prior to implementation. So we are continuing to track a discussion with the public this winter, consistent with the county board's direction. So that's a very positive step, and it is very holistic. So it goes way beyond just this site. Then as far as what could be done here, I don't have the specific details on what those options are. But what I can say about ensuring that the multiple users that use our street are provided space. What we did here was with the new Ball Street, we looked at providing a minimum of a 40-foot pickup and drop-off area right there just north of 12th Street to support pickup and drop-off. We talked about the multiple stakeholders in our streets just a moment ago. You may recall that 12th Street and Crystal Drive, the northbound, westbound travel lane is going to be part of our transitway network. And so that northern curb lane is going to be buses only to support the transitway activities. So we do want to move those pickup and drop off out of the street area that would congest transit operations. And so we look forward to having a robust and productive discussion with the community on the bike network, and that is coming shortly.
So it actually sounds like I'm a little, I'm barking up the wrong tree by asking about removing conflicts between cars and bikes on 12th Street. It's actually more about removing the conflicts that cars can pose by parking in or obstructing dedicated transit lanes.
You aren't barking up the wrong tree. We have to solve both.
Okay.
And on the southbound side there is, or in the east to southbound side, there's currently a bike lane. And so yes, it's important to think of that bike operation also. So I would hesitate to push you away from pushing us on those issues.
From barking up both trees. Okay. The only other thing that I have on before we leave this issue is just one of the things that the Transportation Commission recommended, as well as the sort of driveway apron piece on Ball Street, which I hope we'll return to. I can yield if one of my colleagues wants to take that up. But the other piece was that they recommended we direct you all that if the plans that you're working on that Mr. Gibson, you just gave us a really helpful update on, result in a conclusion about how the Crystal Drive streetscape or this area of 12th Street ought to be engineered differently, that those recommendations be incorporated into updated civil engineering plans. And so I wonder if both our staff and then the applicant could speak to that, both the timing and the ability to incorporate, if that streetscaping is different as a result of community engagement with that coordinated plan, the opportunity to update the engineering designs for this project accordingly. So Mr. Gibson, could you speak to it first, and then I'm going to ask our applicant to speak to it as well?
So we have the ability to make changes within the site plan, and very easily from curb to curb we can change striping and marking and the utilization of the space, and we would commit to absolutely aligning multiple work products, whether it be the site plan or the other county initiatives through the bike stuff. So we can do that. As we look at if additional space was to be required, taking up some of the streetscape, we likely would come back to the board to make sure that all of the right trade-offs are being made, rather than just doing that independently, because it could have impacts to either sidewalk or streetscape elements. So that's not something that we would take lightly, and would want to make sure we ensure the appropriate community engagement on that.
Okay, I respect that. Thank you. And then, so I think my question for the applicant really is just to confirm your awareness of this work that's underway and your willingness to evaluate the civil engineering plans to look for ways to incorporate it. Any changes, particularly the lower hanging fruit changes like striping, et cetera.
Yeah, we are aware of this ongoing study consistent with our position on the 1900 Crystal Drive application to the extent there are recommendations coming out of the bike study for changes that would affect our civil engineering plans that come forth prior to us moving forward and constructing a building, which it sounds like those will happen, then yes, we will certainly work with staff to incorporate those.
Okay, thank you. I will yield to my colleagues. If the questions about the driveway apron and otherwise kind of configuring the street to reduce its attractiveness to through traffic don't come up, then Madam Chair, I'd love the opportunity to ask them, but I suspect others.
Absolutely come back to you. Just put your hand up or yell at me. It's fine. Mr. Dorsey has been waiting, I believe.
I can't say it any more articulately than Ms. Crystal just did in asking the question. So can we have comments on ways in which we can, look at this from an incentive to reduce cut-through traffic beyond the driveway apron? Are there any other, I'm only familiar with some of the really blunt instruments, some of the traffic calming solutions that certainly don't have favor in Arlington. So can you, Mr. Gibson, expand our knowledge in ways in which we can actually de-emphasize this street as an attractive option for cut-through?
So we are, one of the first ways is to make it a compact street. So it is a relatively narrow single lane in each direction. It'll have a small entryway from 12th Street. We have considered the driveway apron. Right now, we don't think that is the best approach to support all of the different uses that we envision here. But we do continue to evaluate these issues as we get to final engineering. And so as we further look at the bike plan that could come forward and other pedestrian comments, there's room to reevaluate that. It's just that at this point in time, we're not recommending that, but it could change with our future evaluations.
So effectively beyond surface area devoted to the road network, there's really not much until we get into the realm of some of the treatments that get into the shared street or pedestrian priority realm that we can think of implementing here. Is that a fair summation?
Yes, that's probably about it. I mean, we are dissuading the use of vertical traffic calming elements generally. So there are good street design elements that we are implementing here, but the toolkit is relatively narrow.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you. I just want to sort of see if I understand. You mentioned, Mr. Gibson, there's a couple of slides in the staff presentation that you mentioned the living areas, the residential areas north of 12th Street. And I want to just see if I've got this. There's slide 3 and slide 11 of the staff report and staff presentation. And on slide 3, I'm trying to understand, is it when you speak of the residential units north, am I oriented right that it's the white tops next to the Boeing building that are the residential that you would want circulation for here? Or am I missing the boat on what you mean by circulation without making this a cut-through street?
So, Courtney, can you share that? I'm not sure if it's popping up on the screen.
Yeah, I can share that slide.
Thank you.
Once that comes up, I'll start speaking to that. So, very good. So the letter E building, the white tops north of the project site, is the North Track Lofts residential project. And it has that building along with a tower that is that tower right there. Thank you, Courtney. And so those are the residential units in the area. The building to the slide north is the Boeing building. And then the other uses are the loading dock and garage access for the 201 12th Street building, represent all the uses along 10th and Ball.
Got it. So you're saying that will be one of the benefits is circulation improved there as opposed to traffic on other streets, but the goal is not to encourage cut through from other places down further to the left down Crystal Drive.
And if Courtney, can you go to a slide that shows the cul-de-sac? I think that'd be a useful discussion point for this.
Maybe 11. I don't know.
And so I think 11, we can quickly talk to it. The applicant probably has much nicer drawings on this, but what we're doing right here is the way Ball Street engages with 10th, it swings around to 10th. That takes the traffic away from these residential buildings, and it puts a much nicer, low speed, low volume entrance along this area where the residential uses are focused. If you can see that on the plan?
Sure. Great, that works for me. I just did want to really understand what others may have been able to see and slow down to really think through Ms. Fuller's questions on this. Is there anything that you would want to add on the grading point that grading makes it better in your view, in our view, or staff's view to be not a pedestrian street where grading the counterpoint that was suggested that grading could make it even better to be a shared street or pedestrian street?
I think it's a combination of the grade and the uses all sort of come together there. I do not want to sort of put on the record that, all streets with grade are prohibited from being shared streets. Particularly if they're in a network of shared streets that we have to adjust for topography. So there are cases where it could be a good design solution. It just, all things come together here that we don't think that that's the appropriate solution.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Karantonis.
Just to follow up on that, and this is kind of what I referred before, Mr. Gibson, in the cul-de-sac in front of the lofts, the eastern part, the street that doesn't have a name, is actually an alley, right? It's not a full-fledged street. It doesn't have sidewalks. It is really narrow. It's just a paved alley. Is that correct?
Yes, it's an alley, and it supports the garage loading and some of the building entrances for the North Track lofts. Correct.
So in terms of a street with proper street specs, the next best one is South Ball Street. This is and the 10th Street. These are the streets that will be absorbing any additional traffic coming from these blocks and any additional traffic coming from any future development on the block between, let's say, the lofts and the Boeing building. That's a block that concerns me because I believe that we will see something there happening at not tomorrow, but soon enough. I just wanted to make sure that we don't consider an alley basically a full capacity street here. It's just a facility that we have there. That's okay. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that I understand it correctly.
Okay. Ms. Crystal.
When we're done with transportation, I had a question about the architectural feature. So I'm putting my hand up to be in the queue.
Okay, no, that's good. I've got the other things on my list, which I think we won't talk about quite as much. Before we leave transportation issues, I'd actually like to ask, I guess it's Mr. Gibson, would you talk a little bit about the sidewalk, making the sidewalk narrower that a number of, I think our Transportation Commission maybe brought up in Mr. Buck, our speaker. Could you talk about that a little bit? Why not keep it the wide 10 feet?
So if the applicant could share their streetscape slide, that would be helpful to discuss this issue. But what we looked at here is what the Crystal City sector plan recommendations are for the street width and cross sections versus what are desired improvements that go beyond the recommendations and requirements in the sector plan. And so in this project, what we did was we tried to strike a balance in this space where some of the stormwater management could be used in the areas the applicant's highlighting there on the the western end of the site, where our pedestrian focus is a little bit lighter. It's moving away from the park. And so what we've done is kept the 8 feet, which is consistent with the minimum requirements in the sector plan through that point. And then as you move east, it expands to 10 and 12 feet in an effort that could connect in with the Long Bridge, with the new park elements on that side, expanding pedestrian capacity and pedestrian open space. And so we've tried to come to a balanced solution here that meets many of the goals presented.
Thank you. So what I think I hear you say is that we actually needed that extra 2 feet for some stormwater management for other things. I mean, you didn't just do it just to do it. There was a reason that you actually needed those extra feet. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, the applicant has proposed that for stormwater management, correct.
Okay. All right. Anything more on transportation pedestrian safety? And we could move to architectural elements if not. Ms. Crystal.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I think I have to say that the most compelling testimony or insight that I think we got about this architectural feature issue was from the Parks and Recreation Commission. I know a little bit in Mr. Russ's testimony, but especially in their letter, really talked about the importance of having a feature that welcomes into the park, since that is, when we think about public facilities anyway, really the sort of major neighbor to this site. And I've been trying to revisit a little bit the language of the Crystal City sector plan with regard to architectural features, and that the goal really is about, or at least is spelled out in the sector plan, about kind of calling attention to symbolically marking gateways and significant points of interest. I know we've heard from the applicant too about how the unique design of the building, it sort of calls attention to its place. But I think I'd welcome the chance to hear from our staff, and this may be an invitation to our commissions. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but if anybody joining us from Parks and Rec, planning, or otherwise, have sort of thoughts or insights to lend here, how well we feel that this project meets that goal of identifying a location, creating a point of interest. I know this was a discussion at the Planning Commission, and to be candid, I'm sort of not sure where I land yet, so I could use some insights from others who've wrestled with it as well. Perhaps starting with our staff, it might be a question for Ms. Badger.
Sure, I'm happy to start off with an answer. From staff's point of view, we really looked at the guidance that the sector plan has. You mentioned the goal, and the sector plan provides kind of 2 points of guidance that we look at for architectural features. The first is that innovative architectural expression should be given wide latitude. And then the second is that architectural features can range from a special corner treatment to a complete building tower. So it doesn't provide this concrete outline of what we need to look at when evaluating these architectural features. And this is something that came up in Planning Commission and SPRC. There was kind of a mixed bag. Some people thought that it was, it was good. It met the sector plan. Some people felt that it was understated and that was good for this location. Some people felt like it was too understated and needed to be bolder. So it kind of brought out this kind of subjective mixed bag of feelings from people. And when staff was reviewing it, we believe that it meets the sector plan requirements. The way that the facade is broken up into the 2 angled planes and the glass kind of the glass facade is wrapped around the north and the south facades, kind of distinguishes that corner, which the sector plan kind of highlights as an example of an architectural feature, a corner treatment. We felt like it kind of highlighted and added interest to the building. Also, something to note is looking from Crystal Drive as you're coming around 12th Street, you get a view of the building that's different than what you would get from walking down the Esplanade in Longbridge Park. So we liked that aspect where it kind of provides two different perspectives. And so we feel like it meets the sector plan guidance, but we have heard that some people don't feel the same way.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. Mr. Ross, I think you might still be with us, at risk of putting you on the spot. Are there any insights you'd want to lend from the conversation of the Parks and Recreation Commission about this?
Yeah, I appreciate asking the question. And obviously, I'm not an architect. We don't have architects on the commission, although, first of all, I would say, yeah, we still had the impression that, given the guidance of the sector plan, that there could have been something more distinct coming around that corner at that gateway point, and whether it's a tower, and I know there's always issue of a distinct tower type thing, or a corner treatment or something to tell people, hey, this is where we're wrapping around the corner on Crystal Drive or approaching. And it's interesting, I've participated in site plan processes for about 6 years. And again, I've just always been struck, the one thing, and I think you get it from planning commissioners, whenever we've got projects that are at distinct corners of streets or heading up a hill, I'm just always struck by the fact that we need to think of this more in how we're designing things. And of course, it's incorporating into the public realm too. And so I guess that's I can think of places, the Red Top Cab project, or up on Lee Highway next to 66. There's several areas where it was just always seemed like we could do better in this regard. And it's a matter of thought and opinion, I think. And, that's just our thoughts on it. And that's why we then, given the building, which I think is otherwise nice features, that then it becomes the emphasis on the site around the building too, and the landscaping and the approach to the public parks, or even if you've got private parks or plazas. So I guess those are my thoughts on it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. And I think we also have Commissioner Patel, and I know the Planning Commission talked about this at length, including some interesting insights that perhaps that view to the Washington Monument is the kind of key feature of this area. But if there's any insight you could shed beyond what's in the letter, I'd really welcome it as well.
I think the commissioners, thank you. I think the commissioners were a little bit concerned for all the reasons articulated already, is there enough guidance in the sector plan around what the architectural feature needs to be? What is, in fact, the architectural feature for this particular project? Is it the corner? Is it the facade? Is it both? Are we looking at everything together? And specifically, as stated in the letter, Commissioner Morton asked for additional guidance from staff to develop a framework for evaluating features for projects in the future. This particular project sits at a location that's wonderfully unique in that it provides really great views of the park. It provides really great views of our neighboring city. And so how much of the natural environment provides some features in addition to the project as well? Those are discussions that were had. Again, there was some split between the commissioners as to whether there needed to be a more dramatic feature here versus allowing for a more subdued approach that allowed for the eye to meet the park. So, there wasn't consensus on this point, and I guess rightfully so, since some of this is very subjective.
Thank you both so much. I think this is really helpful and perhaps indicates an area for us to go. The planning department work plan is always stuffed, but this could be one that may be worth some exploration. And I think it's so important to me anyway, because I think it's really important that none of us want to play amateur architect and talk about how to design this building differently. What this is really about is, urban design or way that we're hoping that our built environment will support a sense of place, right? And so I think we're all it sounds like we're all a little at sea trying to judge to what degree this architectural feature or lack of architectural feature supports that goal of a sense of place or not. I don't think it's worth, for me anyway, holding up this project over it, but I do think it's worth surfacing and maybe an area for us to explore in the future. Thank you.
Ms. Crystal, I'd just like to ask you sort of questions. We're kind of talking back and forth a little bit. I'm listening to all of this and thinking, is it a little bit that some of people, it's called Crystal Gateway, but it doesn't look like a gateway in a way. Is that kind of what we're hearing from people, do you think, a little bit? Some people have an image of what a gateway should be and it doesn't feel like that to them. Do you think that's what's happening?
I don't know that it's a lack of a gateway per se, but I think if you look at the language in the sector plan, it calls out, right, creating a sense of place or calling attention to major features of the neighborhood, which in this case would be Longbridge Park. So, I know I'm actually thinking of our colleague, Mr. Cutchall, used to always give the example of a clock tower, right? Like it doesn't necessarily need to be a gateway. And again, right, like we're all a little bit torn about whether that's even necessary at all here, particularly because the design of the building as a whole is distinctive. But yeah, it's sort of without clear guidance on what it is we're looking for, and we're only sort of knowing it when we see it. I think they're open to a lot of interpretations.
No, thank you. Just kind of wondering. Mr. Dorsey, and then I'll go to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this conversation about the architectural features is an expected one and an unavoidable one. I'm not sure how much we should spend time trying to figure out how to solve it. The sector plan necessarily kind of captured the area that we could all agree on. We all can agree that we want this architecture to be distinctive. However, within that, there are lots of different ways to accomplish it. And, it would have been a fool's errand to try and get everybody to define exactly what that architectural feature meant. And certainly being so prescriptive and the passage of time would have probably rendered that frustrating and obsolete. The thing that would have concerned me would have been if the developer, the applicant, completely ignored that guidance and didn't do anything with this building to speak to the whole idea of it being distinctive, whether you accept the color palette and the variant that you would see and experience with this building, depending on your direction of travel, depending on the time of day, whether that's enough for you. That's the beautiful debate of what communities have. But certainly, I think at the very least, this building is distinctive in any way that you relate to it compared to the built environment, and likely will remain so even through redevelopment. So while I can't necessarily say that, yes, this meets it and this is beautifully distinctive, I'm comfortable at least that a truly good faith effort was made to comply, recognizing the subjective nature of all of it. And I think this is just part of what good community conversations always should be about, how people see and experience and feel things.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Yes, to that. The discussion at the Planning Commission was very interesting. So there is absolutely no question, and I agree with Mr. Dorsey that the applicant has made a very thorough effort to produce a building that has a very good architecture. Also urbanistically it fits. It is a gateway. It is, to me, first and foremost, it's a gateway to the Longbridge Park. So there is the vistas of the Washington Monument, etc., are really very important. Whether I find value in going back to the sector plan and looking better at our criteria of what we really mean and how we really approach the evaluation of significant architecture. This is a building that's at a very special place. It is very close to Pentagon. You will see that from across the river. It is part of our facade towards the Roaches Run sanctuary. It will be visible every single plane that landing in National, both runways will be seeing this building there. I believe that the reflectiveness of the facade and the bluish tone of the cladding will be really will be catching the eyes. So this is I guess that the applicant has been designing a building for a very special tenant at some point. So yes, design matters a lot, and I found it very interesting that we had this conversation, and I believe that it should. This is the beginning of a conversation, and for future site plans that will be coming on, we will be discussing as we go ahead, and in next board meetings in Crystal City, in National Landing, I should say. So I think that it's a good thing to talk about the design. It is subjective, of course, but there are certain things, the vistas, how it works with the natural environment that is around, how the biophilic element or how it is expressed in the building, how visible it is, if we see the green or if we just have a green roof, etc., and how the surroundings of the building work. I believe that this building has delivered a very good balance. It's definitely a very big step forward, but it's just the beginning of a conversation about form.
Thank you. I think Mr. Karantonis has brought us to our concluding remarks. That's what I think. Thank you. I did have one question, I think, for the applicant, and that was the issue of the bird glass, because I myself was wondering why just one side, why not elsewhere in the building, and I'm sure there's some thoughts into that, and I think that's a question for the applicant. Mr. Vaughn, perhaps you or one of your architects. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that really came out of discussion and feedback from the community to focus on that eastern facade, given its adjacency and orientation towards Roach's Run. So it is the glassiest portion of the building, which is why we move forward and agreed to install bird glass on that facade.
Is it more expensive? I'm glad you did. Thank you. I think the question was not so much why did you do it where you did, why didn't you do it elsewhere? That was more the question.
Yes, there's a significant premium for bird glass.
Ah, okay. All right. Okay, thank you. I think we are, if no other questions, I think we're ready for any concluding remarks. I think maybe several of us have kind of made them, but if there's anything else anyone would like to say, Mr. Dorsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say very briefly, we've had, I think, good conversation about the issues on this project, but, by and large, it's a very positive addition to the Crystal City area. I think it's a good infill development proposal, and, it certainly meets a lot of our planned expectations and has resulted in hearing a lot of the community feedback and working in good faith to implement it. The Ball Street connection issue, I do think, is reasonable that people in the community are concerned with it. I do believe that staff's analysis is certainly correct in terms of how this, by adding a layer to the street grid that distributes traffic throughout the area, which results in a lot of the improvement of conditions that people fear. But you know what? If staff is not correct, we always have a fallback, that there are more restrictive elements that we can do to apply to the street with real world conditions. And part of the reason I implicitly trust staff on this is that they don't desire to have us limit the time of day that vehicles can enter the street or to do other things which create ancillary issues, but we'll be forced to do that if there are safety issues that manifest. So I do believe that their analysis is thoughtful and appropriate, and I look forward to seeing this become an addition to our community.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Sure, I'll pick right up there. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Dorsey's points. I would say that staff really helped with, for me, the loading dock point and the neighborhoods north of 12th Street were persuasive after some questions. I think Ms. Fuller raises legitimate concerns, and I would second the idea that we would come back to this if we were having more than circulation improvements and cut-through problems. So that's one thought. A second is, with respect to the 8 and 10-foot sidewalks, I do think stormwater, as we have learned over the past year and a half, is a critical concern. We had the dialogue regarding the bike study, and I guess if circumstances on that latter half, or that, depending on how you're looking at the first half of the sidewalk merit reconsideration, I would support that without seeking to substitute judgment for staff on this, because I see stormwater as a legitimate concern. So hopefully those address the two important questions that were raised by community members. I'm happy to support the project.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also happy to support the project. I really appreciate the effort that the applicant has put into this building to really produce a quite an upgraded design and a quite upgraded building. I particularly applaud the sustainability improvements. I like to see the solar array. Actually, you know, one thing that I was looking, the building close to it, we share parking, right? We use some parking of the adjacent building. The adjacent building has also a lot of space on the roof for additional solar, if possible at some point. But I really think that this was a step forward. Mr. Bloom from our E2C2 Commission is right, though. There is a concern about how much more we can do on this, because climate change is really now a pressing challenge, and these buildings will be with us, especially very high-value buildings like this will be with us for a very long time, and will have to contribute to reaching the goals of 2050. With regards to the sidewalk, I do believe that there is a good argument to be made, and I am actually going to be waiting for the details on the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure to be designed there, to see how best we can do that. This 12th Street sidewalk will be a major, let's say, a major way to this gateway to the Longbridge Park. I believe that we have to provide there to pedestrians a very different pedestrian experience. And by the way, the building and the mixed use that the building comes with, etc., actually warrants that. So I think that this is something that still needs to be considered as we go with detailed engineering for the street. So finally, I also think that the landscaping for the spaces that are now afforded to us through the public benefits, would be interested to see how they shape up. There is a lot of green around this block. I think that we have to make every effort to make the most out of it and compensate for the loss of this quiet green space that community has been enjoying until now. So this is also something that will be, occurring in the next phase of development of this block. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to give concluding comments. I will be brief. I recognize this has been a long discussion about a project that was overall not that controversial, and I think I've contributed to the length of it, so appreciate everyone bearing with me. I think just to say sort of where I've landed on the transportation pieces, I really do and just consistently respect Ms. Fuller so much as a organized voice and leader for the community, and her comments give me a great deal of pause. I think what I come back to, this is one of the hardest things when there are unsettled or community disagreement with things that get codified in the sector plan. Certainly when it's a sector plan I've been around for, I know those debates and I can weigh the back and forth. The Crystal City sector plan is unfortunately not one of those sector plans. And so I do come back and land on that as one of our guiding documents. But I trust and I know that the question of transportation and multimodal circulation around this neighborhood, the balance of uses, trying to shift to a more transit-oriented and pedestrian and bicycle-friendly transportation environment. These are not only priorities, but major discussions ahead. So I know this is not our last time to talk about this site, as Mr. Karantonis noted, but also how we think about this holistically throughout Crystal Crystal City. The only thing I'll say beyond that, in addition to complimenting the project, which I think is an excellent one, particularly on the sustainability side, it's great to see this push forward. The no combustion on site, for example, as Mr. Bloom shared. And beyond that, I just wanted to say I think this has been really terrific work from our commissions, and it's exciting to see the overlap and the partnership of the commissions, the Transportation Commission advising the Planning Commission on this issue of the street extension, to see the shared value of environmental sustainability between E2C2 and Parks and Recreation. This is really how it should work, I think, and how much I've appreciated your advice. So prepared to support it, and thank you all who've weighed in, whether you be commissions or residents or the applicant themselves. Thanks.
Thank you. I actually think I've been feeling this is a little bit textbook. I mean, it was the first SPRC done all virtually, and yes, we've had a fairly long conversation, but they're about really good things to be talking about. We're not squabbling over things. I mean, all of the major work has been done, and it's been done in coordination, staff and applicant and community, and we're down to a few things that we still need to discuss. I look forward to the bike plan when it comes back, and clearly, as Mr. Dorsey's questions, elicited, some of that can be still tweaks, including the width of the sidewalk, if it turns out that it would be better to do it differently. So I'm quite ready to support this. I also really like, I think, Mr. Dorsey, was it you that coined the phrase Arlington Beige?
I didn't coin it. I've just appropriated it over the years.
Well, Arlington Beige actually belongs to Carrie Johnson. So.
Oh, does it? Bless her heart. Well, Arlington Beige has been kind of broken. I mean, you can even see it in the picture with the whole thing. It's a different color, a different aspect, and it kind of gives you a sense of, oh, good, and adds some diversity that I think is really very, very pleasing, and helps strengthen the whole overall sense of the area. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to staff. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you to our community and our commissions. We really appreciate all of the input. Great discussion. Sorry if it's gone on a little bit long, but I believe we are ready for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey also says aye. All right. Motion passes 5-0. Great work, everybody. Thank you so very much. Hope you all can enjoy what looks like a beautiful day out my window. And I think, Madam Clerk, we're ready to call the next item.
Items 35A through D for Marion Pike West at 643 South Greenbrier Street. An amendment to the Master Transportation Plan map to remove 2 streets within the Greenbrier Apartments property. An amendment to the Western Suburbia Regulating Plan of the Columbia Pike Neighborhood Form-Based Code. A use permit for 2 6-story apartment buildings, and a vacation of a portion of a storm sewer easement.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, I think we're over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For item 35, we'll have the presentation today by Olivia Sontag, Ebony Dumas, and Matt Matuzik's going to be available for questions also. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sontag to start the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Olivia Sontag, and I'm a planner with CPHD. And my colleague Ebony Dumas and I will be both presenting on this item this morning. So this is the development proposal for Pike West, located at 835 South Greenbrier Street. And the proposal involves 3 items. The first is an amendment to the Master Transportation Plan. The second is an amendment to the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code. And the third item is the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code use permit. And next slide. So staff will present on the following elements of the project, including the form-based code process, affordable housing, parking, and requested modifications. And then we'll give the applicant an opportunity to present the project in a bit more detail. Slide. So jumping right in, here you can see the length of the Columbia Pike form-based code corridor. The Pike West project is within the neighborhoods area or the residential area of the form-based code outlined in red, with the Pike West site located in the western sub-area with the blue star. Slide. The review process for a form-based code project like Pike West involves 3 rounds of review that measure the application against the neighborhood form-based code's prescriptive set of regulations. The first being the preliminary review, where staff works with the applicant to refine the proposal to align with the regulations. The second round being the community review, where the proposal is reviewed by the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group. And the third round being the formal submission, where in this case, the proposed amendments and use permit are reviewed by the Planning Commission and County Board. Next slide. So chapters 3 through 9 of the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code outlines these prescriptive regulations, and staff created a checklist to ensure that all requirements in each of the applicable chapters are met. The regulating plan, for example, covers regulations for alleys, parking, and building edges. Building envelope standards covers regulations for height, massing, setbacks, use, buildable area, open space, and fenestration. Street space and architectural standards covers the public realm, street trees, sidewalks, street furniture, buildings, facades, building materials, and signage. And then we also have parking and affordable housing requirements. Slide. So the entire property is almost 5 acres located here along Columbia Pike to the south, and then South Greenbrier Street to the west. The existing development contains 117 residential units located in 18 multifamily apartment buildings built around 1949. The current use permit request includes just the northern portion, denoted as Phase 1, and the southern portion of the site is a future phase of development, which the applicant plans to request under a separate use permit at a later date. In Phase 1, the applicant plans to demolish 14 of the 18 buildings, totaling 90 units, and then 27 units and 20 parking spaces will remain on the southern site, with 12 additional spaces provided in the interim. Slide. So here you can see the northwest corner of the site along South Greenbrier Street, and we are looking south. And here I'd like to note that there is a decent grade change along Greenbrier and throughout the site, which the applicant will speak to later. And then I'd also like to note the overhead utility lines that the applicant will need to underground and highlight the on-street parking that will remain here. Slide. So this is the site within the existing Western Pike sub-area regulating plan. The Pike West Phase 1 site is highlighted in red. And the street frontage is designed or designated as urban residential. And as Ebony will explain in a moment, the applicant is proposing an amendment to the regulating plan concurrent with this proposal to realign and reclassify the streets here to better utilize the site. Other items to note here are the neighborhood area boundary in black, and the required building line in red, and the parking setback line in blue. So now I'm going to pass it off to Ebony, who will walk through the proposed amendments to the regulating plan and the MTP.
Thank you, Olivia. Good morning. My name is Ebony Dumas with the Planning Division, and this redevelopment does include amendments to the Master Transportation Plan and the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code to relocate 2 planned streets and reclassify them as planned alleys within the site. And here you will see an overview of the nearly 1-year review process for the 2 transportation elements. In the first 6 months of 2019, staff provided analysis and design review to the applicant, while the rest of 2019 focused on visiting the listed commissions before you approved the request to advertise the transportation elements last December. The transportation amendments, have to deal with the 3 planned roadways numbered here on the left. In the early stages of working with the applicant, it was clear that the existing planned streets and the regulating plan made redevelopment of the site difficult with some of the small buildable areas due to the location of the property lines and significant grade changes that Olivia mentioned earlier. In December 2019, the board approved the request to advertise for this change to the NFBC and NTP, that would relocate street number 1 and a portion of street number 2 so that they align with the existing property lines. Number 1 and number 2 are also proposed to be reclassified from planned streets to planned alleys. While the neighborhood's form-based code already includes minimum standards for alleys, the review of this proposed amendment, particularly the feedback from the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group, ultimately led to the development of additional guidance depicting an enhanced condition that more closely resembles the character of public streets within the Columbia Pike corridor. Staff has worked with the applicant so that the new alley will still function as a street. And as the drawing shows, the new condition has a 41-foot clearance and introduces more trees and widened sidewalks. Since the MTP also documents planned streets for consistency with the NFBC, today's proposed changes also need to be reflected in that policy document. As 2 of the 3 planned streets will become enhanced alleys, they will no longer be captured on the Master Transportation Plan map. However, 9th Road South, the southern planned street, will remain and is part of the proposed redevelopment. And I'll now pass it back to Olivia to review the use permit.
Thanks, Ebony. So the third item is the use permit for the development of 400 residential apartment units and a shared above-grade parking garage. Next slide. So phase 1 will include demolition of 14 buildings containing 90 units and 118 surface parking spaces. The applicant proposes to construct 2 6-story multifamily residential buildings with 400 units. They propose 418 new parking spaces and 1 new street space, 170 bike parking spaces, streetscape improvements such as a clear sidewalk, street trees, lights, benches, trash bins, and maintenance of a bus stop. It's designed to meet LEED Silver standards. And again, 27 units and 20 parking spaces will remain on the southern site with 12 additional spaces provided in the interim. Next slide. So here's a view at the top along Greenbrier Street of the facade, where you can see the main entrance and lobby in the center of the building. And at the bottom of the page is a view from 9th Road South. Next slide. I'm going to move through these quickly because the applicant will have these in more detail in their presentation a little bit later, but you can see the facades here from each of the proposed alleyways. Next slide. So the neighborhood's form-based code gives the applicant the flexibility to propose 2 different options for affordable housing. In the first option shown in the table on the left, the applicant is required to provide 92 committed affordable units at 60% average median income, but has opted to commit an additional 1% to earn a reduced parking ratio, totaling 93 CAFs at 60% AMI. In the second option in the table on the right, the applicant may provide a mix of units at 60 and 80% AMI and has also opted to commit an additional 1% to earn the reduced parking ratio, totaling 124 CAFs with 62 at 60% AMI and 62 at 80% AMI. Next slide. A tenant assistance fund may be established, and any affordable housing investment fund allocation for the tenant assistance fund will be considered by the county board prior to issuance of any demolition or land disturbance permits. The tenant assistance fund would help low-income current tenants pay higher rent while they're off-site through the construction period, which is different from the relocation assistance, which is a one-time payment to help with moving costs. And additionally, the applicant will be required to create a tenant relocation plan. The applicant is in communication with the tenants and held a meeting with the assistance of county housing staff to explain this process to tenants. And we do have housing staff available today for any questions on this. Next slide. The applicant proposes at least 418 spaces in the above ground parking garage framed by Building A. Units wrap around the perimeter. Additional spaces are proposed along 9th Road South, and Greenbrier will continue to have the existing on-street parking. And then again, there are 20 spaces to remain and 12 new proposed for the units along the southern portion of the site. Next slide. So although much of the form-based code is prescriptive, it does allow for several modifications that the county board can approve. The applicant requests 2 modifications for the proposal. The first request is that the building footprint be allowed to exceed 25,000 square feet. And the second request is item 9, which allows zoning provisions for existing buildings to remain. Slide. So for the building footprint, the maximum building footprint allowed is 25,000 square feet, and the proposed development requests a modification to this standard as is allowed in the form-based code. The proposed development consists of 2 connected buildings, which contain an aggregate building footprint of 62,000 square feet. Building A is 16,400 square feet, and Building B is 46,000 square feet. The 2 buildings are separated by a firewall to accommodate the grade change across the property. And additionally, the building's connection provides internal building circulation, connectivity to building amenities, and then access to the common garage. Since the 2 buildings are connected by conditioned spaces, they are considered as a singular building footprint from a planning and zoning perspective. However, the architecture of the buildings is divided in mass and scale, as you can see in these 2 renderings on the slide, so that the 2 buildings appear as separate structures. And staff believes this meets the intent of the neighborhood's form-based code and supports the proposed modification. Next slide. So this is the second requested modification. Until phase 2 construction begins, those 12 new parking spaces will be added to the existing 20 parking spaces to remain, which ensures that the 27 existing units continue to meet the same parking requirement as today, which is a parking ratio of 1.18 spaces per unit. As a result of the phasing, the applicant is requesting this modification from setback, yard, parking, lot width area, and other coverage regulations as they may be applicable to the retained existing buildings and associated with the proposed use permit. In order to allow for this infill development and to avoid creating non-conforming conditions with the existing buildings related to the existing zoning district regulations, the neighborhood form-based code regulations allow the county board to modify certain regulations to make sure that other parcels are not negatively impacted in the interim by this proposed development. Next slide. So in summary, staff found both requests better accomplish the purposes and intent of the code and the goals of the neighborhood plan. They're all allowable modifications and will not have adverse impacts or be in conflict with the purposes of the county master plans. Slide. So to summarize the review process, conceptual discussions with staff occurred from 2018 through 2019, with the transportation analysis completed in 2019, as Ebony explained. Preliminary review of the proposal with county staff began in February. And then in September, the final proposal was presented to the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group, who expressed general support. The applicant held a meeting with the community in September, which was attended by the Arlington Mill Civic Association. And then the applicant and county housing staff held a meeting with existing tenants at Greenbrier Apartments in October to outline the anticipated timeline for the development, the notice that tenants will receive, and then tenant relocation assistance that will be provided. The Transportation Commission reviewed the final proposal in October and voted 9-1 to recommend approval of the street amendments. Planning Commission considered the proposal on November 2nd and voted unanimously in support of the 3 motions to recommend approval. Housing Commission considered the proposal on November 5th. Commissioners noted general support for the proposal and highlighted that under either committed affordable unit option, it replaces all of the existing market rate affordable units without using any of the county's Affordable Housing Investment Fund. Next slide. So as stated in the staff report, staff finds that the amendments are supported by the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group and Transportation Commission. The use permit is compliant with the neighborhood's Form-Based Code and is supported by the Planning Commission. And the requested modifications better accomplish the purposes and intent of the neighborhood's Form-Based Code. So therefore, staff recommends that the county board adopt the attached resolution to amend the MTP, adopt the attached ordinance to amend the neighborhood's form-based code, and approve the subject use permit. And that concludes staff presentation. And I believe that the applicant also has a presentation to share with us today.
Thank you very much. We'll hear from the applicant then.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the County Board. For the record, this is Kathy Puskar with Walsh Colucci, here to bring you the Pike West presentation. Happy to be with you, although virtually this morning. I have to give kudos to your staff and to the county for continuing to move projects forward despite these difficult times we find ourselves in, especially as it relates to this project. Olivia, Ebony, and Matt have done a great job in planning, Joanne and DES, and of course, Melissa and Eric as it relates to affordable housing and future tenant relocation matters that we have discussed. I also think it's a little bit appropriate that Mr. Carantonis, that this is the first case that I'm presenting in front of you is a form-based code case, given your prior role as executive director of CPRO. So happy to be here with this neighborhood's form-based code proposal today. Next. Staff went over this, but just thought we'd share a couple of existing photos of the existing site. This is phase one of a two-phase project just east of Greenbrier and north of Columbia Pike. You'll see from the photos, and of course you all are probably familiar with the significant grade change and topography across this site. So it certainly created some challenges as we went through the development of the proposal and working with staff to address various issues. Here is the site plan, rendered site plan of the building, and I think staff discussed how, although we need a modification for the footprint, we have broken it up effectively into two separate buildings to meet the intent of the form-based code. We are also retaining units at the bottom of the hill, so also need the modification to allow those units to remain until such time as we redevelop the property with any nonconformities that are occasioned by this development. Next. We also spent a lot of time during the process regarding the Master Transportation Plan Amendment and the Form-Based Code Amendment to allow the change in the alignment of the streets and the conversion of those streets to alleys. As staff mentioned, those streets will be treated as special shared alleys that have a special treatment to them to allow for sidewalks and pedestrians along that street area, and also allow for parking and loading off of those alleys. So our proposal includes 400 units total, and we do have the option to either provide 93 units at 60% of AMI or 124 units that are broken down into 62 units at 80% of AMI and 62 units at 60% of AMI. And our parking ratio will be met regardless of which option we choose. I think it is very important to note that with the demolition of the 90 existing market rate units, we will in either case be putting back more units and those committed units without county assistance as part of this form-based code, which of course was the intent of the neighborhood's form-based code, was to create more committed affordable units in those areas where existing market rate affordables occurred. We did spend time talking with our tenants and with the Housing Commission about what this means for those residents between now and construction. It's very important to my client that these tenants understand that they are able to remain in their current residences until such time as we redevelop, which we anticipate to be at the earliest November of 2021. We want them to understand that we want them to stay in the building, but we also wanted to explain to them that when we get ready to proceed with construction, there will be a plan in place to help them find suitable housing, hopefully in the immediate area, if not in Arlington County. We mentioned that they would get written notice, and of course Eric participated in that meeting to explain to them the assistance that would be available through the county at such time as we move forward. So we believe we have a really great project here that meets the intent of the neighborhood's form-based code, increases the committed affordable housing as intended by the plan, and creates new economic development on the west end of the Pike. I'm going to turn it over now to Tess Kelly. Tess has helped on a number of cases with KGD in the past, but this is her first formal presentation, I think, in its entirety to you all. So take it away, Tess.
Thank you, Kathy, for that introduction. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. So I'm just going to run through the plans really quickly, give you a little bit more detail there than the elevations and then the renderings. Starting at the lowest portion of the building, and then we'll move our way up through these plans. And I wanted to make note that the plans have been rotated to fit on the sheet, so north is to the left. So we have a unique situation at the lowest corner of the site, which is the intersection of Greenbrier and 9th Road South, where we're actually providing walk-up units that are 2 stories. They'll have stoops along the new 9th Road South and interior corridor connection on the first floor, which will connect them to the elevators, stairs, which will give access to loading and trash as well, internal to the building. As we move up through the site, as we said, we've got about 30 feet of grade change along Greenbrier Street, 10 feet of grade change along 9th Road South. So we've placed the main lobby for the building halfway through Greenbrier Street to really act as the connection point between the 2 buildings. And that entry level is on the first floor and has a 2-story space to connect up to a 2nd level club room that is on level with the interior courtyards. We have 2 courtyards, east and west. And also on the 2nd floor level, we have the garage entry and trash and loading on the rear alley. This is the 3rd level and kind of exemplifies the typical plan of the building with the single loaded corridor wrapping the above grade parking garage. And here we have a secondary lobby that opens up to a little bit of open space in the corner of the alley in Greenbrier. This is the typical levels 4 through 6. And here is where building B, because of the grade of the Greenbrier Street, stands 2 stories taller than building A. And we utilize that height difference to provide an amenity space on the roof of the garage and outdoor roof space. And so this entire amenity, interior and exterior, has views down towards the Columbia Pike corridor. And this is up the level. So moving into the elevations, this is the Greenbrier elevation. We wanted to point out the stoops all along this elevation. So not only do we have this main central entry into the 2-story lobby space, but we also have individual unit stoops that are stepping along this facade, and balconies and the facade interruptions and composition in line with the neighborhood form-based code requirements in an attempt to create kind of unique identities between building A and building B. Building A, which sits closer to Columbia Pike, is the more grounded expression where the light colored brick connects to the ground plane and has that higher level of detail. And then in building B, that light colored brick is lifted up off the ground, and we're trying to help capture the movement along Greenbrier Street and kind of the directionality towards the Pike and the transitional nature of the site between the lower garden style apartments up to the taller buildings closer to Columbia Pike. This is the facade that is facing 9th Road South. We have a small secondary lobby on this facade, and then again, several unit stoops, and these ones here are the ones that access those 2-story units. Moving around the building to the east side, here you can see the garage entrance and exit and loading docks. And then moving to the north side of the building, again, you can see through some of these larger facades, we've broken up the massing with the same moves that we're doing along the required RBL frontages with changes in materials and colors. This is a view from Greenbrier looking at that main lobby here, we have an exposed egress stair that has windows overlooking the street, so that, you know, from both the street and from the interior of the building, you have that vertical connection where you can kind of see people move throughout the building and see what's happening on the sidewalk. I wanted to point out that this is the county bus stop that currently exists in this location, and that will be improved upon in the redeveloped streetscape and is conveniently located adjacent to our main entry. This is the corner closest to Columbia Pike at Greenbrier and 9th Road. And this was an important corner because we wanted it to have a high level of detail at the base and, you know, clear understanding that it's a residential building, but we didn't want it to be a beacon the way that the main entry lobby is. So it's clear that, you know, this isn't the entry tower. That tower comes up Greenbrier Street, but it still captures the corner with the plays in geometry and the folding of the facade. And this is just moving around 9th Road South to the back corner, looking up the alley. So kind of hidden behind the trees here are those garage entrances and loading entrances. And this is at the northwest corner where the alley meets Greenbrier. So we've provided some additional open space on the corner here, and all around the face of the building, you might have noticed the bioretention planters that are helping to capture rainwater from the roof and treat it at grade on site.
And that completes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that brings us, I think, to our commissioners, and I believe we have with us from the Planning Commission again, Devanshi Patel, I think, is still here. And I don't know, Stephen Hughes was maybe going to come from the Neighborhood Advisory Working Group, Neighborhood Form-Based Code. Is Mr. Hughes here?
I don't believe Mr. Hughes is going to be joining us. I think Planning Commission is going to take
over that. Okay.
Cover it. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe we still have John Bloom from E2C2. We received a letter from the Transportation Commission. So Ms. Patel, why don't you take it away and then we'll go to Mr. Bloom.
Wonderful. So Planning Commission did review this matter on November 2nd. It was not a controversial project, and it was one that was received very well by Planning Commission. This particular project preserves and creates affordable housing, which is, you know, a community benefit. And it was identified in our report as a community benefit. There was one comment that we received on this matter, and it addressed it provided a somewhat of a fiscal analysis or a proposed fiscal analysis of the development and the impact on the county resources. And so what the issues for the Planning Commission were primarily were the clustering of affordable units and concerns about the tenants. How are we going to relocate tenants and ensure that tenants were able to come back into the project? The applicant had addressed the second issue very well in terms of the development of a relocation plan and commitment to provide the affordable housing for, I'm sorry, you guys, for the tenants that currently reside at the location. Additionally, Mr. Matusek also provided clarification on opportunities where Housing Commission could take up the matter and discuss whether there were opportunities for displaced tenants through the Tenant Assistance Fund, and that was also presented in the slides by Ms. Sontag.
the project itself, again, was not controversial for Planning Commission. There was unanimous support for the project. There was a lot of discussion around the location and clustering of the affordable units. That just did not sit well with members of the Planning Commission. And unfortunately, as our colleague, Mr. Hughes, was able to explain to us, it's just not an issue for us to be able to, unfortunately, necessarily do anything about that. That's more of a financing issue. And while the applicant was wonderful to tell us that the fixtures and the amenities and all the accessibility of the features of this particular project are available to all tenants. The clustering of the units in specific areas of the project, it just didn't sit well with members of the Planning Commission. Again, not an issue that we can do anything about, but we just wanted to make sure that that point was noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very helpful. All right, I guess we'll go to Mr. Bloom with E2C2. John, you still with us?
I am, but I had not intended to testify on this issue. The next two I have comments on.
Ah, okay. It's nice to have you here. Maybe we'll have some questions, but we won't ask you to say anything right now then. That's fine. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that was all of our commissioners then that are here. As I said, we got a letter from the Transportation Commission supporting the MTP amendments. I think we're ready to go to our speakers then. We have some.
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Audrey Clement.
Okay. Ms. Bodine.
Yes, good morning. Thanks, Madam Chair and members of the board. First, let me offer congratulations to you, Madam Chair, on your re-election, and I'd likewise offer them to Mr. DiFerranti on the occasion of his marriage. Next slide. I understand the builder is seeking an exception to spacing between buildings and additional density of about 40,000 square feet for the footprint. I would like to illustrate some consequences that concern me. This slide shows the excess architectural mass, which to me speaks of blocky streetscapes. By blocky, I mean Soviet block. In 1989, I lived in the complex seen here on the right, known as Leipziger Straße, considered stellar examples of utilitarian proletarianism. But behold, they are soulless and we can do better. In fact, I would note JBG said it pushed its building back to preserve neighbors' views for the building you just approved in Crystal City. Next slide. This is the building directly across from the proposed project and would be twin in terms of mass and height. These blocky masses cut us off from the sky, close in on the streetscape, and close off nature. Next slide. Speaking of nature, we see here the massive new footprint that crowds out and imprisons the green space, denying community access even as part of our viewshed. DC architect Jim Schulman says that the project borders on design malpractice in terms of too high a percentage of impervious land and excessive privatization of natural pervious space. Next slide. The project contributes to gentrification, loss of existing missing middle housing. It creates potential fire hazards by removing the spacing requirements between buildings, and it contributes to the problems that ASF will highlight about new density without proper planning. Next slide. Please require spacing between the buildings as needed. Do not permit the footprint to be upzoned to 62,000 square feet. Please commit to required parking ratios and require the green spaces open to all and set back enough from the street to avoid the East Berlin effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Audrey Clement.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I'm Audrey Clement, a Westover resident. My comments on this item do not reflect the views of the Transportation Commission, of which I am a member. When the Commission heard this item on October 29th, it refused to consider the traffic impacts of the development, deferring instead to staff direction to weigh in only on the proposed realignment of two roads on the site. This is most unfortunate, since the existing tree-lined garden apartment complex will be demolished and replaced with two connected 6-story structures covering the entire buildable lot. The unit density of the site will increase fourfold, from 90 units to 400. The parking density will increase more than threefold from 118 spaces to 419. The increase in density will have major impacts on streets, schools, green space, and runoff, none of which have been adequately considered by staff or stakeholders. While neither the multimodal transportation analysis done by Garreau-Slade nor its executive summary were ever shared with the Transportation Commission, the staff report indicates that two key intersections, Columbia Pike and South Greenbrier and Columbia Pike and South Frederick Street, will be degraded by the development from LOSD to LOSE or F. These intersections are already dangerous due to massive new developments in the nearby. Tripling the parking at this location can only exacerbate congestion at the site and along the pike. The student generation projection indicates an increase of almost 200 students with no indication that any consultation was done with APS on how to absorb the additional enrollment. There is also a serious runoff issue caused by elimination of existing tree canopy to construct a massive compound occupying every inch of the buildable lot. Destroying the existing tree canopy will not only degrade the quality of life of displaced tenants who choose to return to the site, it has serious implications for the 4 Mile Run watershed. Finally, to date, no Columbia Pike civic associations have weighed in on the project. This is disturbing, considering the major impacts this outsized development will have on the neighborhood. If projects like this exemplify the neighborhood form-based code, I truly do feel sorry for future residents of the Pike. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next and final speaker is Jonathan Huntley.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning. When Arlington was considering proposals for Amazon's new headquarters, county staff conducted thorough analysis and estimated that the company's relocation would generate revenue of about $172 million over 12 years and $342 million over 16. However, this type of fiscal analysis for new development is the exception and not the rule. Other projects in development policy, especially those that are not expected to generate positive cash flow, do not get the same treatment. This makes it difficult to conduct long-term fiscal planning needed for a rapidly developing community such as ours. Next slide, please. We use Marion Pike West to highlight why we need fiscal analysis as part of a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis for the county. In this case, we estimate that Marion Pike West will need about $17 to $23 million beyond the revenues it generates through 2031 to meet new residents and students' needs. I found better numbers, Amazon numbers, since these slides were completed. But to put that number in perspective, the expected net cost is approximately 6 to 8% of the yearly anticipated Amazon HQ2 revenue once both projects are complete. Next slide, please. Over the past 2 years, using analytical tools I developed while working for the Congressional Budget Office and the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, I have led the development of a comprehensive county fiscal projection and analysis tool. We bring together large federal and Arlington-specific data sources to develop our estimates of new students, new residents, and new assessments. This allows us to estimate the effects of development across more than 40 categories of spending and revenue in both the county and school operating budgets. Capital improvements such as additional parks, transportation, libraries, and more are generally excluded from our analysis, although we do estimate the cost of new school facilities. Developments such as this one, which have fairly favorable impact on the county's general fund, have very different fiscal outcomes when we consider all levels of county government together. Next slide, please. On the revenue side, we estimate that revenues from both the county's general fund as well as all of the APS funds. We find that revenues across these funds will increase about $2 million per year. Most of this increase comes from additional real estate taxes from new and higher value residences. The bulk of new operating spending for Marion Pike West is needed to support education services. We estimate slightly over 100 new enrollments come from this project, slightly higher but broadly similar to reported county and APS estimates. These enrollments cost APS more than $2.5 million per year. Furthermore, these students will be close to schools that APS predicts will be oversubscribed in the immediate future, and therefore we include about $750,000 per year for school construction costs in our analysis. Additional funds in the general fund will be needed to support public safety, human services, health services, and more for our new residents. Next slide, please. A few quick notes about our analysis. First, planning unit 35072 currently has a larger than expected number of kids. If these kids leave permanently, school costs go down. If more kids enroll than expected, as they do now, school costs increase. Second, a permanent decrease in enrollment from COVID would reduce the need for new facilities. Third, we do not estimate most capital expenditures outside of school facilities. Improvements to parks, roads, and more, and other investments may be expensive. Fourth, because all types of housing in this area generate lots of student enrollment, allocating units to affordable housing in this project has a comparatively small effect on the county's overall fiscal position. In short, affordable housing is actually relatively inexpensive in this project. Next slide, please. In summary, this project will require the county to make a long-term fiscal commitment to meet our new residents' needs. Marion Pike West will attract a higher than average number of students and generate lower than average real estate revenues, which we estimate leads to deficits between 17 and 23 million through 2031. A single project such as Marion Pike West is clearly well within the county's means to support. Nonetheless, the cost is sufficiently high that it is easy to see how scaling up development of similar properties could strain the county's commitment to its residents, both old and new, its students, and its future affordable housing goals, while maintaining tax rates at a level with which the board may feel comfortable. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Congratulations to Matt, and I hope that this analysis and the accompanying report have been helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Huntley. All right, is that our final speaker?
Yes, that's our final speaker.
All right, fine. The conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, I think we have a number of issues that have been surfaced. We received a letter from Linda LeDuc yesterday, maybe in the afternoon. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to see it, with concerns about parking and the concentration of affordable units. We've heard some concerns about design and losing green space, and the recent concerns about the fiscal impact. Is there anything else, a major issue that you all think we should handle? I'm just trying to keep track, and they can be surfaced while we talk, of course. Seeing not much of one, any more additions at this point, I think I'm good to entertain a motion to just get us started, if that's all right with everyone. And I would ask Mr. Dorsey to do that, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations for the Pike West development in the staff report. A board report for items 35A through C dated November 10th and 35D dated November 6th, which is summarized as follows. A, amends the master transportation plan map to remove 2 planned streets within the Greenbrier Apartments property, as shown in attachment 2. B, adopts the ordinance as shown in attachment 4 to amend, reenact, and recodify the zoning ordinance concerning the form-based code district that amends the subject regulating plan to relocate 2 planned streets and reclassify them as alleys. C, to approve the subject use permit for the development of 2 6-story residential buildings with 400 units and a shared above-grade garage, subject to all conditions in the staff report. And D, to enact an ordinance of vacation with conditions that vacates a portion of a 5-foot storm sewer running north to south through the subject properties, and authorize the Real Estate Bureau to execute all necessary documents to effectuate the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. Mr. Dorsey, do you want to begin by speaking to your motion or asking some questions, as you wish?
Sure. I will just actually, no, I don't have any questions. I'll wait for concluding comments. Thank you.
That sounds fair. All right. Colleagues, I imagine there are some questions and comments folks would like to make. I don't see any hands up, but there we go. Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one technical question. The amendment to the form-based code that allows, would in this case, is this project allowed to combine the footprint and approve through the code the larger footprint? I would like to know if staff has any comments of what other, blocks along the form-based code regulated Columbia Pike this would affect, and whether this has any other consequences beyond this particular project.
This is Matt Matuzek with the Planning Department. I'd like to begin, I guess, that response and see if the applicant wants to weigh in as well. And maybe to provide a broader context, could we bring up, I believe it's slide 28, just one of the additional slides that captures additional form-based code projects that have been approved in the past, to give, I think, a broader sense of not just the ultimate building footprint, but really the distinction between where many redevelopment applications have ended up with respect to the maximums that are prescribed in the form-based code. That maximum limit is really intended to highlight additional review is warranted in those instances where I think we're dealing with much bigger projects. They may not be taller, but they might be larger in their footprint, to ensure that they are meeting all the form-based code requirements as well as other county guidelines. So this gives you a sense of a mixture of projects. I think the ones that are currently on the slide have been approved using the commercial form-based code. They range anywhere from 34,000 to 70,000 square feet. And I think on the next slide, we actually have a neighborhoods form-based code project that was approved in 2016. This is the Trove, which similarly, I think, had to break down a number of different smaller structures, but because they were all interconnected through conditioned spaces and shared a parking structure, their combined footprint was 65,000. So I think part of the response is to highlight that despite the larger totality of the building itself, I think through different facade treatments and architecture elements, there is a way to address, I think, the larger structure. As it relates to the Greenbrier Apartments, if we go back one slide, it really has to do more with how the regulating plan codifies the adjacent properties to the north and east, many of which have significant topographies to address as well, if and when they chose to redevelop using the neighborhoods form-based code. And particularly, I think, given where the amendments are falling in for the planned streets, that was part of the thinking there, and to make sure that the conversion to alleys did not necessarily require those adjacent properties to align with the same grade as the Pike West application.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, I've got another hand up, but I'm not sure whose it is. Mr. DeFranti.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will. I'd like to ask a question that I think would either be for Mr. Matusiak or it could be that the manager might want to offer thoughts. It's related to Mr. Huntley's presentation. I wanted just to my understanding is that essentially this is an instance of what you might call preserving affordable housing by rebuilding the units that eventually would become too old to be safe and healthy units to live in. That's for 93 of the units. The additional units, so we're getting rebuilt affordable housing units without an AHIF contribution. I think it serves those 93 of our neighbors well, but I didn't know if we haven't seen the economic analysis and the background, but I didn't know if staff, either Mr. Matusiak or the manager, have any thoughts about addressing the fiscal impact issue or estimate. These seem pretty broad brush estimates, and we haven't had a chance to take a look in more detail at Mr. Huntley's analysis, but I guess first for Mr. Matusiak and then maybe the manager.
Sure, I can begin. We have taken a look at the report that has come in from Mr. Huntley, and we've shared that with our colleagues at APS. They are continually evaluating, I think, some of the assumptions that are built into it. I think from an early glimpse, it does appear that there's a distinction between the actual student projections that they are accounting for from the ones that we currently utilize and that are referenced in our staff report. So I think that requires some additional evaluation to see how those two numbers have arrived and why there is a distinction. I think more importantly, though, if you step back, and this really applies, I think, to all redevelopment applications, I think what I like to correct is the presumption that there is no coordination between county staff and APS on many different levels, throughout the year as we consider and update regularly our forecasting throughout the county, not just on Columbia Pike, and utilize that information to better understand what the impacts might be, how we need to anticipate change and additional needs as they change, whether it's schools or other public facilities. So I think that work continues and is part of the reason why we do not include it in our staff reports as part of the typical assessment, because it happens anyway at a larger level and is much broader than just one site plan or form-based code project.
Great, thank you. Anything, Mr. Manager, that you wanted to touch to add to that? Or,
Right. So this the question about the impact of individual projects on economic projections has been something that this and previous boards have talked about at length. And, you know, the county attorney is in the process of engaging a consultant that will do a broader analysis, not a site-by-site analysis, because I think those become extremely tricky. As Mr. Matuzak said, we have included it in most recently in the updated forecast we provided to COG, an assumption about the number of housing units and projections about costs that are that go into, and the assumptions that go into elements of our comprehensive plan. Those comprehensive plan elements and those costs get worked into facility needs and assumptions that inform our CIP. So all the things that are going on here are incorporated into our plans, into our facilities. And I would just say that as far as economic impact, you know, what we do is you can take a point in time projection. What we do on one single project, we look at the overall impact of what's going on in the economy when we're doing our budgeting and CIP planning. And I think that I will just say, leaving this specific point on the table for review, people can look at it. I'm not sure that I agree with it. People need to instead focus on our budgets and our CIPs to see if they're balanced and what the burdens are in each individual. And I'm going to, you know, for that, stand by our financial record, which has, I think, been, you know, a very good record over the last 25 to 30 years. So I'd ask the county attorney if he wanted to provide any more details on the broader question of how we're approaching fiscal analysis.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to do that. As the manager noted, this has been a subject of much discussion more in the past with the prior board members, but it remains an interest to I think the staff as well as the board generally. The approach that we are taking with the current expert that we're engaging is based on board direction, and that's to obtain a model that we can use on a periodic basis to kind of see how things are going with development. It's kind of almost a periodic retrospective look that would let us know what kind of impacts development that has been approved is causing, and how does that relate to the CIP and other capital projects that have been put in place to manage the impacts of that development. So that's a model that we will have available to us sort of on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac and Mr. Schwartz, for that background. That's helpful. I have looked once before at Mr. Huntley's work, and I do think it'd be helpful to forward that individual report just so we can see. I do tend to share the view that treating individual development as a contract and does not seem initially consistent with the point that we're rebuilding affordable units, and we are also, in my view, actually providing more of a mix of market rate units on the west end of the Pike through this individual project. So thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Oh, Madam Chair, could I get in?
No, absolutely. I'm sorry, Miss. You're not on my screen. Ms. Crystal, go ahead.
No problem. I just wanted to say before we leave this point, I do have a couple questions as well about the affordability and in particular the transition plans for current residents. But before we leave this point about impacts to development, I think there's an important lens on this as well that we've not yet talked about. There is a misunderstanding perhaps in the community that new residents somehow have to be subsidized by existing residents. It's not the newness or the existingness of residents. It is whether a resident has children in the public school system currently or does not. Those of us who don't currently have children in the public school system subsidize those of us who do currently have children in the public school system. I thought we were the kind of community that had generally come to the consensus that subsidizing the education of our young people was worth doing. I had especially thought, and I cannot tell you how disappointed I am to be wrong on this, that we were a community that thought that subsidizing the quality education of low-income children was a value that we all held. And I think it's incredibly important to put a fine point on that question. That is the question before us with this project. It will be the question before us with affordable projects in the future. They are about providing homes and, when possible, family-sized homes for low-income residents, and about ensuring that kids in our community and those who indeed may come to our community can access a quality education. That's why they maybe cost more when you do the analysis. Again, I had thought that was something this community was willing to pay for. I did want to ask a little bit about the transition plan for tenants. Certainly, anytime there is a redevelopment on the Pike, this is of top concern, and that's baked into the form-based code, right? That real strong interest in it. You all described, and Ms. Puskar described, I think, briefly, the transition plans, and I wondered if we could explore that a little bit more deeply, beginning with a specific question, which is, I think it makes sense to discuss the difference between the subsidies that may go to tenants or a TAF during the time that they're transitioning out, and then we hope back to the new development, and also the tenant relocation plan. And so of the households who receive assistance from the Department of Human Services, housing grants especially, they're not eligible for the TAF because they're receiving another program, but they are, and I hope will be thought of with the tenant relocation plan. Is that right? Can I confirm that, and maybe even confirm that with the applicant too?
So this is Melissa Danowski with the Housing Division, and Eric Timar is also here to help with the TAF questions. But in regards to your question, yes, those residents that may not be eligible for TAF would certainly be eligible to take part in the assistance received through the tenant relocation plan, so the moving assistance and other moving services.
Thank you. I think that's really important. Sometimes it's not just the funds or the source of funds, but just the information and assurance that they can come back. I know that the tenant relocation plan itself does not need to be developed until, or submitted rather, and approved until the issuance of the demolition permit. But Ms. Puskar, on behalf of your client or applicant, could you tell us a little more about what they're thinking in terms of that tenant relocation plan to ensure that community members can stay on the Pike if possible? Speaking of school kids, if possible, they can stay within their school district. Tell us a little bit about how you all are thinking about that.
Thanks for that question. You are correct. The tenant relocation plan has not been fully developed. As it gets, there's about a 10-month process that we will go through prior to relocation to work through those issues with staff and the tenant relocation board to make sure that the residents are taken care of. We do understand the sensitivities of the school year. And as I mentioned, it seems as though we would not be starting construction until at least November 2021. Of course, these uncertain times we find ourselves in, that may take a little bit longer. We did have an initial meeting with tenants. We also have a property manager who's been there for a very long time, who speaks Spanish and can communicate with many of our residents who have English as a second language, and they think they have a lot of confidence and comfort with her. And so we will work throughout the process to make sure that we are aware of individual needs. Obviously, we look at priorities for families with school-age children, elderly families, families that may, individuals that may have disabilities. I can't speak to the specifics of that plan right now because we have not put it together, but I can just rest assured that we know our obligation to make sure that those tenants are relocated in a very individualized and sensitive way, particular to their circumstance. And once again, the goal would be to keep as many people nearby. You mentioned school districts, if they have children, trying to find them housing nearby. The TAF certainly helps in those circumstances where the rent level for the apartment we can find them is higher than what they're currently able to afford. So I think we have a lot of mechanisms that will help us when we're ready to proceed with that point. There were also questions at the Housing Commission about people being able to come back into the project. That's always a goal of allowing people to come back. But once again, you're talking about a construction time frame of 2 to 3 years. And sometimes people get relocated and they actually acclimate very well to where they are and they don't want to come back. So that's an individual choice for them, but we will certainly work with those residents who would like to return to the new and improved project.
Thank you very much, Ms. Puskar. I'll say as well, that tenant relocation plan is subject to approval by the county manager. We won't see it, but I will express to our housing staff and to our manager that I'd appreciate an update on it when that does come forward prior to the issuance of the demo permit, so that we can be aware in our conversations with our neighbors in this area of Columbia Pike, have full information and be aware how these transitions might be executed. Thank you, and I actually have gone ahead and given my comments. So Madam Chair, I will yield the floor. I'm prepared to support the project and welcome it coming to the neighborhood.
Thank you. While we've got Ms. Puskar, I'm going to jump in and then I'll call on other hands that are. So we're talking a lot about the affordable units and the AMI. What are you looking at for the rent range for the units that are not affordable? Because I'm assuming while that's maybe not market rate affordable, I assume that's going to fit the need of a kind of a middle section of folks that we also want to be able to supply housing to, although it's not committed in any rate in any range.
So I am using my handy dandy communication skills, which would be a text, to get you an answer to that question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but if I hear back from the client, these are weird times we find ourselves in. So
that's fine. And while we're at it, they're the two options. What are your thought process going to be on which option you choose?
So I think that the way they're going to handle that is wait a little bit longer, depending upon the financing and how the numbers work out relative to construction costs and everything else. Taking into account those options will lead them to decide which one is the better approach in this particular case.
Okay, thank you. And we did
more flexibility and time to make those
decisions. Okay. And I know, personally, it seems more units are better. And we did hear from Linda LeDuc, whom I imagine that Ms. Puskar. She's been very active in the community for a long time, concerned about, again, a concentration of lower income rentals. But because this is such a large unit and it's going to be market rate as well, it feels like this is going to actually be a good, provide a good energy for the area. And then I will see if any of my colleagues want to say anything. Looking forward, and this would be for, I guess, our manager and our staff, as we're starting to do this analysis of the effect of each unit. I keep thinking that if indeed every time you had more people come that needed more students, every city would collapse as it expanded. But in fact, if you look at history and how growth happens, I think when people come, it's about the energy they provide. They work in businesses. They help support. There's a lot of synergy that goes on that I think doesn't get necessarily captured in a very kind of truncated analysis, and that's for much smarter economic minds than mine to look at. But I think that's something as we move forward, because there seems to be, as I think Ms. Crystal, you said, this sense that if we have more people, all of a sudden our schools are going to be crowded and we just have to stop growing. But just looking at how the world works and has worked, that doesn't quite balance up. And I'm sure there's an economic analysis to show why not. So I just throw that out there. Mr. DeFranti, you've had your hand up. Thank you for waiting.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just ready to close, and I want to first thank Mr. Matuzik for emphasizing the collaboration that goes on a regular basis between the county and APS. We know about it because we will be briefed occasionally on it, but it is important for our community to know that our collaboration is strong with respect to, and stronger than it has ever been, with respect to student generation as well as planning generally. Appreciate also Mr. Schwartz and Mr. McIsaac's comments, and especially Ms. Crystal's reminder of the ideals that underlie this project. I do strongly believe that how we grow matters, and in this instance, if we just say no more housing, our housing units will be more and more expensive, and that is not a result that any of us want to see. So there is an element of public good, of all of us working together, and of the realization that we continue to grow. So that is a helpful reminder. I had it coming in, but it was great to hear strongly in this project. I do think along with that, it's helpful to see I would still like to see the actual analysis that Mr. Huntley mentioned, just so that I can continue to understand. I do want to listen even in instances where I might take a different view. For example, the concerns that this would be, this would somehow be gentrifying. I actually think this accomplishes the reverse goal, which is making sure that affordable units can be preserved while also to a neighborhood that could use some market rate units in addition will receive them. So I'm happy to support the project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Garvey,
yes.
I have an answer to your question. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
So our one-bedroom units will range from approximately 600 to 800 square feet, and the rents right now are estimated at $1,700 to $2,000 for those units. And then our two bedrooms will be 1,000 square feet and in excess of that, and the rents will likely start around $2,500. And, I just did want to make a comment on the affordable housing. I think Mr. DiFerenti is correct. When they originally did the commercial form-based codes, they excluded the areas that we're now dealing with in the neighborhoods code. And the reason they did that, and that would be you all, your predecessors, was to prevent developers from coming in and either renovating existing market rate affordable units out of affordability, or frankly, redeveloping altogether and losing that product. And so through the neighborhoods form-based code, that is the way that we have been able to ensure the development of additional committed affordable units while incentivizing developers with additional density so that it does not come back to the county for that financing. So it is a creative tool to achieve the goal of preserved affordable housing while also doing it on the private side as opposed to the counties.
Thank you. Helpful. And I do want to note, and then I'll go to Mr. Dorsey. We haven't discussed this recently, but the fact when you've got committed affordable, a lot of times it actually improves the community, improves the schools, because students are able to get into a home and they don't have to keep bouncing around, because they don't, the stability that a building like this and the support provides is really crucial, and that improves the schools for everybody and improves the lives of the people living in those units. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just ready for some concluding comments. I made the motion, and therefore it probably no surprise that I support the project. I do want to just say a few things that I think are important for anyone who may be watching to remember. This is a proposal that is subject to a community-centric plan for redevelopment, and has been talked about. It provides a different look in a different way our community should really assess the project. One, it is designed to make sure that there is a proper way for redevelopment to not occur in a way that produces impacts that we cannot shape and control. So it is designed to hopefully get developers not to pursue a buyer ad option, of which there is the ability to do townhouses on this subject property, and to move into such a way that creates development that not only looks, but delivers a living environment that we desire. And that is through the no net loss of affordable housing that may exist. And this project prioritizes that. It prioritizes that above architecture. It prioritizes that above open space. It prioritizes that above energy efficiency. I will say that in all of those areas, this project is definitely an improvement over the existing conditions, but I understand that it's not as innovative as other projects that we've approved in Arlington, That is not a fault, that's a feature. And when it comes to the concerns about the financial impact, I too look forward to reading Mr. Huntley's analysis. I have no reason to doubt his capability in this regard, and will assume that he has offered a very sound and reasonable impact analysis. I think he would agree, based on his experience, that even the most robust fiscal analysis is going to be wrong, because it is based on a number of assumptions, which the totality of them, they can't all be right. So, with that, when it comes to looking at student generation specifically, there are a number of assumptions which will affect the analysis, which are not necessarily within our ability right now to fully know. Those include boundaries. Those include capacity utilization of existing facilities, and of course, it includes the instructional models. So I do want to give people who are concerned about student generation a little bit of a broader perspective, that that's not something that we are helpless and powerless to shape. Circumstances can very much impact what students cost, if that's a concern that people have. Another thing I'd just like to contextualize is this is not an ad hoc proposal that hasn't been planned, as I mentioned before, but whose impacts haven't been analyzed and mitigants already baked in to the form-based code itself, but also to our long-term infrastructure investments, which include a premium bus network on Columbia Pike. So, for people who are thinking that this is this ad hoc thing coming out of nowhere and, a desire to sort of take an existing condition and put this in its place, nothing could be further from the truth. And then finally, we've heard from people interested in commenting on this project. We haven't heard from the people who live there now, who are most affected by it. And that's because I suspect, and Madam Chair, I believe you and Mr. DeFerranti, we were with some residents of the Columbia Pike community who lived in the affected units, whose foremost concern was not that development not happen, but that they have an opportunity to participate in the redeveloped community that sprung from it, and wanting to make sure that we did everything possible to ensure that their displacement not be permanent and that there be a way for them to come back. And, when I think about the most important things for us to do from an equity perspective, from a just good government, effective community perspective, this hits those boxes, because this project is going to allow them to return at rents that are affordable to them. We are going to make sure that any displacement is temporary if a tenant desires to come back, and we're going to smooth that process so that we don't lose people who want to be a part of this community while improving the opportunities they have when it's done. So for all of those reasons, pleased to support this project, and it sounds like we all are. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Yes, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues have already covered most of what I wanted to say. There is one last thing. This is a project that exactly delivers what the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code intended to do, which is incentivize the natural production of affordable housing by giving some additional density so that we don't need to subsidize that housing anymore. These are committed affordable units in a balance between 60 and 80%. That won't need any AHIP funding, which was the whole point from the get-go. So this project, in terms of the delivery of what the community wanted to preserve, and in the last board meeting we heard so much testimony about how important it was not to displace the 60% AMI neighbors, right? So, and partially these were the same people testifying here, and that's important to stress. So now we will be able to support them, and we will be able to keep them in place in this community that they have been. I very much hope so that the tenant relocation plan will have provisions to bridge these 3 years for the majority of these households, or at least that they will have a fair chance to come back to the place that they know and they have been growing in. To the fiscal analysis is really very important. I'm actually very happy that we are beginning to have this conversation, and I very much hope, and I know that Mr. Swartz is committed to get the expertise needed to do that with regards to our entirety of planning. But even in this case, there is on the other side of the ledger, there's not only the net subsidy, quote unquote, the net cost of this development. There is also the net benefit that any development brings. These are new households. These are working families. Their economic potential, keeping them in Arlington, in our neighborhoods, is absolutely, it's not considered here. There is an income side on this balance sheet, and I believe that this is a very important part of our fiscal analysis as well. Finally, and after all, development like that, more dense development, is extremely efficient in keeping the workforce, in supporting our economy, supporting our neighborhoods. Of course, there are conditions as well. Like Mr. Dorsey already mentioned, that definitely this needs to happen in conditions of providing good transportation, of providing good services, of maximizing the ability for our schools to respond to that. We take that very well in consideration. It's part of the code, it's part of the planning, and we can always improve on that. And it's a good conversation to have, after all. Finally, I want to say one thing about the issue of the architecture. Yes, indeed, preserving our affordable housing is the highest, and bringing in some variation in different housing choices in the same neighborhood. It will be not anymore only 60%, but it will be also 80% AMI, and then also market rate, which is an important addition to this neighborhood right now. But this is important. It goes over architecture, but I want to reiterate that the form-based code affords many ways to create even more variability, to think more creatively, to make places even more attractive. Placemaking is an important commitment. It's an important component of how we build neighborhoods that are accepted and welcomed, and where our community can take ownership of. I think that this project has already improved on other projects that we have seen along Columbia Pike. There is a vector of improvement. I applaud that. I welcome that. But I just invite everybody involved in the future of Columbia Pike to try harder and to work with the community to even produce a better product. So with that, I support the project, and I'm very happy to see a pure 100% delivery on the neighborhood's form-based code. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. I too am going to support this. I am going to be very interested to see how this plays out. I know there are the concerns about the parking. Mr. Dorsey brought up the fact that if we get better transportation along the Pike, which should be, we should be finally having that work. And I will just make a note, Mr. Schwartz, maybe this is for you and the transportation folks. It might also help if that bus stop, they show there's a nice stop right out in front of the building. If it had actually a shelter over it, a roof or something, I mean, I think if we could upgrade the comfort of people taking our bus system, and that would include being able to stand outside, wait for the bus, and not get wet in the rain. That would be a really good thing. So I just kind of note that, and hopefully maybe that will happen as we move forward and this gets completed. Thank you. All right, I think we are ready to vote. This is exciting. It's great. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. I say aye as well. All right, motion passes 5-0. This is exciting. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Pusker. Nice to see you, even if not really.
Yes, good to see you all. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, take care. All right, colleagues, we've got two more issues ahead of us. I propose we take a break for lunch. Would you like to go till 1, which would give us 20 minutes, or would you like to go to 1:15 and give us a good chunk of time. What would you like?
One's good. I don't know about others, colleagues.
I'm fine with one. Either
All right.
works.
Nobody's, yep. All right. 1 o'clock it is. We'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Right. Welcome back, everybody. We are back in session after a brief break for lunch. And Madam Clerk, I think we are ready to have you call the next item.
Okay, items 36A through E related to the Dominion Energy Crystal City Substation. Those items include an exchange agreement between the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia, and Virginia Electric Power Company, Dominion Electric Virginia. Also an amendment to the General Land Use Plan Public Facility Map and Table, a rezoning from the RA 716 zoning district to CO 2.5 zoning district, and a related update to the zoning map 13.1, a use permit amendment for an expansion of an existing substation, and a use permit for a temporary off-site contractor storage and staging yard, and finally, a vacation of an easement for sanitary sewer.
Thank you. A multifaceted item that we have. Mr. Manager, would you like to get us started?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend everyone being a little bit patient because we're going to do one presentation up front for 5 items. So it will seem a little bit lengthy, but it's all worth it. On this item, first you're going to hear from Jennifer Scow, who is for CPHD. Then you're going to hear from Mike Haluski with the Department of Environmental Services. Then you'll hear from Matt Ladd with CPHD. And then you're going to hear from Kevin Lamb, who is our 4th and final presenter. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to start us off.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jennifer Scow from CPHD. I'm here, as Mark mentioned, along with a few others, to present the electrical substation expansion for Dominion Energy's Crystal City location. The reason for the project is threefold. Current equipment's pretty dated. It's nearing the end of its useful life, and it needs to be upgraded to achieve new safety standards. Second, they want to make site improvements to better their accessibility to the equipment that's there. And lastly, with the arrival of Amazon HQ2 and other new development in the pipeline, Dominion needs to install larger equipment so that they can add more connections to the substation, add resiliency equipment, which essentially it's going to enable them to be better equipped to maintain reliability of our electric needs and prevent any disruptions in the event of malfunctions that could occur from issues with equipment or a natural disaster event. So adding this new equipment, that's something this existing facility just cannot accommodate, and expanding the substation is required to address all of these issues. To facilitate the project, you've heard several land use and real estate actions need to take place. There's a land swap with the county parcel, use permits, a rezoning, an amendment to the GLUP. So because there's 10 action items and several technical aspects of this project to present, there's 3 other staff members with me who's going to share their perspective and overview and analysis of each of the elements that they manage. So at this time, I'll invite Mike Haluski up from the Real Estate Bureau to present his items.
Thank you, Ms. Scow, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. As Ms. Scow mentioned, I'm Mike Haluski from the Real Estate Bureau in the Department of Environmental Services to talk about the real estate matters associated with this project. Dominion contacted county staff last year regarding their need to expand at the Crystal substation. And given the level of infrastructure that's associated with the substation, it's not practical for Dominion to relocate or expand in a different location in the county or in the area. And the most feasible location is to expand onto an adjacent county parcel to the west that is a green area. They have considerable constraints on the other 3 sides, including utility conflicts, adjacent property owners, and existing right-of-way. Next slide, please. Dominion originally approached the county to inquire whether the county would be willing to sell this portion of the county parcel to Dominion for the expansion. And county staff in our Department of Parks and Recreation identified what you can see at the bottom right of the screen, which we refer to as the Dominion Exchange parcel. This is a property that is owned by Dominion. It's at the northeast corner of South 18th Street and South Ives. And that parcel is identified in the Public Spaces Master Plan as a parcel for potential future acquisition. So we thought this presents a great opportunity to acquire that parcel as part of a land exchange. So the county parcel, or the portion of the county parcel that's adjacent to the substation, we refer to as the county exchange parcel. It's a little over 14,000 square feet in size compared to the 10,000 square foot Dominion Exchange property. Although about a little over 4,000 square feet of the county exchange property is a nice wide sidewalk and utility strip that Dominion would be granting back a public sidewalk and utilities easement to the county over that area. The exchange also involves a dedication by Dominion of a 19,000 square foot portion of the existing substation site. In fee simple, it's the portion of South Hayes Street that goes over their property now. It's the subject of a street and utilities easement, but they're going to dedicate that in fee to the county for public street. Next slide, please. The proposed county exchange parcel is part of a larger county parcel. So one of the actions that is before you today is the authorization to re-subdivide the county parcel to create that county exchange parcel. And you can see on this graphic the area highlighted in purple, that's the county exchange parcel. We're also taking the opportunity to address a couple of other items that we noticed, which is the consolidation of two county parcels. You can see that in blue here. There's currently a property line that runs through the existing library and community building. So this will get rid of that. And also, just like on the Dominion parcel, the portion of South Hayes Street right-of-way that goes over the county parcel was never dedicated as a public street. And so as part of this re-subdivision, we would dedicate that area in green, the South Hayes Street right-of-way, as a public street. The proposed exchange agreement does not contemplate any monetary compensation. It's the exchange of parcels and the dedications that we discussed. County staff obtained or performed all the necessary due diligence, including a land survey that meets the standards of the American Land Title Association, the title report, valuation analysis, and environmental reports. And we heard some concerns from the community about the environmental condition of the Dominion Exchange parcel. So I'd like to address the environmental condition in a little bit more detail. County staff did obtain a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment from our environmental consultant. The phase 2 report was based on a laboratory analysis of soil samples taken from 8 different boring locations on the site, from the surface to depths down to 20 feet below the surface grade. No hazardous levels of contamination were identified in any of the samples, although there were a few areas that would require remediation in the form of disposing of any contaminated soil if it is ever excavated. Next slide, please. After closing on the exchange, Dominion will need to consolidate their 2 parcels, which you can see highlighted here in blue on this graphic. This consolidation also shows the portion of the consolidated parcel that would be dedicated in fee for the public street. That's the area highlighted in green. And the areas highlighted in yellow are areas that Dominion would dedicate sidewalk and utilities easements back to the county. Another item before you today is an ordinance of vacation. You can see on this graphic, could you go back one slide, please? Sorry. In red here, we found an old sanitary sewer easement that actually runs under the existing substation. Back in 1970, when Dominion constructed the substation, they actually relocated the sanitary sewer line. It sort of doglegs around the station to the north. But the existing easement was never vacated and a new easement was never dedicated in the existing location. And so we're proposing to vacate the 5-foot wide sanitary sewer easement, and Dominion would dedicate back a wider replacement sanitary sewer easement in the location of the line where it exists today. Lastly, the exchange agreement contemplates a license agreement that would allow Dominion to use the Dominion Exchange property for construction staging associated with the substation expansion. So the term of the license agreement is 18 months, although it can be extended on a month-to-month basis by the county manager thereafter, if necessary. The license agreement would terminate earlier if the associated off-site construction staging use permit terminates, or if Dominion terminates it earlier for any reason, or if the county terminates it for cause. The license fee is just under $7,500 per month. Dominion's required to maintain, repair, and restore the parcel to the condition that it is in prior to the commencement, and in a condition that's acceptable to the Department of Environmental Services and the Department of Parks and Rec. Only Dominion and its contractors are allowed to enter the property, and they must maintain the policies and levels of insurance that are required by the license agreement. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to my colleague, Kevin Lamb, in CPHD.
Thanks, Mr. Haluski, and good afternoon, board members. This is Kevin Lamb, and I'm the planning lead on 3 of the items today, which include a new use permit for a staging yard, a rezoning request, and a use permit amendment for the substation expansion. So Dominion Energy is requesting a new use permit for a construction, storage, and staging yard on the Dominion Exchange parcel. So as previously mentioned, Dominion Energy will enter into a license agreement with Arlington County to use the Dominion Exchange parcel as a staging yard until construction is complete, which is anticipated to be finished by April 2022. As conditioned, the use permit expires in 3 years or upon termination of the license agreement. So here's just an aerial and street view of the site. It's currently vacant and enclosed by a fence. It is also approximately 0.2 miles from the substation expansion project site. So once Dominion Energy vacates a lot and returns it to the county will conduct a public engagement process to determine the ultimate use of the site. The Department of Parks and Recreation will consider using the property to develop a new park or expand the existing Virginia Highlands Park. Next slide, please. So next we have the rezoning, which is to rezone a portion of the existing substation site from RA 716 to CO 2.5. The request also includes a related update to the sign map to indicate the zoning district and extend line A around the property. So the site is currently split zoned, CO 2.5 on the northern end and RA 716 on the southern portion, as you can see here. The applicant's request would expand the CO 2.5 zoning to the remainder of the site, which would improve consistency with the adjacent parcels located on this block. The rezoning would also help the subject property comply with the minimum lot size requirements associated with the proposed expansion. So as you can see here, we have the county exchange parcel, which is around 14,250 square feet and currently zoned CO 2.5. Given that this parcel itself does not meet the minimum lot size requirement of 20,000 square feet under the CO 2.5 zoning district, Dominion Energy will consolidate this parcel with the existing substation parcel through a re-subdivision, resulting in an approximately 74,250 square foot site. Under the existing RA 716 zoning district, the consolidated site also doesn't meet the minimum lot size requirement of 100,000 square feet for that particular zoning district. Therefore, to comply with the minimum lot size requirements associated with the proposed expansion, Dominion Energy is requesting to rezone to CO 2.5, which again has a minimum lot size requirement of 20,000 square feet. Next slide, please. So now let's move on to the use permit amendment for the substation expansion. Here are just some photos of the existing conditions. You can see here the existing plaza, as well as a view of the parcel the new substation expansion will expand upon. Just a bit of background, the original use permit was approved by the board in 1969. And as part of those original conditions, the landscaping and plaza area were provided and maintained by Dominion Energy. Next slide. So looking at the proposed plan for the site and the expansion, this consists of a few components numbered here. So first we have the construction of the new substation building. We also have the remodeling of the existing substation, the redevelopment of the existing plaza area into open space. There's also streetscape improvements, as well as potential public art opportunities. So looking at the first component, the new substation building will be located again on the County Exchange parcel adjacent to the existing substation. It will have a building footprint of approximately 4,000 square feet and will be 35 feet in height for a total of approximately 13,875 square feet of new gross floor area, spanning 3 floors of the new building. Next slide. There will be additional electrical equipment located on the roof of the new building, which will be screened by parapet walls, as well as this specialty mesh panel wrapping all sides of the building, excluding the elevator shaft in the back. This panel will not only provide architectural screening, but will also be designed as a public art feature. The remainder of the County Exchange parcel will remain as open green space with additional trees installed as part of the project, which will provide additional screening. Next slide. So moving on to the existing substation, the existing substation equipment is vertically confined due to the existing lattice screening structure on the top of the building, which physically blocks maneuverability within the substation. Therefore, the applicant proposes to remove this lattice structure to provide greater clearance and safety in order to access the transformers and other critical equipment. There will be new trees surrounding the existing substation, which will provide additional screening. Next slide. So in terms of site access and parking, Dominion Energy does require vehicular access in order to inspect, repair, and test substation equipment. So there will be a new service area located between the new and existing substations, and this will be accessed from Fern Street via an extended driveway, which runs on the north side of the site. As you can see here on Fern, there are currently 2 existing curb cuts. What this proposed expansion is looking to do is add a curb cut on South Hay Street right there. So Dominion intends to exit onto Hay Street only when large trucks are used to test the substation batteries, since they are unable to back out safely onto Fern Street. This type of battery testing will occur once a year, and as outlined in the conditions, Dominion Energy will provide at least 72 hours notice to the county and will block off the on-street parking and the bike lane in order to allow the large trucks to exit onto Hay Street. Other planned visits, such as inspections and equipment servicing, will occur around 12 times a year and once every 5 years. While the substation will largely be unmanned, the applicant does propose 6 new off-street parking spaces for employees during these planned and unplanned visits. So considering how the substation use operates and the lack of on-site personnel, the required number of parking spaces for the site is based on the maximum number of employees that will visit the substation during the regular course of business, which is 1 space per employee. Next slide. So the applicant proposes to redevelop the existing plaza area on the eastern portion of the site. The aim is to create a publicly accessible space maintained by Dominion Energy that aligns with the design guidelines for privately owned public spaces in the Public Spaces Master Plan. The redesigned open space includes, as you can see here, a grassy lawn, new trees and landscaping, a pedestrian walkway, and abundant seating options, all of which provide a comfortable casual use space. Next slide. So these series of plans kind of depict the evolution of the proposed open space during the review process. So the existing plaza, as you can see on the left here, consists of quite a bit of impervious surface area and is pretty tucked away from the street. There's also on-street parking spaces and a slip lane on Fern Street. The originally submitted design, shown here in the middle, previously included some of those off-street parking spaces I talked about earlier, right in the center, abutting the grassy lawn. There's more impervious surface area due to the crisscross layout of the pedestrian walkways. And it also maintained the existing 4-foot sidewalk width on South Hayes. So based on input from both staff and the community, the applicant has revised their original design for the open space, shown here on the right. So the revised proposal shifts these off-street parking spaces into that extended new driveway on the north side of the site, and also redesigns the pedestrian walkway, resulting in significantly more usable green space than what was both originally proposed as well as the existing conditions. The additional opportunities for enhanced landscaping were coordinated with the expansion of the sidewalk on Hayes to 6 feet to create a better pedestrian experience. So this portion of this, or the western portion of the streetscape, has been designed in coordination with the county's 18th Street South Complete Street project, which is shown here in purple line work. This project, this county project, will rebuild the intersection of 18th and Fern to remove that slip lane and to reduce crossing distances on Fern. So by removing this slip lane and some of the on-street parking spaces, the applicant has been able to extend the amount of open space and landscaping on the site eastward. Next slide. So lastly, the applicant proposes to incorporate public art into the site and has identified 4 potential public art opportunities, including that architectural screening panel. So as conditioned, the applicant will present these public art opportunities to the Public Art Committee for review, followed by artist and concept selection. The Public Art Committee will provide input and recommendations on the final designs of the public art components. Next slide. So lastly, to summarize, although the existing plaza was determined not to be feasible for the expansion of the substation, the proposed redesign and extension of the open space, we feel offers a much improved use of that space. Kind of building off of the county's planned roadway improvements and based on both staff and community feedback, the redesigned open space is much larger and more usable than the existing plaza area today. So in addition to the approximately 12,000 square feet of open space, which is conditioned for public access, the sidewalks surrounding the site will be widened to at least 6 feet. At least 30 new street trees will be planted around the new substation, in the open space, and along the sidewalks. 4 areas, as I mentioned, are proposed for public art, and a portion of the existing substation site will be dedicated to the county for public street purposes. And with that, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Matt Ladd, to talk about the GLUP amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Item 36B is an amendment to the General Land Use Plan's public facility map and table. This map and table are relatively recent additions to the GLUP that were adopted by the board in February of this year. The proposed amendment is needed to comply with the section of state code governing public facility conformance with the comprehensive plan, also known as section 2232. While Dominion Energy's facilities are not publicly owned or operated, they are subject to 2232 requirements because Dominion is regulated as a public service corporation. Electric substations are not currently shown or otherwise described in the GLUP or elsewhere in Arlington's comprehensive plan, so staff is bringing forward an amendment to the GLUP public facility map and table to identify the location, acreage, and use category for the expanded Crystal substation. In addition to the Crystal substation on South Fern Street, The proposed amendment would also add 10 existing substations located throughout the county to the public facility map and table. With this action, the expanded substation will satisfy the requirements of State Code Section 2232. Next slide, please. This image is the public facility map shown with the electrical substations proposed to be added circled in red. The GLUP amendment would also add the mapped substations to the MAPS companion table in the GLUP booklet. Now I'm going to turn it back to Jennifer Sko to close out the presentation.
Thank you. Just a little bit about our public engagement efforts on all of this. The Planning Commission heard the GLUP amendment and the rezoning request on November 4th. Very little comments during that meeting, no remarks from the public, and they voted unanimously to approve both of those items. And staff's outreach to the community, we've heard, again, very little. We've got a letter of support by the National Landing Bid, and we have heard concerns from the Aurora Highlands Civic Association related to the environmental quality of the exchange parcel, our responsibility for that remediation. And they also presented some issues with design elements of the proposed concept, that Mike and Kevin had discussed earlier. But, as Kevin mentioned, we feel Dominion incorporated our feedback and the community's feedback as best they could, given the site constraints that exist. And they'll talk about their efforts in their presentation and what they did and how they incorporated staff and community feedback. So this project presents several benefits to Arlington that we've touched on in the presentation, and we're recommending approving all 10 actions associated with this item. This includes the exchange agreement, re-subdivision of the county parcel, the license agreement, and authorizing us to move forward on executing these documents and their exhibits. We also recommend adopting the GLUP amendment and the rezoning ordinance for the entire substation site, including the county exchange parcel, and approving both use permits for the temporary construction staging at the exchange parcel and the use permit for the expansion itself. And then finally, we recommended enacting the vacation ordinance for that legacy sanitary sewer easement. So this concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions you may have for us, and Dominion Energy is also here to provide some remarks of their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to the whole team. And we'll turn it over to Dominion Energy now as the applicant to present what they would like to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Matthew Weinstein. I'm an attorney at McGuire Woods, and I'm representing Dominion on this project. And I'm also joined by some members of Dominion's team and Dewberry and Clark Construction, who can answer some technical questions should you have any. Very short presentation I'm going to share now. As you very much well saw, staff had a very, very, very thorough explanation of the project, which I think covered most of the bases, but I just want to quickly summarize what we're asking from you today, requesting from you today, and also go over the community outreach that Dominion went through to get us here. All right, so application summary, obviously the real estate components and some of the land use components are kind of initiated by the county, but Dominion submitted an application to rezone the Crystal City substation from RA 716 to CO 2.5, and also filed the use permit amendment to the 1969 use permit to expand the existing substation and construct the new substation. Rezoning, as Kevin ably described before, is currently split zoned RA 716 and CO 2.5. Rezoning is needed to satisfy the lot requirements. It's also promoting consistency with zoning in the area. Pretty much all the other parcels adjacent to it are also zoned CO 2.5. And major utilities are permitted by special exception use permit in the CO 2.5 district. So the use permit summary, this amends 1969 use permit to allow the renovation of the existing substation and expansion of the new substation onto the county parcel. And the new substation building includes commitments to providing public art on site, which I just want to flag this is not required for a use permit. This is fairly unusual, but it really represents a commitment that Dominion has made to making the project really fit in with the neighborhood and be a real asset to the community as well. Enhancing open space and widening sidewalks along South Hayes are also two other benefits and improvements that come from the project. And really, this project is truly the culmination of a collaborative process that Dominion has entered into with the community and staff going back to May or June. And just to walk through that and really show how Dominion has gone above and beyond what is normally expected for a use permit from the community outreach perspective. I'm just going to go over this real quickly. Back on June 15th, Dominion initially reached out to the affected neighboring civic associations, including Arlington Ridge, Aurora Highlands, Crystal City, and the Crystal City Citizens Review Council. On July 8th, the project team attended the Aurora Highlands Civic Association meeting to talk about the project and what the plans were. On July 29th, the project announcement letter was mailed to the neighboring property owners in the neighborhood and the community around it. So from August 3rd to the 13th, Dominion posted online advertisements for a virtual community meeting, which they then held on August 13th. August 7th, they mailed out postcards to residents about the virtual community meeting. We held the meeting on the 13th from 6 to 7 p.m., and there were 15 attendees, not including 5 county staff attendees, and it was really a well-attended community meeting for this COVID world we're in for a Dominion project. On August 14th, Dominion recorded the video posted the recorded video and survey on the project website. And then in the interim, we got 137 people who viewed the meeting after we posted it. From August 19th to the 28th, the virtual community meeting post-event follow-up, we had an online advertising to follow up on the community meeting, and we followed up with the civic associations by email. We posted a survey as part of that follow-up with the community, and we received 32 responses and 16 comments. And that survey was really get feedback on the building design and the potential open space for the project.
Excuse me, Matt, your screen's not updating.
Oh, okay. Let me try to stop sharing and I'll try again. Sorry, my texts were blowing up, but obviously I can't look at it while I'm talking.
No, that's okay. I was thinking you were having some issues there, but it was fine.
Okay. Sorry, let me try this again. All right, can you see that now?
We're still stuck on the first slide. We can see down the left-hand corner, we can see the upcoming slides, but only the cover one. There you go.
Okay, let me just, I won't do the slideshow then. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, I won't do the slideshow then. So picking up where I left off, we posted a survey that was open for 2 weeks where we're asking the community to provide feedback on building design and open space. We received 32 responses and 16 comments. And then September 24th and October 28th, we had follow-up meetings with leadership from Aurora Highlands to talk about the project update and also address some of the concerns they raised about design and open space and sidewalks, and really were as responsive as we could be to address those problems proactively. And then from September to October, we revised the plans numerous times based on community feedback, particularly for the open space. To summarize the advertising we did, we had a project announcement letter and postcards. We had a pre-event and post-event online campaign from starting for the August 13th meeting. We had additional online campaigns run for the October project update, and we had 310,463 impressions via Facebook and Twitter, 4,010 clicks on the ads, 15 attendees, as I mentioned before, more than 130 views of the video, and we had no inquiries from to the project team from any other groups other than Aurora Highlands. And then responding to that community feedback, we made those 3 big commitments to the community in response to it. We were going to provide public art on site, which again is not normal for or required for a use permit application. We redesigned the plaza and improved the pedestrian and leisure experience. And we widened the sidewalks located on portions of South Hay Street from 4 feet to 6 feet. All right, real quickly here, these are the potential public art zones. Art Zone 1 is the podium, the concrete podium of the new substation facility. And then above that, the architectural mesh is another potential public art zone. Zone 2 be the existing wall, and Zone 4 is the plaza area. We did meet with the Public Art Committee back on November 4th. It was actually right before the Planning Commission meeting, and briefed them on this. And as Kevin mentioned, public art is conditioned as part of the use permit application. And Dominion will present its artist selection and its art proposal to the Public Art Committee as required by those conditions. We improved the plaza redesign, really making this a much friendlier place for people to walk through if they're going from Crystal City to Pentagon City to Crystal City, or if they just live in the area and they want to walk around some green space. It's really going to be a huge improvement over what is there right now. And then finally, last slide, we widened the sidewalks along South Hayes Street, and it's this magenta area right here. They are currently 4 feet, and we are expanding them to 6 feet. And this is really in response to some comments we received from Aurora Highlands. As you can see, this runs right up to the pinch point here, but then there's a transition from 6 to 10 feet as we get to the new substation. And then as you exit through the property is going to be about 10 feet wide. So that is it for our presentation. We are happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. Appreciate it. I think we'll go to commissions. I believe Ms. Patel from the Planning Commission had to leave. I believe maybe Mr. Bloom from E2C2 is with us to speak, and I don't know about any other commissioners that might be here for us. Madam Clerk, do you know who we have?
I believe we just have John Bloom.
Okay. Mr. Bloom?
For E2C2.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair Garvey, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd just quickly like to note E2C2's shared concern with the Aurora Hills Civic Association, and they're concerned that accepting this exchange lot with contaminated soil creates challenges. And I'd note that the consultant's report that Dominion provided recommended at the very least that this site would need to be capped with 1 to 2 feet of clean topsoil, with more extensive remediation possible depending on the end use that's chosen for that lot. So the main concern that the community has identified is that without identified funding for remediation, this parcel might remain an undeveloped and unremediated eyesore for a pretty long time, as other projects that don't require remediation may take precedence. So that seems like a legitimate concern, and one potential solution that a number of people have floated is that if the funding that Dominion is providing to lease this site as a construction staging area were dedicated to the site to benefit the site, the remediation could proceed, pretty quickly after Dominion is finished using the site. And I realize there's a presumption against dedicated funding, and that's a general, presumption that I agree with as a matter of good government. In this case, and you just have to overcome that presumption. And in this case, you do have an unusually close match between the source of the funding, which is Dominion, which is the source of the lot as well, and the source of the contamination. And so the source of the funding and the end use. And you're not, in this case, proposing any additional or unnecessary spending. And there is an equitable argument from the community's point of view. So I thought I'd flag that idea. You may have other ideas that would successfully address the community's concerns, and that's fine too. My main interest is in asking you to think about this and noting E2C2's concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and is that it for the moment, Mr. Bloom?
That is our only concern with this project.
Thanks. All right, thank you. Well, All right, so no other commissioners. Do we have some speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. One moment. Our first speaker is Ben Diavanzo, followed by Susan English.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ben Diavanzo. I am a resident of the Southampton community that is adjacent to this site. I walk by the current substation basically every day, and actually pretty frequently by the site that will be exchanged. I believe Scott will cover some of the concerns from the Civic Association that I definitely align myself with, but I want to focus on a couple of things. First, that as the community representative for the neighborhood on the Pentagon City PDSP update, it's disappointing that this is happening even though it's within the area of the PDSP update. This is happening before that is concluded. I'm not sure exactly why that has to be. But more particularly, I really think that the sidewalk needs to be widened further than 6 feet. Often I go down the existing one in strollers, and it's a pinch point and it's very frequently trafficked. And we should really look at what parking spaces we could remove, especially for adding parking for the employees on the street to on the county side to widen the sidewalk and make it a more pleasant pedestrian experience. And I also say I'm not super thrilled with the design. I appreciate that Dominion has put some effort into it, but more concrete in this area that is a pretty important intersection is not great. I really want to focus my comments, though, on the site that is being acquired. I personally really would hope that we could look to use the site in the future as a potential housing use, whether for affordable housing or subsidized housing, assisted living, some sort of thing like that. Considering the previous presentation, I view children as an added positive and not just a fiscal burden on our community. And I think that adding housing right next to a park makes a lot more sense than potential open space, considering it's across the parking lot for the park view from the existing park. So that being said, I think we need to really commit Dominion to doing any sort of mitigation, ultimately looking, from what I understand about the process, a phase 3 analysis will be needed to determine just what that cost would be for mitigating the use, and considering the history of putting housing on contaminated sites, I think we would really want to ensure any community members using the space that it's safe. So I'd really strongly urge the county to make a commitment to providing the funds, ideally through Dominion, if this is supposed to be a true community benefit, to ensuring that the received site can be used in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan English, followed by Scott Miles.
Good afternoon. I'm an Arlington Ridge resident for 38 years. I want to support Ben Diavanzo's comments overall. An upgraded substation is clearly essential, but it has a quite large footprint in an area targeted for increased density. This new density includes an effort to make the Pentagon City area more livable, safer, more pedestrian and bike friendly, as well as more attractive. So the corner where Hayes curves into 18th is important. Regarding the use of the 18th and I slot, both now and in the future, I support the idea of returning it to passive, safe green space once the construction staging is done and until the future use is decided. I urge also that the county consider housing as a future use, either by working with an affordable housing developer or a local nonprofit that provides supportive housing. As Ben noted, the site's closeness to the park makes housing for families and children especially appropriate, and its closeness to Metro is a great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. English.
Our next and final speaker is Scott Miles.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Miles. I'm president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, in which the Crystal City Substation resides. I'd like to start off by thanking both Dominion and county staff. Have been very responsive during this process and have made a noticeable effort to inform the community, which we really appreciate. I have a few general comments and then two specific items we'd like the board to consider. So first, I should acknowledge that there are still some residents that question the need for outward expansion of this facility, especially in this dense area, and remain upset that we'll be losing a completely natural area that was recently planted by the county that would have become large canopy trees. And I should also mention that many of the residents in Aurora Highlands were happy to hear actually that one of the primary drivers for the project was reliability. But I think we need to clarify that we actually don't expect it to have a noticeable impact on the reliability issues that most of the Aurora Highlands residents deal with regularly, that with multiple power outages due primarily to lines and transformers. So we do continue to ask the county and Dominion to work together to implement other long-term improvements in the residential areas, such as undergrounding, that would have a noticeable impact on those areas. So overall, we don't have any concerns with the GLUP, the zoning changes. We're not particularly enthusiastic about the design of the structure and the reduction in the large tree canopy. But the proposed project does present, a reasonable balance of competing interests, and in particular, the revised plaza space does represent a significant improvement to this area. And we're also looking forward to the additional public art opportunities. The two items that we believe still need to be addressed, which are both more so on the county and the Dominion. The first is, and both of these, both Ben and Susan mentioned, the first is sidewalks. And you're probably realizing by now that, we consider sidewalks to be a critical piece of infrastructure in this area. And so the sidewalks around this corner will actually be improved with these projects. And thankfully, both Dominion and county have been responsive to providing the minimum 6-foot width. However, I think it's important to realize that this site is actually less than a quarter mile from the Crystal City Metro, the half a mile from the Pentagon City Metro. The streets on all sides of it are main arteries in an urban area. And the other 3,000 or so feet of sidewalk around this superblock are 10 feet as prescribed by the Pentagon City PDSP. So moving forward with minimum 6-foot sidewalks is really short-sighted and inconsistent with the rest of the block. We are aware that Dominion itself is limited to expanding one part of that sidewalk to the pinch point with their infrastructure, but this doesn't preclude wider sidewalks in other areas. And the county should make up the difference along that one stretch in particular by removing on-street parking spots and just extending the curb line outward. So we do urge the county to reconsider wider sidewalks here and actually throughout Pentagon City. The second item is on the land exchange conditions. And our concern is that the county is inquiring the lot at 18th and Ives, and it's going to be incurring unknown costs to remediate that land to be usable, in addition to it be remaining off limits for any public use for an unknown period of time, even after it's no longer needed as a staging area. So we're actually happy that the county is inquiring a lot. We recommended that to the county back when it was decommissioned a few years ago. And the community is open to considering the best use of the parcel to help meet any of the many public or priority public facility needs in the area. But really, whatever the final use of the lot is decided to be, I think we all know that it's not going to occur anytime soon. And this parcel has remained fenced off and gravel covered since it was decommissioned several years ago. And the community really doesn't want it to sit in that unused state for another 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, however long it ends up being. So I understand in testimony to the Planning Commission that remediation would cost anywhere between $0 and $55,000. And we also were given the impression that use permit funds could be used for remediation, but we've also heard since then that there's not going to be any commitment to that. So we think that's a little unreasonable. So the request to you today is simple. We'd like that at the end of the use for construction staging, that land be safely accessible to the public. So remove the fences, remove the gravel, throw down some grass seed, and if remediation is required, then remediate it. We don't care if Dominion does it now, if you add it to a use permit or the county commits to doing it, just that there's a commitment and a time frame. So, I mean, if this is going to be public land, it needs to be publicly accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. All right. But that's our final speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, it is.
All right, conversation is now with the board. We have a few items. It's a very long, complex issue, but I think there are only really a few items to talk about that have been raised by folks, which is about, you know, the sidewalks and the site for the community, I believe. So I think if we're okay, I'd call for a motion and to get us started, and then we can have discussion and questions if that's all right. And if so, I'd ask Mr. Karantonis to make the motion if he might.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would be happy to make the motion to get to this conversation started. There are very interesting and important points that the community has raised, but nevertheless, this is a long motion, so I'm asking everybody to bear with me. It's about half a page. And thank you, Mr. McIsaac, for preparing that and helping us and supporting us with this. And then we immediately will we'll continue with our conversation. So this is about this item, 36. A, B, C, D, and E. And the motion is as follows. I move that the County Board approve the manager's recommendations in the November 5th and 10th, 2020 board reports for items 36A-E, A to E, including the November 13th, 2020 supplemental board report relating to the Dominion Energy Crystal City Substation, and to do the following. For item 36A, the motion is to approve the exchange agreement with Dominion Energy conveying county-owned property located adjacent to the existing Dominion substation to Dominion in exchange for Dominion-owned property located at the intersection of 18th Street South and South Ives Street. Second, authorize the subdivision of the above county-owned property to enable its conveyance in accordance with the exchange agreement. And 3, approve the license agreement with Dominion, allowing Dominion's temporary use of the Dominion property conveyed to the county for construction staging. That was 36A. And for items 36B, C, D, and E, first, adopt the resolution to amend the general land use plan, public facility map, and the GLUP booklet, public facility table, to show Dominion electrical substations as public service corporation facilities. Second, adopt the ordinance to rezone the property at 1720 South Fern Street from RA 7 to 16 to CO 2.5, consent to the inclusion of county-owned property in Dominion's use permit amendment application, and approve an amendment of the use permit for the expansion of Dominion's existing substation. And third, last, approve a use permit for a temporary off-site contractor storage and staging yard for up to 3 years. And fourth, this is the last actually, adopt an ordinance of vacation to vacate a sanitary sewer easement. That's the entire motion.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Is there a second? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All right. Takis, would you like to speak to your motion a little bit or ask some questions, and then we'll open it up to everybody?
So, yes, briefly, and we will have the conversation about the items that the community has raised. This is an important infrastructure investment that Dominion does here, makes here. It also opens the general discussion we have to have for the sufficient energy supply and secure energy supply. This is not adding capacity, as far as I've understood that during meetings with Dominion, with the applicant and others, but it's securing the energy supply. This requires expanding, making a little bit more space, using a little bit more space in this substation, and we're getting a good exchange opportunity there, which we need to discuss how we can best use it and how we and to make sure that it really fits in in the community where it is. I think it's a good exchange and a good deal for the taxpayer and for Arlington County. Further, I think that the GLUB change is really identifying all these substations and all these infrastructure pieces in the GLUB really allows us. I was surprised actually to find out that it didn't happen before. So I didn't know that. Now I think that this is really important because we will be talking about electric infrastructure quite a lot in the next years. We talked already today about the electrification of our built environment, of our transportation. We talked about EVs. We talked about a lot of cases where demand will be present and supply needs to meet this demand. And therefore, it's a good thing that for the Planning Commission, for our staff, for us, to have these substations, these infrastructure pieces identified in our general land use plan as such. And at any point when we will be moving on updating this infrastructure, being able to identify what it entails, how it works with our general land use plan, with our comprehensive plan, etc. So these are the short comments to that. Now to the issues of the community has raised, I guess my colleagues will also weigh in. Let me just highlight one thing. I am definitely interested in knowing what the environmental condition or whether there's needed mitigation on the site that we're getting in exchange. I perfectly align with Mr. Miles saying that, and that's now county's job to accomplish that. This space should be made available to the community. We are giving Dominion Grassy area, and we would like to, take after the construction has occurred, to make this space available to the community in the best possible condition. It would be great if Dominion could help us in conditioning this space, making it safe and amenable. I'm very interested myself on the public art aspect of this. This is a major building in this, an object in this, in an intersection that is now way more important. There are more people living around that. So I think that we should have this discussion about how to improve this project in appearance and fitting in our urban fabric.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. There's a hand up, and by process of elimination, Ms. Crystal, I think it's yours.
It is mine. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I actually want to not just express my support, but see if we can't pin down a little more information on this need to further remediate the site. I think our staff could probably speak to the consultant's study of the soil condition that Mr. Bloom referred to, and I think that could be a helpful place to start. And then I have some follow-up questions about where we go from there. So I am not certain who on the staff team is the right person to characterize.
Who's the remediator?
Yeah. Well, and who worked with a consultant who did the analysis of the site quality?
That would be me, Mike Haluski, in the real estate bureau.
All right.
So, and just a point of clarification, the phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment reports were obtained by the county, not by Dominion.
Correct.
And they were performed by the county's consultant. We also submitted the reports to the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality for their review. And they issued a bona fide prospective purchaser letter to the county. And they didn't identify any additional items of remediation other than what's noted in the report. So basically the report, again, there was no hazardous levels of contamination. There were contaminants found at different depths on the site. There was no groundwater saturation found or anything that would indicate any leaching of those areas. So those are sort of static and in place, generally around 7.5 feet to 10 feet below grade. So if those soils were ever sort of disturbed or excavated, they'd have to be disposed of at a regulated landfill. At the surface, there was some arsenic that was slightly above the Tier 2 residential soil screening levels, although almost all of those were within the background range. So that's just sort of the amount of naturally occurring arsenic that is in soil in this region. The two that weren't, that were above the background range, those were also at 7.5 feet and 10 feet. So from a remediation standpoint, we don't have the phase 3 that one of the speakers talked to, although we did have a number of conversations with our consultant. And phase 3 really looks at what needs to be remediated given a particular plan. And since we don't know what the use of this site would be in the future, we can't go that far, but we did present a couple of different scenarios to them to get some feedback. And as one of the speakers pointed out, again, the use determines what level of remediation there would be. So if there's a use where it's just sort of naturally capping the soil, a basketball court or a playground where we have our artificial surface, there's not really any level of remediation that's necessary. It really depends on human contact with the soil. And so a use that would involve, human contact with the soil, that's where the most expensive remediation would be. That's what one of the speakers referred to, where it's, removing the top 2 feet of soil, replacing it with clean fill. And that's that high level estimate of cost, which is between $50,000 to $60,000.
That is incredibly helpful. Thank you. So if we were to aim to just turn this into a passive open space until a long-term site parcel utilization process, I'm trying to think of the community facility studies term, use determination. Thank you. So if we wanted to use this as a passive open space until a use determination process could go through, that actually would require the highest end of remediation, because that passive space would require entail the most amount of contact with the soil.
Yeah, we would have to follow up specifically with a phase 3 on that with the environmental consultant. But I think with removing the gravel and then backfilling, I'm not sure how deep the gravel is on the site, but I do know that I think it is fairly deep because there were no pesticides found in any of the samples, and there's not a lot of weeds growing there, so it leads us to believe that the gravel is pretty deep. But removing that gravel and backfilling with clean soil and seeding it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you
yes, I think that would be pretty close to what that maximum level of remediation that's identified in the report. Yes.
Okay, and to be clear, are the documents that are before us require Dominion to return the site to the condition it was in, which is to say that gravel state, not to deliver that sort of topsoil removal and remediation and turn it to us as green space, right?
That's what's contemplated in the license agreement currently, although there is language in there that gives us some wiggle room. It does say that it's in a condition that's acceptable to the Department of Environmental Services and the Department of Parks and Rec. But what we were contemplating was them bringing it back to the condition that is in before they enter onto it for construction staging. So if there was any additional contamination that they did, they would have to remediate that. If they did any sort of other changes, make any other changes, add additional gravel, they would have to remove that.
Okay. I also see, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I think Mr. Weinstein had a hand up.
I was going to
speak from the perspective of Dominion on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually put it back down because Mike basically just talked about it, but there is language in the license agreement that provides the Dominion would restore the licensed premises to a condition that is reasonably agreeable to DPR and DES for future park development as determined by DPR and DES. So I think that language kind of addresses what everyone's talking about, which is there's going to be a further communication between Dominion and the county about what that restoration is going to look like towards the end of the construction process. And I think, obviously, I don't want to speak for the county, but what the future use of that site is going to be is unknown. And I think it's going to require some communication with Dominion to figure out what that restoration looks like. And the license agreement contemplates that.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I mean, I think there's sort of an avenue here. My interests, and I suspect the interests of some folks in our community, at least prior to a use determination process, and I'd love to make some comments on that before we leave the subject, but is that this not be gravel behind a chain link fence when it's turned over to the county, or when the county takes possession of it, right? Because who the actor is changes there. So this has been very instructive, but what I'm trying to get at is, what is going to be required in order to make this not a chained off gravel site? A use determination process will take some time, whether it's a park planning process that then follows on from that, or whether that's, I was thrilled to hear Ms. English and Mr. Devanzo embrace the idea of affordable housing here. That will take some time. So in either event, right, you're looking at, it seems to me, absolute best case scenario, 2 to 3 years between when it's turned over from Dominion to the county and when construction might begin on a new use. And so that's the area that I'm trying to figure out. Given what we know about the budget we're looking at, given what we know about the upcoming CIP update that we're looking at, I am concerned that if it requires the county to find, $75,000 even, to turn that chain link fence and gravel spot into something that can have an interim use, it is not going to turn into an interim use. And so I hope that helps. Like, this is what I'm trying to get at. And so I think you've given me some instructive information about the handoff from Dominion to the county, but I don't know that that desire has been answered or spoken to. I don't know if there's any more that could be said.
Could I try? Please. I'd like to ask Mr. Haluski. It seems to me, in fact, I think I forget which speaker it said. I mean, if there's an interim use, they'd be fine with, putting some soil down, putting some grass seed down, and just making it green. It seems to me, because the contamination is so low, I think what I heard is if you're just capping it off for a little while, that would be okay.
I think Mr. Haluski said that would be the top end, because that's people coming into direct contact with the soil. So that's the $50,000 to $70,000.
Okay.
It's not unjust.
And that would be $75,000. Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry.
It would, to remove the top 2 feet and dispose of it in a regulated landfill, put in clean fill, and then grass it. We estimate that to be, us and our consultant estimate that to be in the 50, 60,000 range.
Because what I'd heard was that the contamination was far down. What was on the surface wasn't really a deal, that you wouldn't really need to do that.
No, that's what Mr. Haluski was saying, was that you're putting some use where people are not going to have contact with the soil. It's less expensive. But unfortunately, what seems like the easiest solution is actually requires the most remediation. So if I could just turn back to the sort of where it landed, I'd love to hear some answer to that about just how we get from that handoff with Dominion. Is the circumstances that you described where DPR and DES have to come to agreement with Dominion about the end state, an avenue to, ask Dominion to step up and help turn this into a passive state? Or do you anticipate that really once we take possession of it, it is entirely the burden of the county's capital improvement program to be able to do this $50,000 to $60,000 remediation?
Well, Madam Chair, will it be, Mr. Weinstein just told us that the condition of the returned lot should be satisfactory for DPR specifically. And I believe that Ms. Crystal is after finding out what exactly this means, because after all, we are delivering, the piece of land that we're giving Dominion to expand the substation is actually a very nice passive, green space. So that I believe is what she wants to find out, and I believe it's a very valid question.
The question is who answers.
I think it's one of our staff, although I do see a hand up for Mr. Weinstein. Would love to hear comments there.
Yeah, just real fast. I also want to point out that the license agreement contemplates Dominion paying $7,500, give or take, per month to the county for the license term. If it goes for the entire term, that's approximately $135,000 to the county. So that could be used for, any particular work that needs to be done to put it in the shape that the county wants to be in.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Miles gave that point too, which is helpful. I see our attorney has appeared on the screen and may wish to advise us here.
And Mr. Dorsey.
Well, Madam Chair, Ms. Crystal, I think that the language Mr. Weinstein pointed out is the operative language. And I think that conversation has not yet actually occurred. But I do think the guidance the board is providing right now is exceptionally helpful as far as giving us an understanding of what kind of condition we'd like the property to be in when it's returned to us by Dominion. I mean, I don't know that it's a substantial amount of effort to add fill to the property. I think, as Mr. Haluski pointed out, requiring excavation and disposition of contaminated property, can be a very expensive proposition. But if the interest is in returning it to a condition that at least is aesthetically appealing and would allow passive use of the property, that may be a far less expensive use that we could come to some agreement on with Dominion.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'm not going to push any further. I hope this conversation's been instructive, and it's certainly my interest in seeing staff emphasize that goal of an end state in those further conversations with Dominion about the state of the parcel when it's turned over. Thank you.
Thank you. Totally with you, Ms. Crystal. I think this is what we want. I think the board's making it pretty clear, but we've got 2 more hands up, so let's let our fellow colleagues weigh in too. Mr. Dorsey, I think you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not quite sure as to why this is so hard, since the agreement contemplates it. Dominion doesn't seem to be balking, and why we just haven't declared clearly that we want the site returned to a state where it will be seated and suitable for passive recreation use, and why we just haven't done that. Obviously, this parcel has much less value to us if it is covered with gravel, so that's something that people glean from the agreement. Clearly is contrary to our expectations. So can I just ask from staff's perspective why there wasn't the directive or the direction to clearly define a buildable state or condition that we want this returned to us so that it's not subject to this ambiguity in future negotiation?
Hi there. This is Max Ewert with the Department of Parks and Recreation. I can weigh in on that.
Thank you.
At this time, the county does not have the funds to make improvements to the new property acquired from Dominion. In the past, the county has taken advantage of opportunities to acquire new land and incorporate those parcels into parks via a planning process when the budget allows. The timing of any planning, design, and improvements will be dependent on upcoming budget and capital improvement program discussions. So with that in mind, and regarding the receiving site being converted to a grassy casual use space, DPR would just like to point out that it would not be just as simple as seeding and sodding the area as we've discussed so far. The environmental remediation efforts that have been discussed, as well as the condition of the existing conditions, including the fences and landscaping that's already on the site, would also need to be taken into consideration. So with all those factors in mind, staff would be willing to have the space converted to grass as long as it is done in coordination with DPR staff and not something that is just given for the applicant to return to the grassy state upon the completion of the license agreement.
So just thank you for that. Are we confident that the language as agreed to thus far in the license agreement makes it so that however staff directs this process to occur, there is no opportunity for Dominion to demur?
Yes, I think as this is Mike Haluski again, sorry. I think as Mr. McIsaac pointed out, I think we have the language in the license agreement that will allow us to have the property in a condition that is acceptable to the DPR staff. I think one point that DPR staff also mentioned, I don't want to speak for them, but the site, it's not just surrounded with the chain link fence. There's also a lot of vegetation, trees, and brush that would create a potential safety issue. If it's just a green space, there's not a lot of visibility into that site from the streets. So that was just another consideration that they were taking into account. And also the fence that's there, we don't necessarily like the fenced-in site, but if there was a future use that required a fence, something like a dog park, it would, I guess, perhaps not make the most sense to remove the fence and then put the fence back in. There's sort of a potential for cost savings, but all of that is subject to what we're hearing today from the board members and the feedback that we're receiving. And I think the language that we have in the agreement can result in a condition that the board members would want to see and that DPR would want to see.
Thank you.
All right. I might ask our man, Mr. Schwartz, I wonder if you want to weigh. I mean, I think it's pretty clear what the board would like, in general, this to come out. This should be like nice for the neighborhood. I guess I just want to know that you heard us.
I can't say, and I'm going to ask the county attorney to comment on this. I think actually at some point I have some say about what it is we get back, and I'm not going to take anything back unless it's grassy and seeded and without a fence. So I just wanted to state that for the record. I don't know, Steve, if you wanted to comment on that.
No, I would agree with that. I think that, the county's position needs to be ultimately reasonable. So I think that, as I said, somehow requiring Dominion to do extensive remediation on the property, I think would be pushing that envelope. But if we're talking about, the language literally says it shall be restored in order to facilitate DPR's future implementation of public open space improvements on the licensed premises. So certainly, if we're talking about, grading it, putting clean soil, capping it up with clean soil and grassing it, seeding it so that it's sort of ready for future development, I think that would be certainly within the realm of reasonable. And I would think that we would begin to have those conversations with Dominion soon. So there's a pretty clear understanding of what we expect to see at the end of the day.
Mr. Weinstein, any comment?
So I think I don't want to speak for Dominion on this in particular, so I'll defer to Brandon Luck or Scott Reamy from Dominion if you want to jump in.
This is Brandon Luck here. I'm the project manager on the project, and if I'm hearing it correctly, it's not going through unless it's being remediated back to grass. Is that correct?
I think that's
where
fair.
It's going a little bit. Yeah. So yes, but the only consideration I would like to take out of that is if we are going to go through this remediation and doing all this, is there any adjustment to the rent that we are paying per month where we could kind of compensate what we are expecting between up to $55,000 instead of $7,500? Could we go down to $5,000 so that over 18 months we are paying essentially the same amount? We will be paying for our remediation and that, but at the end of the day, it takes the responsibility away from y'all on getting the remediation done properly.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please do, because I really didn't want to get into negotiating here. Mr. Dorsey, go ahead.
I understand. I'm sorry.
No, that's not really your fault. Mr. Dorsey.
I would just love to ask the representative from Dominion, the valuation process, the negotiation that went into determining the value of this property, was there a valuation of the subject property that included its current state of being graveled and a fence?
That I do not know. I'd have to ask Mike Haluski on that one because him and another one of my colleagues is not on the phone was part of that.
Yeah, so we did not have either of the parcels appraised. We did, because it was a land swap, and we did an internal analysis of the valuation But it was for the purpose of comparing the two different parcels, the value of the county exchange parcel and the value of the Dominion exchange parcel, to ensure that we were getting a good value. That valuation did take into account the maximum level of remediation that would be necessary. And based on that analysis, we felt that we were still getting a parcel that was more valuable than the parcel that we were granting to Dominion.
Okay.
The value, if you're referring to the cost of the license fee, that is just based on a 10% annual return on the value of the parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask our staff a question?
Yes, please do. And then we will go. Mr. DeFranti's been waiting very patiently. Ms. Crystal.
I'm so sorry. I should know this. There were a lot of documents, a lot of materials. Could our staff let me know, is the board approving an amount for the lease back of the land today? Or it's an amount subject to determination by the county manager and county attorney?
It is an amount that is in the proposed license agreement.
Okay. Thank you. And please, Madam Chair, I'll let you turn that over. I'm trying to work our way to a solution here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you working that through. I see Mr. Schwartz. I'd love to leave this, Mr. Schwartz, in your capable hands to negotiate. Go ahead.
Well, okay. I'd just say that I feel like the deal that we have reached, Mr. Aluski just laid out how it was we determined the monthly rent was based on a real estate valuation of the parcel. Okay, so there was a separate commitment made about the condition of the property that had nothing to do with a fair market valuation. So I'm assuming that we will get the parcel back in the state that I stated, which is that it would be, grass. We can negotiate over the kind of grass and with some soil, and that's what I'm expecting. And we're not going to be renegotiating the monthly rent.
All right. Thank you. Mr. DeFranti. You're muted.
Mr. Schwartz summarized where I am in that I think that there's the monthly rent separate and then the additive returning it in a grass state. And I heard our attorney to say that the DPR and DES cannot be unreasonable in the amount of how perfect the grass and fence are. Just so that's at least how I would interpret it, as additive. The two things is what I would hope and expect would result. And I guess if I'm incorrect in that assumption, I think it would be important for Mr. Luck or Mr. Weinstein to let me know, because that's how I would interpret the language read regarding the agreement. I do have other questions, but I think we should finish this first.
Yeah, let's finish this. I'll go to Mr. Weinstein and I'll go to Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Weinstein.
Sure. Well, I was just told that, Dominion is about to hear you loud and clear, and they're willing to put grass down.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry this didn't get worked out ahead of time. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll hope to conclude this soon. Just so the provision number 10, as has been referenced, notes that the licensee Dominion should be responsible for returning the site to a condition that it's in terms of contaminants that may occur from the staging use of the site. So does this mean that somehow the county is going to conduct another phase 2 environmental to determine the change from the baseline?
Who's that question to?
That's to our staff.
So the only one who I will permit to guess on this is Mike Aluski.
We certainly have the opportunity to perform that phase 2 to investigate to see if there's additional contamination, especially depending on the uses in the construction staging. Although generally There's not a lot of contamination that's associated with construction staging. We've done a number of these types of licenses elsewhere in the county, but we do have the opportunity to do that.
All right, so I think where we're heading, and hopefully where I'd like to just be very concrete with Dominion's agreement that without consideration of a lower lease cost that they're willing to do as the manager outlined to return it to a grass condition. It's important here because otherwise we actually have no way of ensuring that the site is returned to at least a condition of current contamination without spending more public funds to do it. So I would very much like us to just be very clear that, you know, we're not talking about a lot of money here. So let's not make this too big of an issue. It's going to be returned to a condition that's usable for us moving forward. Everybody agrees on that, and we're not going to subject ourselves to the exact terms of the agreement because otherwise the county is going to be subject to greater risk.
Mr. Weinstein, you're sort of nodding your head.
Yeah, I agree. As I said a few minutes ago, Dominion commits to putting grass down there, and the language of the license agreement contemplates conversations with staff about what that would look like exactly. And that's probably a decision that can't really be made right now, but Dominion would be happy to restore it in a condition that can be used by the county. Details to be provided later.
That's perfect. Yes, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. Mr. DeFranti, were you going to move us to another subject?
Yes, thankfully, I think for all of us. So my question is actually is related to housing, and that is a very interesting use. I guess this is for staff, and it's meant to be a distinct question from our immediate past conversation, and that is, do we know anything about the possibilities for putting housing down with respect to the 7.5 to 10 feet? Are we capped in terms of, could there be significantly more costs to remediate in order to put housing if that is the use that is identified as most of interest later? I think it's for Mr. Haluski, but I'm not sure.
Yes, when you're excavating, you pay for the disposal of the soil per ton. So the more you excavate, the more there's an additional cost. So if you're excavating to build a foundation for a building, whatever the soil you're removing, you would have the additional cost. There is a beneficial use provision that allows the soil to be reused for fill on the same site, but on this site it's so small, it's only 10,000 square feet. I'm not sure that in building a building there would be a lot of opportunity to backfill with that soil that was being excavated. So it probably would have to be disposed of in a regulated landfill. So there would be additional cost in that scenario.
Do we have any sense of the scale and scope of that cost? I want to preserve housing as a potential use. And I don't know whether this is like a severe, there's a whole set of federal law regarding contaminated soil, and I just didn't know if we don't, that's an okay answer. I just wondered if you had any sense.
We don't. We only discussed the sort of various open space options with our consultant, but we could follow up with them on that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Ms. Crystal, thank you.
Thank you. So I think, like Mr. DeFerenti, I'm enthusiastic about the idea of whether we could embark on a community process for use determination that is greater than just a potential park designation. And to have two community leaders from the neighborhood embrace that idea in our comments is greatly heartening to me. I do know from our conversations with staff to date that this swap is very much contemplated as adding to our park inventory. And so I am interested in how, if at all, the board ought to be weighing in now to signal that we would be interested in a broader use determination process. I am a little cognizant of two competing things, both that it is a little premature to talk about the use determination for a site we're just about to lease back and needs to be remediated per the extensive discussion we just had. Yet, too, that it's pretty easy for this to move along the path of a parks project without another opportunity for us to weigh in until it's sort of too late. And so I'm trying to square those two things. I don't know if our manager was just appearing because he wanted to weigh in, but let me phrase that in the form of the question. How and when ought we to weigh in if we are interested in a broader use determination process for this?
This may be not the first time, but certainly an example where two of the elements of the comprehensive plan may be seen in tension with each other, since this parcel was identified in the just adopted parks element. And I think that when we have the opportunity, the planning capacity, which is going to be unlikely to be for at least a year or so, we could try to address that question. I don't think there's been a serious look about the capacity of this site for housing. So we'll have to get back to you. We'll have to put that in the planning queue.
Okay. Well, in any event, let me signal my interest here. Yeah. That go into the planning queue and that we reserve some capacity to consider that question in partnership with the community surrounding it.
Yeah, I think we've signaled that. Thank you. All right, I think one question that we haven't talked about, going from, I think, a much easier question, is the question about the sidewalk width. And I don't know if that's Mr. Haluski, if that's you, that, there's some discussion that the sidewalk is getting widened. People would like it even wider. Any thoughts on that?
So I think I may be able to answer that a bit better.
Mr. Lamb, yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Go
ahead.
So again, as we kind of showed, what we're contending with that portion of the sidewalk on Hay Street is kind of the existing building corner for the substation, and then there's the utility strip. There's some existing utilities, light poles and parking meters within that strip. There's the bike lane and the parking and the curb. So we're kind of dealing with these physical constraints, and staff do feel the 6 feet is an improvement to the existing conditions and what was originally submitted. And the 6 feet also ties into the county's 18th Street South Complete Street project, which proposes 6 feet sidewalks closer to the street corner. And it will also mention, just to clarify, this site itself is located outside of the PDSP boundary, so it isn't part of the study.
That is all very helpful. So what I heard you say is to go to 8 feet would probably be a whole lot more expensive and impinge on parking meters, light poles, bike lanes, etc. Whereas with 6 feet, which is what our standard is, it still will do pretty well and not impinge on all of these other facilities. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And there's kind of two sidewalk areas as well. As you saw with the open space area, there's a separate pedestrian pathway that goes, loops up Fern. So I just wanted to note that as well.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamb. All right, colleagues, we've had a lot of discussion. Anything more? I just to get onto, the public art part, I like. And I actually was intrigued by, and it's not my decision, but the way you've got the screening and having pictures of sky and clouds in it, so the building kind of disappears and looks like it's part of the sky for a little while, depending on how you look at it, is kind of cool. I'll just say that. I think it's kind of neat. Any comments, colleagues, on public art or anything else here, or concluding comments? Mr. Karantonis.
So on the public art component of that, so there are 3 areas, right? One is the, let's say, this parapet that goes on top of the building that is now treated with this, it's a mesh that's treated in a way that shows a cloud or a cloudscape. And then there is a perimeter, the high perimeter, what's, really at a pedestrian level. So is the request to the Public Arts Committee to start the process of selecting an artist, et cetera, for all these 3 zones? So including the parapet, including the mesh?
Sure, yeah. So that is correct, but I will defer to Coulter Totley from Dewberry, who's leading the public art component of this. So Coulter, you want to weigh in?
So the way that we've framed the public art components, is the base area, which is a pedestrian idea, and how most of the people will perceive the building. The second is the upper portion of the building, and that's where the bulk of the opportunity was. And the others two zones were more contemplated as part of how the landscaping was going to be resolved, and if there was an opportunity to allow for the artist to kind of bleed into those areas, depending upon what their individual concept is. We presented this to the Public Art Committee, and they seemed very engaged with the fact that we're talking about that pedestrian and how that relationship is happening with the upper portion of the building.
Just a follow-up. So this is during the day, so this is daylight public art. Will there be also? Are we talking also something that will be showing during the night, or will it be a dark mass there?
No, the hope is, as we've written the RFP, I've already started to see them starting to come in, the responses from the artists. It is both a daytime and a nighttime effect, subject to not impinging on the surrounding community in such a way that we can actually make sure that that's actually a condition.
Okay. And what is the timeline for that? So when are we going to see that? What is the process for that? That's something that the Public Arts Committee will, RFP they will select an artist, and then it will be built when you build the, the extension, right?
I can talk to the broader discussion of that. We have some conditions that we've worked through with staff in the conditions for the use permit. But the broader discussion is to present our selected artists to the Public Art Committee the beginning part of next year, as well as before I submit my building permit, submit what their actual proposal is. And if there's adjustments that need to be done, it will happen prior to the art getting installed, which will start happening roughly a year from now.
And community involvement is part of the process, right?
Through the Public Art Committee, yes.
Oh.
But Dominion is also committed to continuing the communications and outreach that we've done thus far.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. DeFranti, I think I saw Mr. Dorsey's hand up, but I no longer see it. Mr. DeFranti?
I'm ready with super brief concluding comments, which is thanks to Mr. Miles and Mr. Davanzo for raising the issue of and helping us work through the issue eventually on mitigation in phase 3 in the grass. I'm very pleased that we're able to address that. I know that the outreach on this project was extensive, and I appreciate that. With respect to the sidewalk, the adjoining, I'm mindful that sidewalks in the time of COVID are a different experience than at other points. But for me, the adjoining bike lane is what makes, and then the fact that this actually, in the end, I understand it's outside the PDSP, is what makes me okay with the 6 feet. So I'm happy to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other concluding comments anyone would like to make? All right, seeing none, I think this is great. For years, I used to go by that substation and think, what is that? And finally kind of investigated and realized what it was. And anyway, it's I think this is going to be a big improvement. So really do appreciate all the work. I know it's there really has been a lot of back and forth with the community, and appreciate everybody doing their part. Our applicant, Dominion Energy, and our community, Civic Association staff, thank you very much. I think it will be better, and I think we will at least have a nice grassy spot there when we get this all done. So thank you all. All right, I think there was a seconder. Who seconded the motion, or did I forget to call for that? Someone like to second it?
I would be happy to. It may have been me. So, Madam Chair, I second Mr. Carantonis.
Might have been. I just can't remember. Thank you. All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey says aye as well. All right. Thank you very much. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all. Again, it's a pretty day out there. Hope you all can enjoy it. And we have one more item, I believe, Madam Clerk. Could you call it?
Yes, item 37, the 2021 General Assembly Session, Legislative Priorities, Public Hearing.
All right. So we've got a public hearing coming up. I know Ms. Carroll, I think, is here to speak to it. I don't know if I turn this over to you, Mr. Schwartz, to get us started again.
I'm just going to turn it right over to Pat.
All right.
You save the best for last, right?
Always, always. You're always the best.
I know, it's always last.
Fine. That's good. But it's not midnight, Pat.
I know. It's really early and the sun's still shining. It's a new day. Okay, the 2021 General Assembly will be in session for 46 days, a short session. We do not yet know what the structure of the session is going to be, but we know it will not follow the usual pre-pandemic patterns. We also know that it will begin on January 13th, the second Wednesday of January, as that is prescribed by the Constitution. And we can predict that it will be very different from the previous sessions, as I mentioned. First, it follows closely behind the 2020 special session, which stretched on for 90 days, the longest special session on record. Second, it will be held during the COVID-19 pandemic, making it difficult to follow the typical General Assembly patterns of committee meetings and in-person testimony by the public. With access to General Assembly members and their staffs when you stop by their offices, and in-person lobby days for all sorts of lobby groups, including local elected officials. It appears that most committee meetings will offer virtual testimony, but it is not yet known whether the House, which has a robust subcommittee structure, will be able to accommodate subcommittee meetings through its technology infrastructure. I'm being told that yes, of course they'll be able to do that. Not everything's been worked out yet, so we don't know exactly what will happen. With all this being said, we do know that the session will focus on the budget and how to accommodate lost revenues due to the pandemic. They will also discuss the public health crisis and how to keep Virginians healthy and able to work and go to school, whether it is in person or virtually. There will be deliberations on items that were not resolved during the special session, K-12 funding, and assisting with internet connections for both students and workers. The draft legislative priorities before you contains items many of you have seen in the past. They're divided into critical funding items and general policy statements for the 2021 session. Among the critical funding items are providing additional funding for localities to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic, fully funding K-12 education, including making up for the money we've lost, the APS has lost in sales tax, and also with a reduced ADM, the daily count, the average daily count of students, which the special session did. We want to continue getting those funds. Dedicated transportation funding and resolving funding shortfalls for the Community Services Board due to state Medicaid expansion savings projections that did not materialize. We include, of course, a perennial request that the state preserve local government funding and not impose additional unfunded mandates. The package was developed in consultation with the county board-appointed boards and commissions, county staff, members of the community. We welcome additional comments from the public before the package is finally adopted at the December county board meeting. The county board will hold its work session on the package with the Arlington General Assembly delegation on Tuesday, November 24th at 7 p.m. It will be a virtual meeting. And rather than going into further detail, I will leave it to the county board to highlight issues of interest and for individual citizens to bring up their specific issues during the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Yes, and I will ask my colleagues to highlight anything they would like to. I believe we do have, I believe we have at least one commission. I think Mr. Bloom is still here with E2C2 to testify, and we may have some other speakers as well. Madam Clerk, who is here to speak on this item?
Okay, Madam Chair, yes, we do have John Bloom to speak for E2C2, and then we have one other public speaker.
All right, we'll have,
I don't know if
that's fine. Mr. Bloom, and then we'll take our speaker.
Thank you, Chair Garvey, and thanks to Pat Carroll for a look at the unusual session coming our way. I'd like to comment on the energy section on page 4 of the draft legislative package. The general point I'd like to make initially is that our ability to succeed in reaching our carbon neutral goal is very dependent on what happens in Richmond. And just to give a few examples of issues that get decided there rather than here, our ability to choose renewable electricity as a community and as individuals gets thrashed out there. The strength of our energy codes also gets decided there. Our ability to go beyond the state minimum energy codes gets decided there. How quickly we can electrify our transportation system also predominantly gets decided there. The list goes on. And we discussed state policy in adopting the CEP. And the consensus at that time was that working to advance state policies was a central element of the challenge we were taking on with an aggressive CEP goal. So with all that in mind, I'd just like to observe that the single legislative item under the energy heading in the legislative package looks a little lonely to me. And so obviously I'd like to, and we have many proposals in our letter, which we submitted, and the first several I think are very important. But rather than suggest exactly what I think needs to be added to the package, I'd like to ask your indulgence because E2C2 meets this Monday night. And we have Rip Sullivan coming to talk with us about the coming legislative session. You know, Pat Carroll will be there, other staff. Basically, a whole crowd of smart people, including our energy committee, will join us. And for that matter, anyone listening here is welcome to join us. It's an open meeting, so you're all invited. And I'm hopeful that coming out of that meeting, we will have a couple of ideas that will float to the top that are, you know, more timely than the ones that we might have made last summer when we were, you know, first developed our proposals. And that I'll, you know, I'll work through Pat and Matt, our liaison, and see if we can get those kind of added into the package. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jacobs, who's our speaker?
We have Andrea Crawley.
Okay.
Oh.
She there?
Andrea Crawley has not joined us actually.
Okay.
So we do not have any.
We don't have a speaker. All right. Well, and then Ms. Carroll, we have our own, you know, meeting with our legislators, but they also hold their own open public meeting, right, to take input here. I believe they'll be doing that this year as well.
They do. They do. We're working it out. Normally it's in our county boardroom and we set it up and make all the arrangements, and the League of Women Voters sign everybody up. That may not be the best way to do it in the virtual environment. So one of the senators' aides has offered to set it up on Zoom, because then they can let all the speakers in and whatever, rather than some of us who might be technologically challenged having to do it. So in other words, we don't have a date set yet.
Okay, but we will get one, and then Ms. Jacobs, we could send that out to Ms. Crowley, who didn't make it today, and to others, so that
yes, and we'll publicize it on our website, and the League of Women Voters will send information out, as will the General Assembly members. Once it's normally toward the end of December or perhaps even the first week of January.
Okay. Great, thank you. And Mr. Bloom will have a chance to get some of his specific issues in there as well. All right, colleagues, usually we have a board liaison who works with Ms. Carroll throughout the year, and for that person for this year was Eric, so that we're feeling, as we do in many ways, feeling his lack. So I will invite colleagues, if anyone has got a particular issue they'd like to bring up, to go ahead. We don't really have, I should be perhaps shepherding us through. I am as best I can, but, I'm sorry Eric's not here to do it this year. So, Katie, Ms. Crystal?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So aside, it's certainly an interest in hearing from E2C2 about some of their priorities, which it sounds like will be informed by the legislative realities after talking with Delegate Sullivan, who is, I think, truly one of our most effective operators in Richmond. So looking forward to hearing those. In addition, there were two areas that are not yet in the legislative package that I wanted to flag for interest. I shared them with Ms. Carroll, and we'll keep advocating, I think, for them over the next month. One is, among the recommendations that we got from the Transportation Commission, is one that I am particularly interested in because I think it could dovetail with the recommendations that we get out of the Police Practices Group, which is to seek local authority for implementing automated traffic enforcement. I think how we might pursue that would certainly be subject to extensive community conversations. But one of the things that we know and has really shaped the Police Practices Work Group is that the vast majority of interactions residents have with the police come from traffic enforcement. And if we are trying to reduce the number of encounters and focus our police more specifically on crime, as has been advocated for by a great number of people who've come to speak to us, then I think having this ability and being able to introduce this concept with our community could be of real benefit. So I am interested in exploring that over the next month and talking further with Ms. Carroll, as well as you all, about whether and how it makes sense to add that to our legislative package. The only other area in which I'm interested to flag, of which I'd given everyone a preview as well, would be whether we want to support a growing effort led by a lot of our regional organizations. To date, the VRE, NVTA, I believe NVTC, or excuse me, VRE, I believe NVRC, so the whole alphabet soup, that's the Virginia Railway Express, the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, about whether we want to advocate not only for expanding the emergency authority for virtual meetings, which is essential and our first priority, but whether we might also want to take advantage of some conversations happening to advocate for instance, empowering local and regional bodies to set their own rules for how many virtual meetings a member of that body might attend. Thus, I think, anyway, expanding the potential of public service to people who may be caring for a loved one with a disability, small children, or any of the other myriad reasons that somebody in a community like Northern Virginia might need to avail themselves of a virtual meeting more than just a couple times a year. So Ms. Carroll's given us good counsel. I think we want to be careful about how we advocate for that latter goal without taking our eye off the prize of that main goal, since expanding or making permanent the ability to meet during an emergency is going to be so essential, since COVID will certainly be with us for the coming months. But I am interested in those two areas and appreciate the chance to flag them and discuss them with you all over the next 4 weeks before we adopt in December.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, and I appreciate your kind of shepherding through, I think, working with Ms. Bennett Parker in Alexandria, the virtual participation. I can't remember who it was even telling me there was someone who was on one of their commissions, I think it was in Alexandria, and had to step down and said it was because they were traveling for business and couldn't make meetings. Whereas if they could have participated virtually from somewhere, they could continue to contribute, so there's just a whole lot of reasons.
And I'll be sharing my personal story with the FOIA Council Subcommittee on Wednesday, which is to say, as you all remember, when my son arrived in the NICU for a month and I was with him, I quickly used up my 2 virtual meeting allotments under state code to join our budget sessions. And as some of you were on the receiving end of, I had to watch on my laptop and frantically text you questions because I was literally barred by code from participating. So I think there are all kinds of circumstances where that'd be helpful.
There there are all kinds of circumstances, and why we have people who feel like they have to try to figure out what every single one of them is and tie them down and button them and nail them down because we, can't make our own judgment calls bothers me, but I've said that before. So, colleagues, I was a little remiss. I should have gone through, because we heard from our Transportation Commission, which you brought up, Ms. Crystal. They also asked, I'm going to just run through what we heard, because I should have done that. The Transportation Commission also asked that we have the authority to change our street names the way cities can. I gather cities have an easier time to change the names and counties do not. That certainly seems reasonable. And they also wanted us to seek authority to implement a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit if we decided we want to do that we have the authority to do it. The Sports Commission was looking for funding mechanisms to aid the development, the health, education, and sports program for at-risk youth, and to help address the disparities that have been identified in our Destination 2027 for access to sports. And they were looking for some support from the state for that. And then our technology committee has asked us to pursue legislation to address unequal access to high-speed internet. That's kind of where we started off our meeting today. We're all really working hard on that. And I also asked for legislation to require, this one I haven't looked into closely enough, to require and fund, the state would require it and fund it, that's always the iffy thing, right? Digital records management best practices on cloud services. I expect that's a major issue for a number of jurisdictions in the state, and also wanted to make sure we had reasonably priced phone services for the incarcerated, which are all good, worthy goals. So I just wanted to lay that out, that those have also come to us from our commissions. All right, sorry, colleagues. Back to asking you for your views. I'll go to Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Carantonis, and then Mr. DeFranti. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, every year when we have this conversation, first of all, thank you, Ms. Carroll, for all the work that you do. And this year it took on an added dimension with that super long session, and you were just amazing in keeping us informed, as at least for me, I even forgot that they were still going on. So I just thank you for that. And I realize it's a short turnaround time for the next one. So just hang in there. But as always, we have before us this whole tension between being aspirational with our legislative package and being tactical. And I think, even for me, I vacillate from year to year as to what I prioritize. I think this year I recognize the value of really being tactical, just because it is short, the circumstances are different, and we want to make sure that we get the things that are essential. So, with that, a few of the priorities just to speak to, Ms. Crystal, thank you so much for all you're thinking about with regard to virtual meetings. I agree completely. We'll, rely on the best thinkers as to how best to be aspirational, but I think I'm with you ultimately. The General Assembly should not be in the business of telling people in what manner to conduct meetings. There's some guardrails for, access and notice. I get all of that, but outside of that, it's up to the locality or the regional body to determine whether the meeting is in person, virtual, and what composition they're in. So hopefully we get the General Assembly out of the business of being, so limiting with regard to that. Two priorities that I'm kind of interested in, but not yet ready to say, we absolutely should codify in the package. One is funding for COVID, which is called out in our draft package thus far, but mostly from the perspective of making sure the state funds the basic needs. I'm thinking more about equity in COVID funding overall. As we've seen, as we've gone through this process, the state has a variety of ways it thinks about equity, most often per capita funding, which can sometimes not take into account your risk with the pandemic and your impact, what you're experiencing. And then we also see, in some cases, the size of a community, large counties, large cities, proportionally get a much better deal out of state allocated funding than counties like Arlington and smaller ones. So, trying to figure out how we get equity in COVID funding to me is certainly important. And then also, as we've struggled with how to respond to the Purple Lounge issue this year, but as we discussed, there's a Purple Lounge each and every year, whether it be an A-Town or a Chester's or whatever. And I'm just really interested in seeing if we can get use permit authority to better regulate all, restaurants in Arlington. In many places in the country, it's not only customary, people are absolutely, used to and comfortable with having an ability to periodically review the conduct and behavior of establishments where people are called to gather that serve food and that provide alcohol beyond just simply the public health dynamic. So I'm interested in that as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dorsey already took a couple of points off my list. I should also add that before I say, Mr. Bloom's testimony was excellent. The letter that we received from the E2C2 Commission in September was very comprehensive. There are some absolutely excellent ideas. Some of them are really tactical, the way we are, approaching the issue of recovery that is more focused on climate action. So that's a very, very good document to start with. Another one that we didn't or I missed that it wasn't mentioned is the letter that we received from the Urban Forestry Commission, and this is also another thing that we are asked, and our community is asking all the time, how we can protect trees, how we can regulate trees on private and public property. There are several limitations that we have, and we shouldn't. We should be able to, carve out our own path of policy that is really adapted to our local conditions, to our local climate, to our local needs. And I believe that this is a good path to continue. I know that already some of our delegates have already started or tried to get more, useful regulation there that would enable us to be more proactive and more effective in the protection of natural resources. Delegate Patrick Hope is an example here. I think that we should stay the course there. Another issue that is to me very important, and I don't, I'm just interested to see how this ties into a legislative agenda now or in the future. Are issues of data, personal data safety, and privacy. I think that there is a growing field of action regulation that should command some attention, and I believe that the Commonwealth has made some progress here, but I think that there are so many applications on the local level that we should be paying attention as well to these things. Other than that, I'm looking forward to the session and to the public participation in this discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, you've checked off a couple of things that were on my list of interests. So for those watching, I will associate for sure on health and COVID and equity. I'd like to work on that with you, Mr. Dorsey, in our package. And housing may additionally be of interest. There's a tenant bill that just passed that I want to take another look at. I would like to take some time on that. And then I'll conclude just with a big thank you to you, Ms. Carroll, because on trees, which is of interest to me, you did a ton of work over the past year, and a lot of it is not apparent to everyone. And the same is true on the digital divide and a number of other issues. So I'll just say that I am interested, want to help and give feedback so that your work can help us get as far as we can on our package, but also don't want to, I'm mindful that it's a 46-day session and it will be virtual. So we do want to stay, for me at least, it's a little bit more of a tactical moment in some regards than the aspirational piece that the last year has been about. So big thank you to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal, your hand is up. Do you mean it to be up?
I don't. Thank you.
That's all right. I'm just checking. That's fine. I think we've all covered a lot of territory. I have just found this, I think we all have, I found this year particularly this sort of Dillon rule. It just feels like every time we need to do something to responsibly manage, handle this county and what we need, what our residents need, we've got all this responsibility, but we don't have the authority. So we have an ability to provide internet. We've got their state regulations to get in the way. We can't help the people who need the internet from us. We can't decide somewhat, right now we can, but down the line, we're having to fight for how we hold our meetings. I mean, just basic things. Bad actor restaurants and facilities, as Mr. Dorsey brought up. We have very limited authority to handle that. We can't even protect trees. Picking energy sources. I mean, it's just been this constant list this year of things that it all just is so clear. We just need flexibility to be able to handle the responsibility we've got. I know that's a longstanding argument or a longstanding issue with this General Assembly in Virginia, and that's just the way it goes being here. But it's just been so clear this year, 2020, how much we have a lot of responsibility, but we do not have the authority we need to actually manage that responsibility like we feel like we need to. So there we go. So anything that gives us flexibility, Ms. Carroll, to do these things, I would love to have. And of course, I think top of our minds is to help us get through COVID and flexibility on funding and support, continued support from the state so we can help our businesses and our residents who need to help just to survive through the next several months. So I think that's all I've got. Any other comments right now from Ms. Carroll for the good of the order other than a huge thank you? Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for calling out. So, Ms. Carroll, I too kind of forgot that you were down there because it usually ends. And then we got this long report, and I believe my response to you was, oh my goodness. It was all like,
something similar to that.
Yeah, something like that. So what a year. So thank you very much for everything you do. And of course, you're hardly getting a chance to catch your breath before we start again. But thank you. And at least we don't have you here at midnight with the legislative package, which sometimes has happened, I think. So at least we're doing that for you. Thank you. Thank you much. All right, colleagues, with that, and we will have the hearing with our meeting with our legislatures. They will have a hearing, and that will be announced later for people who want to speak to them. Anything else for the good of the order that I should be bringing up on this item? No. Ms. Jacobs, is there anything else to come before the board today?
No, there is not.
All right, seeing that, there's still some sunshine out there, everybody, and we have a little time to enjoy this beautiful day, and we are now recessed until Tuesday the 17th.